They got Christopher Nolan. They infected him. All right.
It's very on the nose Hollywood.
Yeah, did not like that. It took a couple points off the score for me, to be honest.
Yeah, I heard it was kind of like a Trojan horse for woke messaging.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's time we go over another Trojan horse of woke messaging, known as Across the Spider-Verse.
Ah, that's good.
It's a sequel. It's a sequel to the woke original Into the Spider-Verse.
Nice.
Alrighty, yeah. So while let's see, we got quite a bit of people here. Yeah, to get started, what is your position on Across the Spider-Verse? Because I think you said it might be bad. So you're kind of iffy on it.
Yeah, Spizzer, I'll let you go first.
All right. Now this may confuse you a little bit because Bleebo and we have slightly different conclusions of the film. I think it's at least like a 5 out of 10, where I think his is an even harsher opinion. But we do have the same problems with the films. It's just that how severe the problems are, our opinions differ on that. But we kind of do have the same problems with the film.
Okay. Yeah, that'll be
Yeah,
interesting to get into.
Yeah. I do have slightly different opinions to Spizzard. I don't yet know what number score I would give the movie exactly. Part of why I wanted to come on here is because like I guess I just want to sort of hash out my points with someone who really likes the movie to see how much they hold water. Because I guess if my gripes with the film are legitimate, then I think it has some pretty big problems, and I might be thinking of a score lower than a 5, but if not, then maybe higher. I'm just not really sure, so.
Okay. Yeah, that's definitely interesting. Thank you for the 7, Shellbot. Just says money, so not much to read. Thank you for the $14.99 as well. Money slowed plus reverb. Really appreciate that, Shellbot. Yeah, so I guess as far as the movie, my position on it, I think it's pretty good, and I think it's a 9 out of 10. It's my favorite Spider-Man movie, so obviously I'm going to be a bit biased towards it. But I'm definitely opening to hearing what problems you have with the movie. So yeah, before we get started, people are asking about the Doomsday trailer. I don't really care for it, I'm going to be honest. That's my response. I don't know if you have anything you want to say about it while we're mentioning it.
No.
That's 'cause
I
you're gonna
haven't
watch
even
it day
seen it.
one.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't deliver a whole lot of hype, so I'm just whatever about it. But yeah, as far as Across the Spider-Verse, what's the first problem that comes to mind?
Well, actually, I wanted to ask Spizzer, do you want to start with kind of the smaller issues we have in kind of the start of the movie, or like the main talking point?
I figure it might be best to just kind of do like main talking points, or like we don't have to do the movie in order, because I don't really have much of an issue with the beginning of the movie.
Well, I'll let you go first then.
I'll go first. All right. Well, one of the major issues oh God, I don't I don't know how to get started with this, but
I can take over if you want.
yes, please do. For some reason my mind's going blank suddenly.
It's all
I
good.
don't know why.
So, me and Spizzard were talking about the movie one day, and I kind of mentioned that when I first watched the movie, there was something about the canon events rule that it kind of passed the smell test at first, but didn't feel quite right. I felt like there was something off about it, something that didn't make sense, but I couldn't put my finger on it until much later. Not just the canon events rule itself, but the fact that Across the Spider-Verse is the movie that kind of connects pretty much all Spider-Man media under the same roof. Because in Into the Spider-Verse, you can pretty much view it as an entirely disconnected thing. There is a Spider-Verse, but the rules of it just pretty much don't go outside of this film. It's not connected to the MCU, it's not connected to the Sony movies, it's not connected to any video games or comics. And Across the Spider-Verse changes that because they show, the old Spider-Man cartoons, panels of Marvel Comics and, the MCU Prowlers in it. And then I started thinking about how, well, if this is one massive multiverse, and these universes that we're seeing, like the MCU and like the comics, are part of the Spider-Verse, then that's when I thought the rules of canon events started to kind of fall apart. Because if these universes are in the Spider-Verse, why don't canon events apply to them? And not just canon events, but also, like, all the rules that are kind of exclusive to multiverse logic within the Spider-Verse movies. Like, when characters are in dimensions that aren't their own, their atoms aren't jazzed about it, like Peter B. Parker says, and so they start to kind of come apart on an atomic level. That's not a thing in, the MCU or the Sony movies or anything. And it just became this big rabbit hole, because I also started thinking of things in the opposite direction. I started thinking about, the rules of multiversal travel that different MCU properties set up, or that certain comics set up, that, the Spider-Verse movies don't really abide by. So
Yeah.
I think if this criticism is legitimate, then it was a really big mistake to introduce these rules like canon events and all this stuff, and then simultaneously connect your film multiverse with a much larger, vaster film and TV and video game multiverse that have their own separate contradictory rules.
Yeah. And to be frank, I'm ready to add some stuff. I'll add a couple things. One, obviously, some of the MCU multiverse rules criticisms go to the MCU films themselves. Like, we're not going to shame Spider-Verse, Across the Spider-Verse for the whole, what's the tether? I think they called it in Deadpool versus
No,
Wolverine.
anchor beings.
Anchor beings.
Anchor being, sorry. Yeah, we're not blaming Across the Spider-Verse for the anchor being stuff that basically released afterwards. But we do feel like it was kind of a mistake to connect the film to a cinematic universe that already had quite the broken rules. We just think that was a mistake. And now, to be fair, I do think it's a bit necessary to add this. Even if our criticism is wrong, even if that's not actually an issue, I will admit that we still kind of just don't like it as well, or at least I don't like it. I don't know how Bleeble feels about it, but I don't like Across the Spider-Verse connecting to the MCU, because Into the Spider-Verse was almost a masterpiece, and the Venom movies are garbage. At least the first one. I haven't seen the other two.
They're also
And
garbage.
then this movie, like, wow, you put a masterpiece into the same story timeline as garbage.
You put it in the slop universe.
Thank you so much. So we will admit that even if the actual criticisms are not valid, we still don't like it.
Okay.
So we do have biases to that.
What I will say is that I agree and disagree with what you said. The part where I agree with, I don't like that it's connected to the larger MCU. I just want that kept away as much as possible. What I would have much preferred is if it was in its own it's its own multiverse where it's connected with like the animated properties, like whether it be Insomniac, Spectacular Spider-Man, that sort of thing, because it's not live action. I would have much preferred that. I don't really like the live action elements, to be quite honest. But
We kind of. Oh,
oh,
sorry.
so
Go
well,
on.
yeah, go on.
We kind of have an issue with the Insomniac Spider-Verse as well, but
Really? Okay.
We can get to
I
that
think we
later.
could.
We'll get to that,
Yeah.
yeah. Because right now we're on MCU. But
Mm-hmm.
the thing is that I think some of the examples you brought up, you'll probably have to remind me of some because you talked about quite a bit. But I do think there are some explanations that you can rely on for why things aren't exactly the same as the MCU. Now, for example, you talked about the glitching, right?
Mm-hmm.
The glitching, I imagine, is a product of like the technology itself rather than just being in a different universe. And the reason I have that interpretation is because the portals themselves, when you actually get closer to them, things look more unstable, they look more glitchy. This is even true with Miguel's tiny miniature portals that he uses to get from different universes. Meanwhile, with the Spot, he's just relying on his natural abilities to do so, and we don't see him glitching. We don't see his portals like all unstable and whatever. So I wouldn't say that it's necessarily about being in a different universe. I think it's the technology that they're using, and we also this is also consistent with No Way Home, because they're being transported through essentially magic, right? They're just being poofed from one universe to another, rather than some unstable piece of technology bringing them along. And while Miguel's wrist devices have protection for that, they didn't have that in the first Spider-Verse movie, and that's why they're glitching. But yeah, that's what I imagine to be the reason as to why the safety of going to different universes is different for them.
Can I do have a potential counterpoint to that though, which is that, well, for one, that's not the explanation the film gives, and not to say that that means therefore that theory is completely invalid. That theory does make a lot of sense, especially when you bring up Spot. But in the first Spider-Verse movie, and this is just kind of like generally how I interact with media, and I kind of found this out when all the debates about No Way Home's multiversal logic came out, is that when you don't really know how, if a film's going to introduce a complicated science fiction or fantasy concept like the multiverse, you don't know anything about how it could work. You're just receiving information. And when informed characters tell you, well, this is how things are, we kind of have to just accept that. And so Peter B. Parker, he's a pretty smart guy. I mean, I know he's like, kind of lazy and slobbish, but he's still Peter Parker. He's very intelligent, and he was Spider-Man for a long time, and he's been a part of the Spider Society. And he tells Miles in the audience that the reason why his atoms are glitching is because it's not the way in which he got there. It's that his atoms aren't jazzed about being in another dimension. That's how he phrases it, and to me, that matches a lot more with later, like in Across the Spider-Verse, when Miguel starts talking about how when you're traveling to different dimensions, you're creating these anomalies, and these anomalies make things unstable. And the instability of these universes looks just like, visually speaking, the instability of the different characters when they're in the wrong universe. There seems to be this connecting thread of like, when you're doing things that aren't supposed to be, multiverse-wise, this kind of stuff can happen. If you change events in this universe, the universe will start to glitch. If you're in a universe that you shouldn't be, you will start to glitch. They seem very, very connected, and it doesn't seem to be about the particular method in which you use to travel around the universe, but rather that you're doing something that you shouldn't be doing. And another reason I believe this is because how the different spider people got to Miles' universe in the first Spider-Verse movie is through a different piece of technology than what the Spider Society uses. The Spider Society uses portals, and in the first movie, it was a collider, but the effect was the same, even though it's different methods of transportation. And as far as the whole Spot thing, I think that's pretty clearly covered from the fact that Spot describes himself as he is a multidimensional being. So he, by his very nature, it's no longer that Miles's universe is his universe, and anytime he goes to another one, it's wrong. It's not wrong for him because he is now a multidimensional being. He belongs in every universe, in between every universe. That's his natural state, and that's why he's not glitching. He's really powerful like that. But yeah, that would be my counterpoint.
Okay. Just to touch on the points one by one. Yes, Peter B. Parker says he thinks his atoms aren't jazzed about being in the wrong dimension, but I think the reasoning behind that would be the collider. And I understand that the collider is different from the portals, but they still have the same effect when you actually get closer and closer to the portal, where things start to glitch and stuff. We even see that when the characters are being sent through the portal for the first time, when the spider people are being sent through, we actually see a shockwave of glitching throughout the city. So that implies to me that it's related to the machine itself rather than just simply being in a different universe. And another thing to add is that Peter is saying he thinks that's the reason, but when he actually talks to Olivia Octavius, who's actually the expert on this whole machine and has the specific data about it, she says that there's cellular decay as a result of this, and that he's been glitching, and that if you stay in it for too long, your body will disintegrate. I think it's just a product of the machine itself, because that's what's really causing all of the glitching. I think there was another point you made that I want to address. I can't fully remember. Oh yeah, the spot. With the spot, him being a multi-dimensional being, the reason he says that is because he can travel to different universes, but his atoms, all of his matter, still comes from his own universe. That's still, like, that's where he got it from. And that's where his DNA is from. That's, where he exists, that's where he's born in, so he's still like Earth 1610b, naturally speaking, but he can still go to different universes in spite of that, even universes that the Collider perhaps hasn't even interacted with during the events of Into the Spider-Verse. So I would say, like, I don't really think my explanation contradicts what's in the film. It kind of goes hand in hand that because the machines are so unstable, or the technology is so unstable, that it's causing his atoms to be jazzed like that.
I see where, like, I see what you mean. I would still disagree in that, like, I wish I could remember the dialogue exactly, but I do remember what you were talking about, where she was describing his cellular decay. I don't remember her saying it was because of the collider. The way I remember it was that she kind of reaffirmed that it was because he was in the wrong universe, and
well, she doesn't really give a reason. She more so just says that there's been glitching, and if you stay in here for too long, then your body will disintegrate. I could send the script in disagreement requests. This should have the full Into the Spider-Verse script. I just have this up for reference.
I also think even there, Olivia is definitely a more reliable person for this than Peter B. Parker. But even when she said there, if you remain in this universe too long, you'll die. That to me comes off as pretty clear that it's like, well, the problem isn't that you went through the collider and your contact with the collider is causing your decay. It's the fact that the longer you remain here, the more you'll die. And the fact that them leaving their universe and going back to their own original homes where they're supposed to be cures their condition, to me reads as pretty clear. It's like, oh, so what's wrong with them is that they are in the wrong universe, and it's about being in the wrong universe. That seems to be what Peter, Miguel, and Olivia, when you take pieces of what they're saying about, multiversal travel and the rules of the universe and how everything should be a certain way and everyone should be in their own universe, to me it seems like this film's logic is that when things go awry, when things in a universe aren't supposed to go the way they are, including people not being in the right place, decay and anomalies will happen.
Yeah,
so
but I imagine them being sent back to their universe is because they're also, like, all of the conditions within their body are essentially being reversed by merely going through the portal and being sent back to their universe. Like, I guess there's, like, a certain glitch effect that they go through when they enter the universe, and when they leave the universe through that same means, it would just be reversing that effect effectively.
I mean, I I guess there's like maybe a possibility, but I don't think that's really very supported by the film. I think the dialogue and the extremely strong implications of everything lead towards it being about not necessarily the collider specifically and the messiness of traveling through there, but being in the wrong universe. Because I think if, not that I'm sort of something of a scientist myself or anything, but I think if going through the collider is such a, atomically messy experience that when you go from your home universe to the other, it starts to disrupt your atoms and make you decay and everything. I don't think just going back through it in the opposite direction, that doesn't sound like that means, oh, it would just cure everything. Like if the collider is an unstable, teleportation device, basically, then even going through it the other way seemingly should cause the same problems. But even then, this is all I think this is all speculation. To me, this feels like we're kind of doing all the work for the writers and we're making up stuff that isn't in the movie in order to attempt to explain something, because the explanations that are given, the only explanations that are given, don't really make a lot of sense. So we have to like make up our own rules and like, oh, it's like the means in which they travel. If there was like one line of dialogue with that in the film, I might be a bit more receptive to it. Not to blabber on for too long though, but about the Spot situation, I think that yes, while he originally is like his atoms and everything are from what's Miles's Earth number?
1610B.
1610B. The fact that he says I'm becoming a multidimensional being, I think is to show that, I mean, he doesn't really do any multidimensional travel until he activates that machine in his apartment, the mini collider, and it changes him fundamentally. Because before he could only use portals to get to different places within his universe, so he still had his powers, but he was limited to his universe. Him becoming a multidimensional being is to like him saying that is to show the audience that like he is kind of metamorphosizing into a being that isn't just locked to one dimension. The rules don't apply to him the same way they do everyone else. That's what I think they're saying.
And that's under the good faith assumption, which we will give them that. That's under the good faith assumption that they're trying to have consistent rules for the Spot.
Yeah,
which
I think it's a reasonable faith assumption. Yeah.
Which admittedly we don't 100% know for sure, because I will say this, that this is, I'm not sure if it's I'm not saying if it's a problem or not, but this film is a part one of what was supposed to be an immediate two-parter, a two-parter that was supposed to release just a year after part one. So there might be more explained in part two that would completely throw our criticisms down the drain. That's a possibility, but it's equally as possible that won't happen.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that's definitely a fair concern to raise, whether or not we can bank on the next film being able to explain these things or not. What I would say is that based on what we have so far, I think there's enough information for us to make reasonable inferences. Mine are specifically based on the visual indicators throughout the film. I feel like the visual indicators with the glitching being associated with the technology every single time, that it provides a fairly, I guess, intuitive connection between the glitching of the characters and the technology that they're using to transport between the universes. It's a little bit hard for me to explain this, but like, let's say you enter a universe, right? And you're given a very specific effect through the Spider-Verse portal, whatever. But then like that effect gets reversed by going out the way you came in. I feel like that makes enough sense. I don't know how to. I'm trying to think of a real-world analogy to describe this with, but I'm not too sure if I could think of one, given the fantastical nature of it all.
It would be really difficult. I would be surprised if you could.
Yeah. But like maybe here's one way I could explain it. maybe if you're like a sponge, right, and you're going through a portal where there's like there's water in between, and you have to go through it, and then you end up in another universe where there's like, you know, water and stuff, but when you go out the same way, you go back to your universe where things are like drier and shit or whatever, it dries up the spot. I don't know. See, I can't even think of one.
I would say that, like, if your theory is correct, which again is like theoretically possible, I think at this point, like, we'd be trading one problem for another, because I think there are more responsibilities that a writer has than to just like technically have everything make sense. Because technically, you could have a book or a movie or whatever, some fictional story that makes complete and total sense when you have all the rules, when you're the creator and you know everything. It, you know, A leads to B leads to C all the way down to Z. But if you fill your story with misinformation, don't provide all the answers, the only answers you do provide seem contradictory to what must be the truth, and now the audience has to sift through all this misinformation and make up theories that may or may not be true to make sense of your universe. I think that's kind of a different problem, because if what you're saying is correct, then, you know, that's all very true. I think it's a problem that the dialogue doesn't reflect that. I think it's a problem that none of the most well-informed characters in this story say things like that, and I don't like that they say things that seem different than that all their dialogue and everything seems to lead to what I'm saying, which doesn't really make a lot of sense when thinking of the larger multiverse. I think that's a problem in and of itself.
I'm here to announce something. SK,
up?
you're a fucking virgin.
Okay.
Fuck
I don't
you.
know. Oh, he just alright, so he just came in to interrupt. That's awesome.
Man, speaking the truth.
You know what? I've completely changed my position now. But yeah, so it's, I think if this is I would consider this technically like a fan theory, basically, because we're all fans, and you know, we're theorizing about how this could work, and I really do not like the idea that we need to crutch on fan theories in order to we need to ignore dialogue that's actually in the story and crutch ourselves on fan theories in order to make sense of all this multiverse stuff. I really don't like that.
Well, I don't think it necessarily like contradicts what we see in the dialogue. If anything, I think it complements it more, because it gives more of like a cause behind why their atoms are just jazzed by being in the wrong universe. I think it has to do with some kind of effect that their body goes through once they enter through the portals or the collider.
Well, what by ignore the dialogue, I mean is in like, so I'm kind of, in order to explain my point, I'll have to like give like a little analogy, but like a pretty close one, I guess, to the film. Like, you've got a really short story, and it's about like this guy is at a dock and he sees a boat coming to the dock. The boat, how do you say, parks at the dock? Whatever, however you phrase it.
It docks.
The boat docks. Thank you, Spizzard. And a guy gets off the boat and he immediately throws up everywhere. Now your main character goes up and he's like, "Why'd you throw up?" And the guy said, "I get seasick." And then later in the story, the guy who threw up gets on another boat and sails around the world just fine. That's the end of the story. You know, a reasonable criticism would be, oh, wait a second, he gets seasick. He threw up, but then he's on another boat, you know, in the next minute and he's going fine. A fan theory to attempt to like fix this problem would be like, oh, well, no, it's just that boat that he was on. Like, it's that particular boat he was on that, like, that's what made him throw up. It's like, okay, sure, but that's not in the story. And I think it's still reasonable to be like, well, with the information that was given to me, this is really confusing and doesn't make a lot of sense. And now I have to, like, I guess, make up an explanation to connect these two things, which you can do for a lot of things, by the way. Like, a lot of problems in films, you can, like, kind of headcanon a way into providing an explanation, but I don't think that means for very, like, satisfying writing.
Well, I think it really
Also,
depends on how this hypothetical is executed because, I mean, what makes the boat different? Is there any visual indicators that makes one boat seem less likely to cause seasickness than the other boat? I imagine, I'm not an expert on this, so, like, don't take my word for it. But I imagine, like, maybe less advanced boats would be more likely to cause seasickness versus a more technologically advanced boat that maybe has things built in to reduce seasickness. That's just one thing that could be possible. And if that's the case, and the one that they're not seasick in seems to be more advanced, then I think like there's a bit of there's enough information to work off of, at least like some visual indicators to imply some differences between the two. And I think the same would be true with the Spider-Verse portals. When we're dealing with the portals or the collider, I think the visual indicators of the glitching implies that the character's glitching is tied to those machines and how they work. Versus like I said, the spot portals. I understand like he's changed to be able to go to different universes, but I mean at the end of the day, he is still himself in his own universe. So like him jumping to other universes and nothing happens, I think that'd be a visual indicator that it doesn't really work the same, depending on how you do it.
I even in this hypothetical boat story, I think if you like made it to where the boat the sick guy was in initially was like really rocking and falling apart and looked unstable, and then the one at the end that he's on and he's fine, or I guess in the very next scene and he's fine, even if that one was like much fancier and sailed very smoothly, I still do think that it is a problem that needs addressing in your script, that it's like, hey, you got a scene where he's seasick and then another scene where he's on a boat fine. Sure, the boat before was rockier, but like, is it just up to our audience to connect those kind of vague dots, which I do think is analogous to what we're talking about with the multiversal travel and stuff, because I do think that the visual effects of the portals and stuff is vague dots to connect, because I don't think the kind of prismy design of the multiversal travel is necessarily supposed to like convey things are falling apart. I think that's just the film's visual style of showing, multi-dimensional travel.
yeah,
And,
and
or yeah,
Well,
go ahead.
is it? Well, why would that be part of the style? Like, why is that a visual indicator they would put in the movie?
Well, I think it's because it looks like broken glass, and that kind of visual is somewhat like I guess you could say like a motif of these movies a little bit. And when they're creating these portals, it's like they're temporarily shattering the kind of glass barriers between the dimensions in order to go to and from. So it's just kind of like a visual style of showing like, hey, they're kind of breaking through dimensions and all that. Yeah, I mean, that would
also,
be my guess. But yeah, go on, Spiz.
and also, I got a couple things to add about this whole pixelation theory. Which first of all, even if Across the Spider-Verse establishes that the glitching is a result of the way the portals are used and such like that, which I don't think is actually the case, and I'll get to that in a moment. But even if that's the case in Across the Spider-Verse, I sincerely don't believe that that's was meant to be the case in Into the Spider-Verse, because yeah, I read the part where Peter first meets Doc Ock, and all she brings up is the fact that he's glitching a lot, and that if he stays in this dimension too long, his body is going to disintegrate, and that's about it. So I do sincerely believe that Into the Spider-Verse was meant to imply that the glitching is a result of being in the wrong dimension. And I do think that that is continuously the case in Into the Spider-Verse, for when not considering the fact that it's somehow connected to the MCU, because of the wristbands and such. Like, like most of all the characters are required to have a wristbands in the movie, and I'm pretty sure the only reason the Spot doesn't need a wristband is because, as shown in the scene where he builds a new machine in his apartment, he adds his own holes to himself. The machine affects his body. Like, you see all the energy flowing into his exact center. Like, not only is he getting more holes, like a bunch of energy is getting inside of him. And I think
Inside his holes, yeah.
Oh God. Yeah, so I think the film was trying to imply that the Spot is unique. Like, so technically, yes, his machines are different from the technology the Spider Society and the Fisk Collider use, but not because of the portals themselves, because of what they did to his body. I'm pretty sure that's what the film is trying to imply.
Yeah, but it's still based on like Earth 1610's atoms and matter. In fact, that's what he uses to build the mini collider.
Spiz, I think you're doing more work than needs necessary. I would just stand by the fact that him saying the reason why they have that dialogue in the film, I think I'm becoming a multi-dimensional being, is that dialogue is there to tell you, well, this is why he doesn't abide by the same rules as everyone. His atoms are from Earth. I'm gonna keep forgetting the number. What was it again?
1610.
1610. He's originally from there, but again, he has sort of metamorphosized into something that goes beyond that. It's not about where he was from anymore. He is essentially like, it's almost like he's been reborn in a sense. I mean, the way it looks like is that it's almost like a Dr. Manhattan-esque origin where his body gets destroyed and then comes back as something completely different. So I don't think if he is a multi-dimensional being like he says, then he doesn't belong in one dimension anymore. He can travel to any of them and not suffer any consequences.
Well, the reason they state that he's a multi-dimensional being is because he's able to travel to the different universes. That's the reason for it.
Well, I think it's that, and it goes a bit deeper. Like, I don't think that's the limit of it, because technically then, all the Spider-Men are multi-dimensional beings. Yes, they can all travel to different dimensions. But he actually exists outside, the typical barriers of different universes. That's why when we see him, after he messes with his own collider, he just appears in this kind of blank space with nothing but holes around him.
Yeah,
like that's
but
what he's been rebirthed into.
Well, the reason he says he's a multi-dimensional being is because it has to do with his existence, like his own natural power set. With the spider people, we wouldn't say they're multi-dimensional beings because they don't have that power. We could say they're superhumans, right? Because they have superpowers, but they're spider beings, if you want to call them that, because they have the powers of a spider. But with the Spot, he has the specific powers to go from different universes. So I don't think that's meant to imply that he all of a sudden doesn't belong in a specific universe. I think that just means he has the power to, like you said, the power of the multiverse in the palm of my hands.
Yeah, but I do think it is a more fair interpretation to say that this character that visually speaking seems to exist outside the natural barriers of dimensions, who doesn't seem to suffer any consequence between traveling them, and who has just recently been through a serious metamorphosis, them saying, I think I'm becoming a multidimensional being, I think it's a very fair interpretation that they don't abide by the normal rules, they don't get all glitched from being in the wrong dimension. I think it's more fair to interpret that than to interpret the reason why everyone else is glitching when they go to a different dimension is because of the specific technology they use to travel between dimensions. I think this aligns much more with what the script is trying to say, and not that this is again, I don't want this to be this isn't super solid evidence, but if you if you Google any of this stuff, right? And again, Google is not a perfectly trustworthy source for information about all films. I'm not saying that, but like the stuff that I'm saying, where if you just Google why do the characters in Spider-Verse glitch when they're in another dimension, or why is Spot able to be in other dimensions without glitching, Google, most sources will support the things that I'm saying, which is what I think what the film is implying and what the dialogue is leading to. All the other stuff we've been talking about is very outside the box, and I don't think is what the script is meant to say.
Yeah, same here.
Like, could you at least concede that it is a possibility, in the same way that, like I said, your theory about the portals being the reason why everyone's glitching, it is a possibility that due to the Spot's metamorphosis and his very nature, he now exists as a multi-dimensional being, meaning that he belongs in every dimension. Is that at least like that's a possible fair assumption?
I mean, I wouldn't really phrase it as he belongs in every single dimension. But I'd certainly agree, like, yeah, his body transformation allows him to basically exist in any dimension naturally. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay, yeah, and that's all I'm saying. That's why I think that line is in there. Not just because of, well, also because he's been using his portals for a bit. When he uses it a few times before he tells Mrs. Chen that, hey, I think I'm becoming a multi-dimensional being. It's like, well, why did he say becoming? I mean, surely you mean I think I just became one. But I think it's because he, being a scientist, knows he's going through changes, you know? If being a multi-dimensional being to him simply meant, I can open all these portals and go to anywhere, ooh, yeah, then he would have said like, oh, I'm a multi-dimensional being, look at that, I've already become one, that's so nice. But he knows he's still, his power is growing into one. So...
Yeah, I mean, I would still say I think the visual indicators are intuitive enough to at least imply that the glitching is tied to the technology in some way. Because, like, Spot is also, like, how to describe this? We'd say that, like, when we see just the barrier between the portal and the universe, like, we just see random things glitching, even if, like, you know, there aren't any particular objects there. Let me try to get a visual of this real quick, just so you know what I'm talking about. I think early on would be helpful for that, when Miguel opens a portal.
Yeah, I mean, I can
okay.
picture it in my head. Yeah, but I
yeah, let me send it in disagreement requests. I'll also show it on the stream, because why not? But yeah, you can kind of see like how there's just like everything that's around just seems to be like kind of glitchy, even with like the protections that they have on. So I think what that's implying is that it's like the way they glitch, it's because of like the properties of the portal. It's what causes their atoms to be all jazzed when they're in a different universe.
And also the properties of the collider as well, even though it's like a different technology developed by different people.
Yeah.
That's what's making it hard for like me to like I've conceded that it's technically possible, but it to me comes off as like, this is why it doesn't really feel like the portals themselves are supposed to be like the reason why everything is glitching, because it seems to happen no matter like what technology people are using. The only person who's able to travel between dimensions and not suffer consequences is the multidimensional being. And also I think that like we might be at a stalemate here, because ultimately it's like, I do agree that technically what you're saying could potentially make sense, but my problem is more so that we're using a very, very vague visual reference and having to rely on it only and make up theories based on that, at the expense of like, we do have to ignore what the characters are saying. We have to ignore what the script is telling us is happening, because the characters, the scientists, all the well-informed people are telling us this is how things are. Things are that if you're in a dimension that you don't belong, you will deconstruct. And we're meant to go, no, all these well-informed scientists are wrong. It's actually just that you're going through these unstable portals. That's what's causing it. which
Well, I think they work in tandem with each other. That's what I believe.
I think they're kind of contradictory, because it is a different thing to say that, like, you being in the wrong dimension is what's killing you and you need to get back to your home, versus saying, like, oh, this portal you went through is the reason for your. Surely at least one character would have said something like that at some point in either of these stories, if that was actually how it was meant to be.
Yeah.
Well,
I
just
really
looking at
think
it, I
some
don't
of them-
think Olivia Octavius says anything in particular about why it's happening. We just see Peter coming up with a theory as to why it's happening, that his atoms are being affected by this. But nowhere would Olivia Octavius have any reason to say, oh, well, it's because of, like, the portals themselves that's causing the atoms to be jazzed. It doesn't
I
even look
think
like
if-
she's interested in explaining it. More so she's interested in mentioning the glitching.
Well, I think she's extremely interested in, like, everything multiverse wise, and I think in that scene, as the scene stands, all she's saying is stuff that supports Peter's saying, because or what Peter is saying, I should say, because in the previous scene, Peter is like, I'm in the wrong dimension, so my atoms are unaliving themselves, and then Olivia Octavius in the next scene is like, oh yeah, you're in the wrong dimension, so if you stay here too long, you're gonna die. It's like, okay, so they're pretty much one to one. They're in tandem. And I think Olivia, being someone who's studied her entire life, multiple dimensions, traveling between dimensions, and who seems extremely passionate and interested in this, like, kind of atomic multiversal illness that Peter is suffering, so much so that she wants to watch him deconstruct. She is extremely interested and passionate about this. She would mention something about the collider. She would be like, oh man, your cells, this must have been the collider's doing, or oh, the collider's really knocked you out of balance or something. Or if not her, then somebody. I think Peter
Well,
would
like,
say it,
there's-
because Peter's pretty smart.
I think
Miguel
what her
would say it.
focus specifically is like the effect it has on Peter's body, where she talks about the cellular decay. Never seen anything like this. That's what she's really fixated on, because she hates Peter Parker. She wants him to suffer, and that's why she's fixating on all these negative, harmful elements. But that doesn't mean she's gonna, like, exposit every single bit of how the collider and the multiverses work. And while we're on Into the Spider-Verse, I do think this shot right here, I'll post it in disagreement requests. I do think that provides a visual indicator that it. Hold up, let me lower this real quick. There we go. I do think this provides a visual indicator that it is related to the machine, because this is in Miles's universe where things are the way they're supposed to be. But we see a shockwave of glitching throughout the entire city, and we actually see. Let me move it ahead. I think we additionally see some of the what do I call it? The junk from the different universes just, like, forced into some of the matter within this universe. I think what that's implying is that, like, the machine blasting off like that, like the mere shockwave of it, is also causing the glitching throughout.
That is, like, I don't mean to, like, repeat myself too much. That's why I'm saying we might be at a stalemate, because I think this is obviously just there to, like, say, like, oh, the collider's really unstable and it blasted a bunch of things from other dimensions into this universe. This seems to be the film's style of portraying multidimensional travel, is like the kind of shattering glass effect.
Yeah.
But I am strictly following what, like, the dialogue says, and I think that it is needlessly confusing to have all the explanations be that it's about being in the wrong universe. They hammer it home so many times. You're in the wrong universe. You don't belong in here. We need to get back to our universe. That'll make things better. We'll stop glitching. When you do things that are not meant to be, when you travel to a universe you don't belong in, when you try to mix up events, then this glitching will happen. It's all the dialogue is telling us it's about maintaining order. And this extends to the canon events too. That's why I'm saying even more, I think even the themes of everything support my theory as well. because the whole thing with canon events and Miguel O'Hara's whole thing is he's like, when you mess with the multiverse, it creates anomalies and instability, and you have to put it back to order. So it's like everything is pointing towards it being about doing things wrong on a multiversal level, not necessarily specifically the portals.
I think with
Though, of course,
Miguel's
sorry.
understanding of the canon, I think that in itself is not fully reliable. I'm not saying we can't use it for anything, but I do think the film is implying that we're not really meant to fully take Miguel at his word as to how all of this is working. And that's probably what they're trying to explore in Beyond the Spider-Verse. That's probably what they're going to communicate then. But like, yeah, I just say as of now, I wouldn't say Miguel is fully reliable. But I do think, yes, we should look at the dialogue, but I also think we should look at the visual indicators as well, because not everything about the rules about something or how something works is communicated through just dialogue. It's also through visual indicators in the movie. And I think the fact that the buildings are just glitching as a product of the shockwave of the collider, that just seems to me like it's in tandem with how the collider works and the fact that they're in a different universe. I think the collider is making it so their atoms are incompatible.
Yeah, I just disagree. I think it's them being in the wrong universe, and I think the film supports that position. I think this is what I get from, just hearing what the characters are saying, because I think this visual stuff, the reason why I'm saying it's vague is just because these are the effects that like the film uses to be like, oh, the collider is creating a shockwave because it's an unstable piece of technology. Mm-hmm. I think it's I don't personally agree with the theory that like, well, I don't just want to repeat everything you said. Your theory, basically.
Yeah.
I don't agree with that theory, and I don't think that means that like, oh, so it's just a matter of like personal opinion. I don't think that's true, because I think in order to accept that theory, I do think this does contradict everything that the film has, or films, I should say, have said and implied. And I think it's also putting way too much work on the audience. I think we're now having to, because again, there is not a single line of dialogue that supports any of this. The only thing we're relying on to say this is the reason why it's happening is because, look, there was like a cool looking shockwave in this one scene. It's like, yeah, but
well, maybe,
what does that mean exactly?
Yeah, maybe if I guess we don't have to go too much on this if we're like happy to move forward. But just to add like one last thing, I'll add in another shot of it real quick. I'll show it on the stream. But essentially, we do see that same shockwave being reversed, and there's still like the same exact glitching effect once Miles pushes the button, and that reverses the effects of the collider. Which seems consistent with the way I'm reading what happens to the characters, where they initially get the glitch effect from the machine, but then once that gets reversed and they get sent back, we see the glitch effect. How do I... Backpedaling's a bit of a weird word for it, but I guess it fits. The glitch effect kind of backpedals and moves back towards the machine. And I think that's similar to what the characters would be going through. What's happening to the buildings would apply to the characters as well, because of the machine reversing itself.
Yeah, I always saw that as like, because it's established in, the beginning of the movie that it wasn't just the Spider-Men that were teleported, it was also, as you put it, all this random junk from the other universes. This was to show the audience that it's like, look, it's not just the characters that are being sent back, it's also all the random junk. Everything that was from this universe was sent back, now everything's back to normal. That's what I interpreted that to be.
Yeah.
I mean, what I will say is that, like, while I think the visual indicators are enough for me to arrive at these conclusions, I would say I'm not against like having a few lines to help, clarify this to the audience. Like, let's say Beyond the Spider-Verse comes out and they provide some additional clarifications for it. Like, I'd be fine with that. I think that's a fair thing to advocate for.
Yeah, I would go even for. Sorry, you go on, Spiz.
Well, I would just say to add that, I will say, like, I am very certain that Into the Spider-Verse are establishing the glitch rules as the result of being in the wrong dimension, but I can say that Across the Spider-Verse could, like, I wouldn't say retcon that, but they could add the portal rules and establish to the characters that the only reason why things worked in the way they did in the first film is just because, based off the information they had, it was the best method of acting on those rules. Like, there have been cases like that with sequels before, um, establishing different rules without necessarily retconning the events somewhere. I just don't think Across the Spider-Verse does that very well, assuming that's what's even happening.
And
Okay.
to build on that point, I would take like a even further position to what you were saying, SK, where you're like, it would be nice if we had some dialogue that supported this. I would go even further and say it's necessary, because I remember when Into the Spider-Verse came out, if you asked anyone, like, oh, why are the characters glitching in the story? Any single person, when that movie came out, would say what the film said. They would just parrot exactly. Well, I don't want to say parrot because that's not that implies negativity. They would say what the film told them, what was in the script. They'd be like, "Oh yeah, it's because they're in the wrong dimension." It's only now with this film, because it's connecting itself to a messy universe and adding all these new messy rules, that now we have to go back and be like, "Oh, actually, it was this is what's really happening. It's about the technology, and all we're relying on is this visual." And
Even then, I'm
particularly,
not like too sure on that, because I feel like if we go back to 2018 and we ask people why are the buildings within Miles' universe glitching, I think the simple answer would just, like, when the shockwave goes in and out, I think the simple answer would just be the machine is like highly unstable, and it's causing that to begin with.
oh yeah, the machine is also unstable, but specifically with, like, if you ask anyone why are why are the spider people glitching, they would say what the film says. And I think that, like, if we have to go back and not take what the film says as true necessarily and rely all on this visual, can mean anything. This is why I say that you need some dialogue, you need something in your script that supports this, because this shockwave that we're seeing, it could be what you're saying, where it could be, oh, this is the machine, reversing the effects so that they don't glitch on the other side. It could be what I'm saying, which is just, oh, it's just sucking up all the things that are from their universe. It could literally just be a shockwave. It could just be a flashy shockwave similar to what you see in a bunch of other Marvel movies, like when they destroyed the Tesseract or something. It could be that. It could be any of these things. It could be something that we didn't even think of. And that's just true. I think it's a fact that this visual is very, very vague and very open to interpretation. And I don't think we should be relying so heavily on this instead of just what the film is telling us, especially because the only reason we're relying so heavily on this is because everything that the film has told us doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. It's contradictory. There are massive pieces missing. There are things that don't sit well. And sure, I remember Spizzard said that maybe the last Spider-Verse movie will make sense of all this, but pretty much every time I've heard that being used as defense for a piece of media, usually for like a TV show, it's just never panned out. I don't believe in it. I don't think the last Spider-Verse movie is going to fix all of this. I would love to be surprised, but as of right now, I just think we have a serious problem where the script, the dialogue, the story is telling us something very different from what we have to theorize is true based off visuals like these, which are very, very vague. So I think it's a big problem.
I mean, even then, I think it's not even just the buildings that we can look at. We also see that we have when Jeff is closer to the collider, and obviously it's becoming increasingly more unstable, so the effects are being amplified. We also see him kind of like, not necessarily glitching, but you see some visual glitch-looking effect around him, and that tends to happen when you're closer to the collider. Across the Spider-Verse is also consistent with this. I'm just sending another shot there in disagreement requests. So, like, I don't really think it contradicts the dialogue. I think it more so just complements the dialogue. It gives more of a contextual reason as to why the atoms are being jazzed in the first place when they cross the universes. But we have gone on this for quite a bit. I don't know if you want to add any final comments. That's the final comment I wanted to add. We can move on to the next point if you want.
Yeah,
Yeah, we probably should. We've been at this one for an hour.
Okay,
Oh,
yeah,
man.
we could go to the next one. That's fine.
Jeez.
I'm not sure what your other examples were as far as like the connections to the MCU as to how it damages the movie. What else comes to mind as an example?
Well, I've got one, but Spizzer, do you have one you want to bring up?
No, you go ahead. Like, I got examples, but I'm not sure if they're naturally, like, they would just make this debate, jumbled. You go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, the whole, like, messiness with, oh, well, actually, I guess technically this is in the same, like, thread of thought, but a different point, because so far we've just been talking about the glitching. I think I should also bring up that the whole canon events thing not applying to like the MCU and the other universes connected to the MCU or the comics or all the Spider-Man media that this film has attached itself to is also kind of a big problem. And this is why I said earlier that I had a feeling about the canon events thing that this this doesn't seem right. This doesn't make sense. And I think it's because according to the film, what we learned is that there is a vast multiverse. First he says this is everything, but this is the Spider-Verse. The Spider-Verse is not the entire multiverse. It's just every universe within it that has Spider-Man in it. And they're all connected by these canon events, which are portrayed as these threads, similarities that happen between the universes. Because Uncle Ben dies in, pretty much every Spider-Man story, that's a canon event. Because Gwen Stacy's dad dies in almost every Spider-Man story, that's a canon event, etc., etc. I think that, for one thing, there is some logic in there that breaks within just looking at Spider-Verse. Because when you look at Gwen Stacy in particular and Miguel O'Hara, it's like, okay, so Gwen Stacy in almost every Spider-Man interpretation out there dies at the hands of Green Goblin. And it's meant to be an extremely pivotal moment for Spider-Man. How they describe canon events is that like they're important and they need to happen because they affect who each Spider-Man is. Uncle Ben dying makes the Spider-Man that we know the Spider-Man that we know, or similarly, Miles' dad. So, in this universe that Gwen's from, and apparently some others, she doesn't die, and she actually becomes Spider-Woman, and Peter dies. It's like, so, this seems to be breaking a bunch of canon events, like, within themselves. So I'm a bit confused there. And then similarly with Miguel O'Hara, he travels to a universe where there's a version of him who didn't become Spider-Man 2099 and who actually just lived as a normal person and had a family and then died. And so he took his place. It's like, well, wait a second. So the universe you're from, you don't have a family and you became Spider-Man. So that was meant to happen. Then why is it that this universe was trudging along perfectly fine until you came along when there were already so many canon events that were broken? So, but before I go any further than that, I just want to start there. So we're still we'll go bit by bit within this film. Yeah.
So I'm not too sure, like specifically the death of Gwen Stacy is the canon event. I think maybe it's more so in relation to losing a loved one. That's what it strikes me as, because like obviously Gwen Stacy is a version of Spider-Man, a variant of Spider-Man. So I wouldn't really say that's that she has to die in her own universe, especially since her Peter Parker is dead, and there's no other Spider person in her universe. So I don't think if it's not even confirmed that Gwen Stacy specifically dying is a canon event, I wouldn't really use that as evidence. What I think is consistent about how the canon events work is that it doesn't necessarily have to be the same people involved. It just has to be an event that's similar enough. Like, for example, Uncle Aaron would be the Uncle Ben for Miles Morales, even if
Right.
they do serve like different roles. As like one's a supervillain, one's just a mentor figure. And as for the other canon events, they mentioned the captain. It's not always the same captains. For some, it's Captain Stacy. For some, it's Jefferson Morales. So, like, I don't really think the people that are specifically being affected, I wouldn't put much stock in that.
Okay, yeah, actually, you know what? That does make sense. That was not, that was something I kind of noticed coming onto this screen, and so yeah, no, you're right. I just concede on that point.
It's all good.
Not well thought through, but yeah,
yeah,
go ahead.
SK1.
Yeah,
Us
just
0.
what's up?
No, I was just saying SK1,
Oh,
Weebo and I 0.
But yeah, I forget what the other example you brought up was.
Miguel's universe, because
Oh, right,
the
yeah,
universe
okay.
he goes into, yeah.
Yeah,
You
so
remember, I'm sure.
with that one, I don't think there is a contradiction. What it seems to imply to me is that the way Miguel dies in the other universe, that's obviously not Earth 928 Miguel. I think what that's implying is that that's the equivalent to Uncle Ben's tragedy, because he gets shot in a similar way. And I think what he effectively did was disrupt that version of the Uncle Ben tragedy, and that's why he ended up breaking canon. Was that the question, like how that ends up breaking canon, or?
Well, no, so that version of Miguel like died. I guess, and I guess I've sort of in saying that come up with my own counterpoint to my point, because what you were saying about Gwen, I think I now understand a little bit better.
Okay.
So it's like, it's not. I think in that universe, where Miguel died and his family was left without him, he wasn't meant to be Spider-Man. Maybe someone else was supposed to be Spider-Man of that universe, and that it's not about. It's just about all the lives surrounding whoever is the chosen Spider-Man of that dimension. So if it's Miguel, then it has to be tragedy around him. If it's Gwen, it has to be tragedy around her. So
Yeah.
I just forget I mentioned that point, because that
Okay.
I think that all checks out. My actual larger point is more so extending the canon event rules to, well, like, I guess technically the comics, as well as the MCU, both of which are in the Spider-Verse, and both involve characters. I think it's pretty well known now at this point that pretty much well, not pretty much every, but a lot of Marvel movies, Phase 3 and onward, involve characters doing what Miguel would say is like interrupting canon events, traveling to different dimensions, messing with things, changing how things are supposed to go. I can give specific examples if you want, but I think
Yeah,
like we all
examples
know-
would definitely be helpful, because I
Okay,
think
yeah.
the events that are specifically being changed matter, because while Miguel and the rest of them, they're constantly going to different universes. They're very calculated in how they do it. They have to make sure they're not like disrupting a specific event, and as long as they don't do that, then they're fine with going to different universes, because the
And
whole
that
idea
would
is that they're
be-
preserving the events that take place. So I guess, yeah, I would just ask, like, what in particular is like a canon breakage that comes to mind with like the MCU or whatever.
Well, the first one that comes to mind is definitely Avengers Endgame, which I know, even just picking apart the film in and of itself, there are a bunch of issues with it. But specifically regarding like how canon events work, is that so the MCU is one of the universes in the Spider-Verse, and so similar to Miles's Earth and all the other Earths that we see, things need to proceed in a certain order. Certain characters need to die, certain events need to happen. There's kind of, it seems to be that all the universes in Spider-Verse have almost this invisible preset path that it needs to stay on. And every time you do something to disrupt that, bad things happen. And obviously in Endgame, they go back in time, which in that film, Dr. Banner equates time travel with dimension travel, because as soon as you travel back in time, you create a new dimension, basically. They go in there and they stop Loki from dying, and they remove a bunch of Infinity Stones, and they kill that universe's Thanos, and they do just a whole bunch of stuff that I think if Miguel saw them do would give him a brain aneurysm. But none of it seems to be creating any canon events. And though I'm less informed on Marvel Comics, I bet. I hate to say that I bet because I wish I could have just read them and given you a specific example, but I'm fairly certain, I'm like 99% sure that with how long Marvel Comics have been going on and with how crazy they get, that there are a bunch of examples of Spider-Man or other characters in Marvel Comics traveling back in time, traveling to other dimensions, doing what would constitute as breaking canon events, and never are any of the same kind of consequences seen in the MCU or in Marvel Comics or in any other Spider-Man media, except for these 2 Spider-Verse movies. Well, specifically this one Spider-Verse movie.
Okay, so I guess with the Endgame timelines, what would you perceive to be like breaking canon?
Well, I think Loki surviving and Thanos dying would be big issues. Yeah. All in 2012. Yeah. The 2012 versions of these characters, one being meant to, die and not, the other one being meant to live, and he,
does that
kind of plucked out of his
necessarily
universe.
affect the spider bite that would take place? Because that's the important event here that needs to take place in the MCU.
Well, that's already happened. Just like how it's already happened in, like, canon events can happen after the spider bite.
Well, the spider
I
bite would
never-
have happened like a little bit before Civil War, so
Yeah.
that's 2016.
But in all these universes, it's like canon events can be even after the bite has happened. In fact, most of them seem to be after the bite.
Well, yeah, the bite is like the first one. That's the first chapter.
Yeah. And I think these events do really affect. Are we going under the assumption, because there's 2 arguments I could make, but it depends on if we're going under the assumption that, like, the only things that need to happen in each universe of the Spider-Verse are canon events exclusively relate to Spider-Man. Is that what we're saying? That there can be no canon events outside of things that specifically happen to Spider-Man, which seems, personally, I think that seems kind of silly. That gives me the same vibe as, like, the anchor beings in Deadpool and Wolverine, where it's like this entire universe relies on this one person, and once they die, it just collapses. Like, are we gonna say that there's a similar logic in the different universes of the Spider-Verse, where it's like, it's just him, his personal tragedies, his life events?
Yeah, I would say so, because the way Miguel frames it is that there's a chapter in every Spider story every time, and that's what he specifically focused on. Now, if you're saying it's like silly that it only applies to Spider-Man, I mean, it can be silly on its face, like a rule on its face can be silly, but that could still be the reality of their universe. Like, for example, Hammer Space, I would say that's pretty silly on its face within the Spider-Verse movies, where canonically, like, you have this whole infinite dimensional storage vault where you could just store cartoon hammers and stuff like that. But that's still a thing that exists within these movies. Like, it's still reality to them.
I guess out of curiosity then, I'm wondering, when you saw Deadpool and Wolverine, did you have any issues with the anchor being rule? With the idea that it's like, this person is so important that if they die, the entire universe just...
As a concept, I don't really have a problem with it, but I do think there are easier ways they could have explained this to the audience.
Okay. Because I guess this is just on a personal level. I think it's kind of strangely arbitrary and short-sighted to have, like, a vast infinite multiverse, hell, a vast infinite poly-multiverse, as he describes it, and to have all of them be to where it's like this one superhero amongst many superheroes, their life is the only one where if you save someone, like if you went into the MCU and you saved someone's life, like Jensen in Iron Man 1, then it's like, oh, the universe is going to be fine. Even though this person is just as crucial to Iron Man as Uncle Ben is to Peter Parker, if you did that, everything would be fine. But if you saved Uncle Ben, then the entire universe would collapse. I do think there is a problem there that I don't I'm not able to quite word yet, but even so, even if we just go under the assumption that it's like, okay, so it's just what affects Peter Parker's life, I do think that the overall events of the MCU have a profound effect on Peter Parker's life. I think, obviously him getting snapped really affected him. I think Tony's death is, for the MCU's Peter Parker, definitely that's gotta be a canon event. I mean, if you've seen the other Spider-Man movies, you would know. Well, I don't know why I'm saying if. You've definitely seen them. But, so you've seen the other movies. You know how much Iron Man's death affects him. To me, it almost seems like Iron Man is the MCU Peter's Uncle Ben. At the very least, his second Uncle Ben. So there being no Thanos, and just events in general with the Infinity Stones being vastly changed, is going to seriously affect Spider-Man's life. He's never going to fight through the war in space. He's never going to see Tony die like that.
Well, I think
he isn't going to get snapped out of existence.
I think as of now, I think it's fairly ambiguous because, like, there are tragedies throughout, like, Spider-Man media, but I don't think we would say all of them qualify as canon events. For example, if I were to think of something real quick, let's see, because I'm trying to think of something that wasn't implied to be a canon event. You could say that, like, Spider-Man dying within Miles' universe, within his own Spider story, that doesn't count as a canon event. They treated Uncle Aaron's tragedy as the canon event. But, like, that's still an event that happens in Miles' life, and it's still important. I don't think they're trying to say that every single important event would qualify as a canon event. Rather, the shared events that are important, those would qualify as canon events. I might agree with you that Tony Stark would be his version of Uncle Ben, but the thing is that in No Way Home, it seems to me like they're implying that Aunt May is meant to be that version for him, where they kind of like, I guess they make his Spider story much slower, where the whole trilogy is meant to be his origin story, and Aunt May is the death of Uncle Ben equivalent for him. I think that's what they're going for, and I think for that reason Spider-Verse is going to stick with that. So as for Tony Stark, I would just simply say that whether he dies or not is probably not important to his story. Well, I guess, like, you'd have to question, like, well, Mysterio, how would Mysterio get involved? But then again, Mysterio shouldn't exist already for, like, a multitude of reasons in Far From Home. So it's kind of like, I don't know, it feels like kind of, I guess, fruitless to even try to, like, make sense of how that could transpire. Yeah, I don't know. What I'd say is, like, I don't think Tony Stark's death specifically is needed to get Spider-Man to where he needs to get to. There's other ways where Aunt May could die without Tony Stark needing to die in the way that he does. Like the Doctor Strange No Way Home thing, there's ways that could happen even without the events of Endgame. Like Mysterio, he was always going to show up at some point.
Yeah, I think if it's like the shared events thing, that those are what count for canon events, I suppose I can see that. There is dialogue that says, like, there's dialogue that implies it's about how important it is to happen to you. Like when Miles mentions Uncle Ben and Peter B is like, if it weren't for Uncle Ben, most of us wouldn't be here.
Yeah.
So if it's like the shared events, then...
Yeah, I think he says most of us because, for the most part, people are Peter Parker variants, and that's implied when Gwen is just like, hi Peter, hey Peters, and there's not a whole lot of Gwen Stacy's or Miles Morales's, or Miguel O'Hara's, so I think the most common one would be Peter Parker variants, which on a meta level, I think that makes sense, but yeah.
Yeah, I guess even there with like, oh sorry, go on, Spiz.
I was just about to say I need to take a restroom break.
That's all good.
Okay. Yeah, I even think like with shared events there are, and I guess this is kind of touching into my larger criticism that I was going to bring up later, but even with shared events there are a bunch of universes. Like, if we start with the comics, for example, there are universes where Uncle Ben lives, universes
Mhm.
with Peter Parker as Spider-Man, where Uncle Ben's alive. There are universes where Gwen Stacy survives. In fact, one of them is even one of the Sony universes. Gwen Stacy never dies in the Raimi Spider-Man trilogy.
Yeah.
She never even really becomes a major love interest of Peter. And you would say that if, let's say, Miles becoming Spider-Man, that would certainly count as a canon event because it happens so much across media. Yet there are universes where that never happens, where he never gets bit by a spider. And so it's like, is that a violation of canon events? This is why it's like, it's hard for me to accept that, like, on the one hand, canon events are the things that connect different Spider-Men and they need to happen. And if you go outside of them, bad stuff will happen. But B, we are connecting this universe to a larger comic universe, a larger cinematic universe, where you can point out a bunch of examples of these things not happening, even though they are a canon event and they should happen. To me, those come off as very contradictory. How can they both exist at the same time? How can there be a universe where all these canon events are broken? Or I should say a multiverse, many universes. How can there be many universes where these canon events are broken, yet also a rule of this multiverse is that you can't break canon events? Is how I would put it simply.
Yeah, with some of those events that you've brought up, I certainly agree that looking at it from an outside perspective, those canon events likely won't come to be. But with the perspective of the characters that believe in the canon, they would think, well, at some point that could happen. That would be their perspective on the matter. And I guess, like, the question would be, does it make sense? Does the canon event theory itself completely hold up? I would say it doesn't. I think the film is implying that there's something more to this than they understand. So I guess at that point, it would be like, does it make sense for them to believe in the canon or not?
I was thinking about that also. That was initially what kind of like staved away my criticisms about that, because I was like, it is a contradiction, but it just means there's maybe something we don't know. However, I was thinking about it the other day that how long has this Spider Society been going on, would you say? It seems to be pretty
I think a year
vast.
and 4 months, because Miguel, after the events of Into the Spider-Verse, because he was monitoring what was happening in Miles' universe, he said that he had to fix the problem set by the Collider, and we already see him going to Earth 67 when he had his older suit, going to recruit other Spider people. So that implies to me that that's when the recruiting for Spider people must have started, for Spider Society.
Well, I don't know. We only see we do only see him, but he seems to use a portal pretty similar to the ones that the Spider Society uses. I think from how big the city we see is, like, it seems to have gone on for like quite a while. I mean, they're recruiting other people, yeah, but I just assume that because it's an infinite multiverse, surely you would never stop recruiting Spider-Man, right? I mean, Spider-Man would die every day, so you'd have to get new ones, right?
Yeah.
So it's not like they did a round of recruiting and then they're like, all right, this is good. We're good for now. So the Spider Society could technically exist before that scene in Into the Spider-Verse, but he would still need to recruit some more people.
Not necessarily, and the reason for that is because in Into the Spider-Verse, he said this would be the first multiversal jump. So that's him testing the material, or his invention in the first place. It's not like they always had this technology. It was a new thing that he was working on.
That is absolutely insane that whole... It looks like they have an entire planet that's only existed for, like, about a year. That's nuts. Well, that's a discussion for another day, I guess.
Yeah.
I guess I would call into question how they were able to do all that in a year, but I don't know.
I'd say the multiverse is quite large. There's a lot of options they would have, and I think as long as they work diligently throughout the day, it's. I think there's like 200 characters, they said, that's within the Spider Society, at least that we see. A lot of them could be busy as well. But like I think it is very much possible to get like 200 within the span of a year. If you're just diligent about it. I think they also implied that Miguel doesn't really get a whole lot of sleep. He kind of forces himself to stay up.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But with the Spider Society, the thing is that most Spider-Men seem to be pretty smart. They have advanced technology. They're Peter Parkers and Miguel O'Hara's and Miles Morales, which are all pretty smart people. And this society's been going on for about a year. Um, these holes that we're poking into, like just even within this very stream, like these questions about, hey, how come the rules of multiversal travel don't match here with like the MCU, for example, which, Spider Society is aware of? Or, hey, how come these supposedly canon events are broken in this comic universe here, which they're also aware of?
I'm back.
Hello. To catch you up, Spizzard, we're just talking about the Miguel possibly having like maybe hiding some information or being misinformed, and the rest of Spider Society kind of not knowing. So with that point, it's like they're aware of these universes that exist that seem to contradict or break the rules that Miguel is telling them. Now, whether Miguel is telling them all these things, which he seems to be pretty open about, whether he's telling them these things because he is himself misinformed, or maybe he has some nefarious purpose for why he's hiding the actual information, I think given the resources that the Spider Society has access to, they should know that there's something really wrong with it. Like, I kind of, looking back, have a big problem with that. It only seems to be, like, Hobie that has a real problem with all this. And even then, his problem stems from the fact that he's very anti-authority, and he's like, you guys are being kind of Spider-Man fascists about this, in a sense. That seems to be his problem, rather than, wait a second, no, this as you've explained things, this doesn't make sense. So the fact that no one in Spider Society seems to be asking these questions, or seems to realize that there's something deeper going on, these rules don't make sense, there's something maybe Miguel's not telling us, yet we in this call can figure it out, I don't know that I buy that.
Well, I think there's a bit of a difference between the information that we have versus the characters within the universe, because we have like a lot of meta knowledge about Spider-Man and his adaptations and what we would expect from the creators as well, whereas these are just characters in the universe that are experiencing it. So, like, for example, it's mentioned that a captain would have to be lost within people's universes. As I understand, that hasn't happened with Tobey Maguire's version, but from their perspective, they could think, well, maybe that will happen later down the line. But I myself think that's probably not even going to happen, because we're probably not getting any kind of Raimiverse continuation outside of, Spider-Man, potentially getting Raimi for Spider-Man 4. If they still do that, he wants to, or if they imply something like that in Avengers Doomsday or Secret Wars, which I don't think is going to happen, and I don't think Sam Raimi wants to focus on Captain Stacy or the Stacys in general in Spider-Man 4 if he were to make that. I think he would focus more on a sense of finality for his version. So, like, that's just me using my meta-knowledge and intuition of, like, what the creators probably want and what I understand of them, to arrive at the conclusion that they're probably not going to go that route, but the characters in universe wouldn't have that. As far as they know, he could lose his captain somewhere down the line, and they would have to preserve that. I guess my question would be, what questions would they ask to Miguel that Miguel wouldn't have an answer to? Like, we can even treat it as, like, let's say you're one of the spider people, you ask me, Miguel, the question, I give my answer based on what I believe. And at that point, we would see, like, okay, well, what would the spider people have to say to it?
Well, it's funny you say that, SK, because that could potentially transition into one of my biggest issues with this, and that would be the existence of the Insomniac Spider-Man dude.
Okay.
Because if I at least knew about him, if I was lucky enough to be his friend or stuff like that, I would then go up to Miguel and say, hey, Miguel, if Miles Morales is a, I can't believe I'm spacing out the world.
Or actually, Spencer, can I request that we don't quite get to this point yet? I only just mean to say that specific, like, that's that's like a huge point that I definitely want to get into, but there's like a smaller one that I kind of want to focus on for a bit.
Okay.
Sorry, I just know it's. I mean, if it's okay with you, I just don't want to forget. I don't want to like us to go on to the on the Miles talk for so long
Yeah,
and be like,
sure.
okay, but going back to the other thing with the canon events. So, sorry, I feel like an asshole right now. So what you were saying, like what would they ask Miguel? And I'm gonna make this quick. So I think the fact that we have meta knowledge because we have watched these stories and we know about the creation for them. Yes. I think they would also have not meta knowledge, but the same kind of knowledge because to us it's watching stories. To them, they can literally go into these dimensions and they can monitor these dimensions. So the fact that there are like universes in the comics where, like for example, Captain Stacy, right? There are several universes in Marvel Comics where Captain Stacy doesn't die, he retires from the police force. He no longer becomes a captain and he just kind of lives a normal life.
Yeah.
That happens a bunch of times. Or similarly, it's like, even if you look at the Sam Raimi universe, if Captain Spacey were to die, it's not just about the fact that those characters die, it's also about how they die. Gwen Stacy never became Spider-Man's girlfriend in the Sam Raimi universe. He fell in love with MJ. And so Captain Stacy dying wouldn't really be the canon event of him dying that would matter. Captain Stacy needs to die when either Gwen is Spider-Man because it's her dad, or when Peter is in love with Gwen, because that directly affects him then. And also the issue with Aunt May. Aunt May dies in a bunch of Spider-Man stories, and it becomes very important to his development as Spider-Man. I mean, there's the MCU, there's the Insomniac Spider-Man games, which we're gonna get to, but it doesn't happen in most universes. Or actually, I guess I don't know if I would say most, but definitely in a lot. Aunt May lives until old age, I guess, and her death doesn't become his second Uncle Ben. So what I'm saying is that they would know all this. They would know this because they're able to go to these dimensions and see that these canon events are not happening. And if they are happening, it's way too late and in a way that doesn't really like make for the canon event. So why is it that, I guess the question I think they would ask Miguel is like, what's up with this? Why does this happen? Why does this seem to contradict the rules that you're telling us about canon events?
Yeah, I would say one of the first things to address is that Miguel doesn't say it always happens, like once there's just a mere canon breakage. He implies that there's a scale that matters that's not necessarily easy for them to predict. The line of dialogue that supports this is when he says, if you break enough canon, save enough captains, then we could lose everything. So he implies that like you have to do this again and again, and they can't exactly predict how many times you're allowed to do that. From Miguel's perspective, he did it once, and it caused like something huge. Could it be possible that more than one could be broken? Sure, Miles's universe would be evidence of that, but it's not exactly predictable. And if they did do that, they'd be taking a huge risk, like a huge gamble for the entire universe. And that's not necessarily a gamble that he thinks that they can afford to do. Because if they're wrong about it and they try to save someone, then that would not only come at the cost of everybody there, but that would include the person they're trying to save to begin with.
When he was saying if you break enough canon, if you save enough captains, we could lose everything, I thought he was talking about in terms of like the multiverse scale, because when you like break canon in one universe, that, removes that universe from the equation, and if you keep doing it, you could lose the entire Spider-Verse, as I assumed what he's saying. And that's why he's so scared of the Spot, because the Spot can do that. The Spot can just like break every canon in every universe if he runs rampant enough.
Yeah.
But what you're saying is that it's like you technically you can break canon, but it's like a gamble. Like
Yeah,
canon
it's
can be
essentially a
broken
gamble.
and it won't have any effect, but then canon can be broken sometimes and it will, destroy the universe.
Yeah, like essentially, because I think the first part of his statement is very much referring to, if you break enough canon, that's just a general statement. And then him saying save enough captains, he's implying if you keep doing this across universes, then you're basically destroying every world in doing so.
Yeah.
If that becomes the practice for them.
So I don't think then that there's like any dialogue that says you can sometimes break canon, but it's okay.
Well,
Like-
Miguel does say if we're lucky, we can stop it. We don't always get lucky, which to me implies that there are times where yes, they can survive despite breaking canon, but that is a gamble.
Well, what he means by like if we can stop it, I think he's talking about because when the canon events he's talking about is when someone like almost from another universe or using knowledge from another universe to like stop what naturally was going to happen. The idea being that those canon events are the natural occurrences of what will happen. My argument isn't that like, well, why is it that like if Miles were to like how Miles learns about his father's death in an unnatural way, and if he went to go save him, it would break canon. I guess I can kind of accept that, but what I don't accept is like, well then how come naturally speaking these canon events can be broken, but they're not really broken, they just don't happen. Like Aunt May surviving, Captain Stacy surviving, Uncle Ben surviving, all these like examples of them happening isn't like someone stopping it from happening, it just doesn't happen. These things don't happen in so many universes. So why is it that they are canon events?
Yeah, I mean, that's something you can definitely say is like that's something that could happen later down the line because they don't know what's going to happen in the future. Like that's fairly ambiguous to them. But as far as like characters like, I think you mentioned Aunt May dying, whether it be through tragedy or through just old age, right?
Right.
Yeah, I don't think they implied that Aunt May specifically dying is a canon event. I know Uncle Ben's death is a canon event, and I know in the MCU, it's definitely, like, in the context of that universe, Aunt May dying is a canon event, but that's because, like, that's one of the first major tragedies that transforms Peter into becoming Spider-Man. So I don't think, like, for example, Aunt May in the Insomniac games, I don't think her death is meant to be a canon event. Aunt May with dying in Peter B's universe, I don't think that's meant to be a canon event either. So I guess maybe this is a good time for us to clarify what specifically are canon events and what we can really go by. What I think is confirmed, let me just pull up the movie just so I'm sure, because I know they list quite a bit. I'll show it on stream because why not?
Yeah.
Hey, SK, I'm just curious. If Peter Parker lost Uncle Ben in the MCU, like he lost Uncle Ben in the MCU, and then Aunt May, which would you consider closer to be a canon event in that universe?
What would I consider to be close to a canon event? If they both died, I would say it's Uncle Ben. But
Okay,
I
'cause-
think they were originally going for that, but it looks like that changed with No Way Home. So at that point, it's like, I think the reasonable assumption we make now is that she would be the Uncle Ben equivalent. It matches what the creators are going for and how the movie seems to be framing the tragedy, when Toby's like, maybe she didn't die for nothing, Peter. And that's how they all connect. I would just say, like, while I think it's messy how the MCU has done it, that is the way we have to go by. But yeah, while we're on the scene, I just want to make... Oh, sorry, did you have a thought?
I just kind of want to push back a little bit on the Aunt May not being a canon event thing, because I don't think that, like, Uncle Ben is the example that we've given the most, but it's never said that, like, the canon event is, like, it has to be the thing that makes you Spider-Man, because, I mean, all these things, Uncle Ben, Tony Stark, Aunt May, all of them dying, only, I guess you could argue Uncle Ben is the thing that made him Spider-Man, but these other ones can still be canon events if they affect him. Like, Captain Stacy dying doesn't make Spider-Man Spider-Man. He was Spider-Man before he died. And
No, I
similarly
agree
with
with that. I
Miles is
agree with that.
Spider-Man before his dad dies. Well, in some universes, this is again why it gets really confusing. But
You know,
so it's
I
like,
agree with what you're saying. What I'm essentially saying is that not every event, not every tragedy is, while it's not always going to be like Uncle Ben related, I think if we're to accept Aunt May's in the MCU's as a canon event, it would be because that she serves as the MCU's Uncle Ben. That's like a explicit statement from the writers, so
well, I would disagree a little bit there because Aunt May dies in many universes. Like, not just the two that we mentioned before, but also there are several comic universes where Aunt May dies, and it, like,
no, yeah.
I,
What I'm
I
saying
think,
is that it's akin to, like, let's say Gwen losing Peter, and that motivates her to save everybody else, or Gwen losing, or not Gwen, sorry, or Miles losing Uncle Aaron, and that's what transforms him into becoming Spider-Man. I would say like the Aunt May is the equivalent of that in that situation.
in that universe, I would agree. But
Yeah.
speaking on like the broader multiverse, I think it's fair to say with like what the film has said that canon events have to kind of fall under these two criteria. It has to be shared amongst the different universes, and it has to be an important event in Spider-Man's life. And I think Aunt May's death fulfills both of those because it is a shared event in many different universes where Peter Parker is Spider-Man, and it goes without saying it's a very important event in his life that affects the kind of Spider-Man that he is. So
Well, they're talking about
I
specific
don't
events.
see why
We can look at the
I just
list
don't see
of
why
them
it
real
wouldn't be a
quick.
canon
That's
event.
why. Well, that's why I wanted to look at the list real quick.
Yeah.
So we have the spider accident that transforms him.
Right.
That's clearly happened for everybody. Skipping ahead.
Well, not everyone.
What do you
Because
mean, not everyone?
well, Spider Ham gets bit by a pig, and then
Oh, yeah,
Spider
but, like-
Noir gets bitten by like a mutated human, like a half spider, half human.
No,
mutant
yeah,
figure.
I agree. What I mean more so is that there's like a spider-related accident.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. So there's the upside down kiss from like Spider-Man 1, which we see with other versions. This seems pretty vague to me. I'm just assuming that this is referring to Spider-Man finding a love interest. I
Sorry,
don't
where is
think-
this? Where's this list from?
I'm just pulling them up from the visuals. I could send it right here. I could send it as
Oh,
I go along. I'm just showing it on stream.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so the
Thank
spider
you.
stuff is back there. The next one you're about to see is Venom, which I don't think they've specifically... I don't think there's anything indicating that Venom hasn't existed in any of these universes, or the symbiote can't exist at any point. Seems to me like most versions have had their kind of symbiote.
Most, but not all. It
Yeah.
seems.
Just skipping to the rest. This is like the Uncle Ben equivalent tragedy. Is that the Unlimited suit? Oh, that's weird. I guess that's a variant where he always had the Unlimited suit. That's weird because he never had that until later. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, so this is the like Uncle Ben equivalent where they're showing all the bodies for the first time. Obviously, they're not all like literally Uncle Ben, but well, this one looks like Aunt May. Interesting. It looks like the Aunt May model.
Oh, that makes things confusing.
Yeah, no, I could send it if I mean maybe
But
it's not. It just
I would
looks like
appreciate
it
it,
to me.
yeah.
I'll put it in the chat. Come on.
But surely
There we go.
these things that we're seeing, these are glimpses into like these are examples of them, but it's not. Oh yeah, that's got to be Aunt May. That's
Yeah,
not
it
Uncle Ben.
looks like it. It looks like they reused that model.
I don't think
obviously
that. Obviously, there are going to be some canon events outside of what we see here.
Yeah, but I think like this one is meant to be like the conception of the Spider-Man that solidifies who they are.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing is that in a lot of universes, Spider-Man is Spider-Man, even if he doesn't like in the comics there are several universes where he never gets the black suit, but he's still Spider-Man. There are comics where Aunt May dies and it becomes a solidifying moment for the kind of Spider-Man that he is. There are some where she doesn't. And in this vast, infinite multiverse, we're just picking out the examples that we see or that we know about. But if there are many examples of each of these scenarios and it exists in like an infinite multiverse, which the Spider-Verse is infinite, I believe. Yes?
It should be, because Doctor Strange says in the multiverse there are an infinite amount of people who know Peter Parker is Spider-Man.
Yeah, and so there would, all these examples we're thinking of, I mean, technically speaking, there would be an infinite number of them. So there would be like an infinite number of universes where Aunt May dies, an infinite number of ones where she doesn't die, an infinite number of ones where Uncle Ben doesn't die. And so that's why it seems almost like, it seems contradictory and really arbitrary that it's like these canon events are canon events because they happen in some universes, not all of them, not even technically most of them if we're looking at like the vast infinite multiverse, just because it happens in some of them. But sometimes it doesn't have to happen, sometimes it does, and if you try to stop it, it'll, you know, end the entire universe. It just doesn't seem to add up to me. And that's not inherently a problem in and of itself. I'm fine with the idea that, you know, there's something we're missing. We don't have all the pieces and maybe Miguel's hiding something. I'm totally cool with that idea. I do just have a problem, though, that it seems like all these versions of Spider-Man and Spider-Woman seem so, like, sure of it and so okay with it. I don't see why they would go along with this, and I don't see why they would believe it. I don't see why there wouldn't be more resistance, more holes being poked into Miguel's story here.
Well, like, the reason I wanted to, like, kind of go through that exercise where we would kind of, like, imagine a scenario where, they're being questioned on this is because, like, you mentioned some instances, like, some canon events that don't exactly line up, like, you brought up the Aunt May examples, and the reason I'm trying to go through all of, like, the canon event examples that we have, is to, like, explain, like, why that wouldn't be considered a canon event, like, what's confirmed to be canon events in the first place. And as far as we understand, the results seem consistent across the board. Like, all of these are things that either they have gone through or hypothetically could later down the line, which would explain why it's not present within these universes. But yeah, I showed the captain. Let me skip ahead because, you know, they have all their captains. Skip. They show quite a few of them. One of them shows Spider-Man No More, and I don't necessarily think that's like something we shouldn't expect, because I feel like it's just, I don't know, it's kind of natural that at some point it's going to become like very taxing to someone and they end up like not being Spider-Man. I could believe that all of them went through Spider-Man No More at some point. Let's see, we have If This Be My Destiny. Now, I would imagine this goes a bit deeper for some. Well, there could be varying degrees to which how deep this goes for the characters, but what I think this is meant to imply is that it was an inspiring moment for them where they overcame a huge obstacle akin to that of Amazing Spider-Man 33, where he does like overcome an obstacle and gets inspired to fight for his aunt who's currently dying of an illness because of Doc Ock's plan. I don't think that's really you know, that would be a common thing to expect for Spider People. Spider People getting married, I mean, that would just kind of align with like what would happen later down the line when they have a love interest. I don't. Oh yeah, I should probably share this image so you can follow along. My bad. There we go. I sent it in the chat so you can look at it. But yeah, I would imagine that's probably going to be true for most, as long as they just find someone. The last one, it's hard to see, but that appears to be Kraven's Last Hunt, but done for Gwen Stacy. And that would imply, like, I guess somebody hunted them down and they were, like, breaking out of a tombstone. I don't think that's necessarily impossible to have happened. I guess the only one you could really say is the Insomniac universe, because Kraven is dead and Spider-Man was never buried that way. But then again, like, as far as we know, this could be a different villain that's doing this in Gwen's universe, so if that's the case, maybe it happens with a different villain for the Insomniac universe. I don't know. All I would simply say is that I don't think this necessarily means this couldn't happen in any different universes. And I think that's all they show as far as canon events. But the point I'm making is that, like, with each of these events, I feel like anytime you question, well, why hasn't this happened? You could argue, well, this could happen later down the line. And a lot of these events do seem to be taking place anyway. There's nothing stating that they wouldn't or even haven't taken place already. So yeah, I guess the question would be like, what would be the inherent flaws that would stand out to these spider people that this is clearly not true?
Well, should I get to the point now, Blebo?
Well, I know where that point would lead, and I think we should get to it after like the other smaller arguments are made, because I do think there are still some other arguments we can make like against that idea. It's, for one thing, as I've been seeing these examples, I've been like, for the ones that I'm not familiar with, I've been looking to see if like there are universes in Marvel Comics where, you know, these things don't happen. And I think that the question, what was your question again about, like, what would they ask Miguel, or what would be like the holes in the logic?
Essentially, like, just imagine you put yourselves in the shoes of, like, I don't know, Gwen Stacy. Like, what is a question that she would ask to Miguel that Miguel wouldn't have a clear answer to, or at least not a satisfying answer, and that would then cause her to, like, not trust what he has to say about the canon. And the reason I'm suggesting that is because I feel like whatever pushback they're gonna have, Miguel always has an answer. He seems to be the expert here who understands all of this, and because of how not clear of a solution there is to the canon events, it seems to me like there's no, I guess, strong reason they have to believe it's safe to go against Miguel's canon. They would see it as too great of a risk, and the data that Miguel has would be enough to at least imply that there's credence to what he's saying.
Would it not be like great reason to doubt this, just the mere fact that there are so many universes where all of these things don't happen?
Not necessarily,
like
because like I said, it could happen later down the line. For some of them, I'm not even sure we can say they didn't happen, but even if they didn't, they could happen at some point. Even for like Pav's universe, right? We can say, well, the Captain death, that didn't happen for him, but it's like, well, yeah, it didn't happen for him yet. So I guess the question would be like, you know, how do we know it's not going to happen for different universes?
Okay. In that case, Spizzer, you can go ahead and
Real
I know
quick
what
as
it is you
well,
wanna
I think
bring
it
up.
might be helpful just as information. But Miguel is actually able to like forecast these events in an accurate way. For example, like he in Mumbattan, Gwen sees an indicator saying markers are indicating an incoming canon event. So they're able to know that something like this is probable to take place. And on top of that, their same forecasting models tell them that it's going to happen to Miles's father, and that aligns with what Miles sees, because we know in the Into the Spider-Verse, there's a way you can actually see or sense what happens in the future through your spider sense or through the collider. And Miles experienced both at the same time, and he saw a vision of the Spot killing his father, and that aligns with what Miguel sees, or not what he sees, what Miguel states is going to happen according to his model. So there is like a degree of which he actually can predict what's going to happen with his technology.
Yeah, I do like from this first glance though, it does. I would really like to know how he's able to predict it, because right now it seems like, again, just like very arbitrary, because there are so many examples of these things being broken. It's like, how is he able to differentiate when a universe is like, this canon event needs to happen versus, oh, it doesn't need to happen for this one? And also it's like, I guess just I'm disappointed then at the reasoning for why they explain canon events as happening. The way Miguel seems to explain it is that, like, if these universes seem to be on some kind of preset path, Spider-Man is a fundamental part of that, and Spider-Man needs to be, well, Spider-Man in order to do that properly. But if these canon events can or cannot happen, or happen in such vastly different ways, or way later on in life, and the universe doesn't suffer any consequences, then technically speaking, they don't need to happen. Like,
Wait,
Gwen
I'm
Stacy doesn't
confused.
need. So,
What
okay,
exactly are you
so
saying?
what I mean is that, like, you remember how I brought up earlier that there are all these, comic universes or comic film video game universes where it's like Aunt May doesn't die, or Uncle Ben doesn't die, or Gwen Stacy. Even if we accept that, like, these things can technically still happen in these universes, just after what we see, like much later, or in a different way, then technically speaking, they didn't need to die then, and when they did and how they did, in order to, like, make Spider-Man Spider-Man, and in order to have this universe do what it, go on the set path that it needs to go on, right?
So I
'Cause
guess
if
what
it can-
you're getting at, just so I'm clear, is that the canon events aren't locked into specific like times as to when they have to happen.
What I'm sort of getting at is how, like, Miguel and Peter B. Parker, actually I think specifically Peter B. Parker, he explains that, yeah, these things are canon events because they have to happen, because many of us wouldn't be here if it weren't for Uncle Ben. And I assume that extends out to the other kind of canon events, like the symbiote, or him getting married, or Spider-Man No More. But the thing is, these things don't happen, and it doesn't seem to affect the Spider-Man from these universes. And by don't happen, I of course know that, like, it could still happen. Like, if you pick any one of these universes, you can go, well, Aunt May they might have died after the last issue of this comic run, or something like that. But in all of these examples, Spider-Man is still Spider-Man. So they didn't need to happen.
I think what Peter B. Parker means when he says that is that without Uncle Ben's death, none of them would have been motivated to do good the way that they do. And if that's the case, then they wouldn't be out there saving lives, saving the city, saving the world. And, the world would be the worse off for it if that didn't
Like, maybe
happen.
it needed to happen to those particular versions. Like
Yeah, that's kind of
the
angle
Peter
he's
Parkers
going for.
who had their Uncle Ben died, those are the ones who they needed that extra motivation, but that doesn't mean there aren't universes where Peter didn't need that, and so it wouldn't be canon events in those.
Yeah,
I can see that.
I think it's a separate moral argument that Peter was trying to make. But yeah, like, if we're looking at this on a level of, like, these events need to take place in order for the Spider-Man to continue, I think that's all just based on the understanding of canon, that for the existence of the multiverse or their worlds, they would have to allow these events to take place, something that they don't have a clear solution for. And I think, like,
Okay.
just a relevant bit of context as well, it's not exactly like they just given up on trying to find a solution. Miguel is also, like, his Spider Society, they have access to technology that's able to counteract, like, the spot hole that shows up, the black hole that shows up. And what that implies to me is that these breaks in reality, that he's developing technology that's able to counter these issues, so that there is a way where maybe one day the technology is so good that it can actually prevent these canon events from blowing up the way that they do, but also they get to save the people that would be victims of it. So I do think that there is, like, a longer term intention to do both, to save both, but they just can't do it now. They can't afford it now. And I think that's another reason they'd be willing to, work with Miguel and believe in what he has to offer. It's like he's at least trying to find a solution. He just doesn't think that now is the appropriate or safe time to do so.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. Yeah, and I still do. I personally do have a similar issue to, like, the the Anchor Beings one, where it's like, why is it that this one person is the only person in the entire universe who needs to have the people around them die and stuff? Why is it that, things need to proceed in a certain order, you know? I still don't like that, but that's just like that's a personal thing. I think it's now's like a good time, since we're still on this topic, for Spizzard to bring up the thing.
Yeah, go for
Hang on, I'm eating a quesadilla. Give me a second.
it.
All right, no worries.
All good.
But like to kind of I so that I know I understand your point. It's that how can I
Alright, I'm
word this
ready.
right? Or there, go ahead, Spizzard.
So we have. This comes back to the issue of what questions could a Spider-Man ask, and I was implying that I was a Spider-Man that was lucky enough to meet Insomniac Spider-Man.
Mm-hmm.
I would ask Miguel, "Hey Miguel, if Miles Morales is the original
Anomaly.
what's the word? What's the word it
Anomaly.
says? If Miles Morales is the original anomaly, is the Miles Morales in Insomniac Spider-Man's universe an anomaly too?
Or the comic universes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was my second biggest problem with the movie. I think for both of us, right?
I think that one was actually an even bigger problem for me. Yeah.
I mean, that's totally fair, because like one of my favorite things about the film when I first watched it was that it's like I do actually like the idea that for the Spider-Verse, for these movies, Miles was never meant to be Spider-Man. That it's an anomaly, and it isn't supposed to happen, and it's unnatural, but even still, he chooses to be the best Spider-Man that he can be. I think that's great.
Yeah.
However, Miles Morales is not an anomaly. Miles Morales is meant to be Spider-Man. There is no way in hell that Miles becoming Spider-Man is not a canon event. It happens so many times. And as Spizzard just said, Insomniac Spider-Man is right there. He lives in a universe where Miles becomes Spider-Man, and he mentors him.
Yeah,
So,
and it's
like-
not a small thing either. He plays a major role in that.
Oh yeah.
game. And even if the issues also stems that even if Miguel is wrong about Miles being an anomaly and such like that, it's still very weird that that at least not a single Spider-Man questions that with the existence of Insomniac Spider-Man.
Yeah, because they know it's implied that they know why Miles can't join the Spider Society, because like, you know, they're always like, oh, you know why he can't. So they're all aware for Miguel's reason. It's like, oh, because he's not supposed to be Spider-Man. But then there should be a lot of pushback to that. Like, no, wait a second, why can't he? I mean, Miles is meant to be Spider-Man. That's a canon event if I've ever seen one. It's meant to happen. And in fact, why aren't the other Mileses here? Why don't we see any version of Miles Morales? We see obscure versions of Spider-Man that most of the audiences have never even heard of. But we don't see Miles Morales or any live-action Spider-Man for that part. But that's a whole different discussion.
Yep.
But yeah, the whole like Miles being an anomaly thing, it just doesn't make sense to me.
Okay. So what I'd say is the reasoning for why Miles is an anomaly in the first place isn't necessarily about him being like a different Spider-Man or being Miles Morales specifically. I could actually pull up the dialogue just to be sure across Spider-Verse script, because I believe Miguel specifically mentions why he sees him as an anomaly. Original there we go. So, everywhere you go, you're an anomaly, you're the original anomaly. Now, the reason he states is that the spider that gave you your powers wasn't from your dimension, it was never supposed to bite you. There's a world out there with no Spider-Man to protect them because it bit you instead. You're not supposed to be Spider-Man. So that's the reason for why he's the original anomaly. He's not supposed to be Spider-Man in the first place because it's a different spider entirely that bit him. It was actually meant to bite someone else, and because of that universe doesn't have a Spider-Man anymore. And that wouldn't be applicable to the Insomniac version, because in the Insomniac version, that's a spider that was being developed within the Insomniac universe. So that's not really violating who's supposed to be Spider-Man.
Well, I mean, it shouldn't be. He should still be meant to be Spider-Man. That's my issue. Is that like, yeah, the means in which he became Spider-Man were very unnatural, but Miles Morales should still be meant to be Spider-Man. So like his comment about how like you're not supposed to be him, I think thematically works really well, but it doesn't work like within this universe because according to the multiverse, Miles Morales is meant to be Spider-Man, and there should be like technically there should be other Mileses there to kind of push back on that point, but they're just not there for some reason.
Well, I don't think there's no other versions of Miles that exist. Actually, I want to check something in the movie real quick. I think they might show his comic origin as well. Let me just check. I could be misremembering. Skip. Alright, back. Okay, yeah, I think that's Miles' spider bite. I'll just double check as well. I'll send the image in the chat and I'll just look it up real quick. Miles Morales spider bite comics. Yeah, I'm correct. So yeah, the spider bite from the comics, let me just send it in the chat. That's what it looks like, and that's what it is seen in the movie, which is actually the original 1610 Ultimate Universe in the comics, but that is Miles they're using as an example as of like, you know, someone who was meant to be Spider-Man. This is an actual canon event.
Shit.
So yeah, I wouldn't say that they're implying that there's no Mileses that exist, or he wouldn't be willing to let any version of Miles onto the team. I do think like if they're not on the team, it's just simply possible that they just don't agree with Miguel's methods. I would say that's probably the reason that Toby, Andrew, and Tom aren't in Spider Society. Well, for Tom's case, I think he's just mad at Tom because he was an idiot in No Way Home, which he implies at the beginning. With Toby and Andrew, they just simply wouldn't agree with what he's putting forth because they directly took part in changing the villains in Spider-Man No Way Home, and they were against Doctor Strange, who was the one that was trying to argue that it has to be this way, and Doctor Strange seemingly conceded that that you can give them a second chance. It is okay to change their destiny. So I think like just based purely on their experience, they wouldn't believe what Miguel is putting forth. But yeah, as for why Miles is the anomaly, I think they made it pretty clear that it's because the spider wasn't supposed to bite him. It was supposed to be for someone else.
Okay, so it's not that like it's not because it's Miles. It's just that reason. Okay.
Yeah.
I suppose. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, Spizzer, do you have any?
No, I did
you have
not
any thoughts
realize
on
that. I did not realize that one bite image was.
I didn't notice it either. That's cool.
It's a deep
That's how
cut.
you. Yeah, that's how you do an Easter egg thing done right though, because yeah, that one image actually fixes everything about the Insomniac Spider-Man criticism.
Yeah. Well, shit.
Well, still, we do have
One minor
smaller
detail
issues,
changes
but-
everything.
It does. That's kind of cool, actually.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess I'm
We had
willing to
this-
raise the.
Sorry. go
Yeah,
on.
I'm willing to raise the film from a 5 to a 7.
Oh, let's go.
I still have some smaller issues with it, nitpicky stuff.
Yeah, actually,
Right.
this fixes a pretty. I've also got some other issues with the film, but like the one we mentioned earlier about the multiversal rules and the Miles Morales issue especially were the two biggest ones.
Mhm.
And we had this whole. I mean, it was a whole rabbit hole me and Spizzard went down about like the Miles Morales thing, and to have it all kind of undone by this one image is it's
Holy
amazing
shit.
and infuriating.
Well, yeah, a little bit inferior. I mean, hey, I'm sure we'll have one accurate criticism. I'm sure we could.
Well, I mean,
Get one
like,
point out of
I do
this.
have some criticisms of my own of the movie, if we want to, like, get into that at some point.
Well, is one of them how the hell Miles managed to uh activate the go home machine?
No, I'm fine with that. If
Uh,
we want to get into like the Miles Morales chase, we can.
I do.
well,
I do have some problems with that chase, but I mean, at this point, I'm willing to say that like now with this big issue gone and some of the other ones being like, oh, okay, I can kind of see. I'm willing to say that I'm convinced this is a good movie. I wasn't
Awesome.
sure if it was good or bad going into it, but this conversation has convinced me. Regardless of the score I'd give it, it's solid.
Awesome. Yeah.
I will say I still have some issues with the movie, but they could be
Same.
argued as a bit subjective or like they're. Hang on.
Well, suppose I'm surprised you didn't
There's.
bring up the Insomniac thing. You
I
remember?
did bring.
No,
Well,
the like with him being called Insomniac Spider-Man.
Well, yeah, that's a bit weird. Like, I will say, I do feel like the film could get too meta from time to time, but like that's a feeling. You know, can't really
Well,
trust
Insomniac.
it.
As I recall, I think they showed like the Earth name for him. Maybe they did show like the actual Insomniac. I'm actually curious
They did.
if they did, because I know
yeah,
they put it in like the
his
credits.
he is actually called like in universe. He is called. There's like a thing over his name that says Insomniac Spider-Man.
Yeah.
See,
So it's
Insomniac Spider-Man of Earth, 1048. Yeah, no, I see it. I think what that's really meant as, that's not really meant as what they call him in universe. Unless he is just a straight up Insomniac and they call him that for that reason. Maybe that's the reason. But I think what the box thing, like typically in comics, usually that's meant to represent like the meta, like the kind of like the narrative like speaking to you, less so like the actual characters in universe. Maybe I'll have to pull a comic panel to like to substantiate this, but typically that's meant to like talk to the audience. That's not necessarily the characters in universe. I actually found one right here.
Let me see.
Let me find it. Whoops,
that's not in universe.
not what I meant.
Because
There we go.
the little digital lady says this is a video game guy, and then that.
Oh
text
yeah, no,
pops
no,
up.
I get that, but she meant to point to the what is it? The green guy that's there. She meant to point at him, but she accidentally like glitched and pointed at the Insomniac version, and that was their way of kind of slipping in the joke, and that's why he's like, "Wait, you talking about me?"
Oh, I thought she was pointing at him. Okay.
No. Yeah, she, you see that she points at the green guy. She just like made a mistake.
Okay.
That
So it's
happened
not.
to actually fit for the meta joke. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, like what I sent here is like, so accidentally absorbing a fantastic amount of radioactivity, the dying insect. Like that's just for the audience. That's like no one's saying that to us.
Okay.
Okay. So
Yeah.
it's non-diegetic then. Okay.
Yeah.
Makes more sense.
But you think Miles working the go home machine is fine?
Yeah, I think it's fine enough because I feel like if you are gonna design something like a go home machine, there's a level to which it like should be intuitive to a user. And I feel like there would be like a decent amount of labels or whatever for the buttons for him to work with. And Miles does have experience working with multiverse tech in Into the Spider-Verse at the end, which is what he uses to send them all back. And Miles is pretty smart, so I think it's reasonable that he's able to at least piece together a basic idea of how to use it. And to be clear, he doesn't actually use the machine correctly because he ends up scanning the wrong element of his DNA, which sends him to Earth 42, and it doesn't even send him back safely. There's no safe way it sends him back. Like, it just blasts him against the wall.
I do think it is still a problem though. Like I hear what you're saying. I do think it's a pretty big secure. I mean, from what we see, from what we see of it, it looks like a pretty complex, machine, which makes sense. There are like a bunch of unlabeled buttons and touch screens, which like from a layman's point of view don't seem to like do anything. But if you know how to use it, then But I think that makes sense because it's an incredibly important machine that the Spider Society needs to keep a tight control over. I mean, if the machine was so obvious that anyone could use it, then like, what would happen if a supervillain broke out? Then they could just operate the way home machine themselves. So I think it kind of, you know, makes for a pretty big security risk if it is like, dummy proof. But I don't think it is from what we see of it. It seems
Well,
pretty complex, and it seems like the who's the girl who operates it?
Spider Bite.
Spider-Bite seems to be like the person trained to do that. Like she's the technician for the machine, which makes sense. What doesn't really make sense to me though is how Miles is able to, even if he operates it incorrectly, how he uses it at all.
Okay.
I
never
originally-
touched
Let
it
me
before.
let me just drop an image real quick because we can't exactly see it up close, but I do think it's meant to imply that there's clear labels as to how this operates. And I think like you're right. You don't want to make it like too easy for someone to use because that would be a glaring security risk. But there also needs to be a degree to which it's like understandable to a user, right? If you're gonna have like a bunch of keys on on a computer, there needs to be
Well,
like
yeah,
at least ways to distinguish it. If we just go by memory, like you can easily just make very serious mistakes. So
To
there
a
needs to
trained
be like
user,
some
yeah.
there needs to be like a level of like, intuitive design in how it works. But yeah,
I
like,
agree.
I'm not saying like it's completely dummy proof. What I'm saying is that Miles is trying his best to understand the machine, and because Miles is very smart himself and he's very resourceful, I feel like that's something he's able to figure out. He's able to think quick on his feet. That's a consistent trait for his character.
In this very image, I do not see clear labeling. I'm sorry. The only words I can even read on here is location locked, but how
Well,
she got there, I don't even know.
Well, the reason we can't see the labels is because like we don't have a great visual of it, like it's not up close. But if you look closely at like the buttons, maybe I should screenshot it a bit closer. Give me a moment.
Even if the buttons, like, you look at them a bit closer and they have pretty clear labeling, I think that, like, there's a difference between having intuitive design and being so intuitive that someone who's never touched it before can operate it. Because, like, an MRI machine has intuitive design. There's clear labeling for the buttons and the keys and the screen and everything, but you have to, like, become a technician for that machine. You have to train how to use it in order to use it. But once you've gone through the training, it's pretty intuitive, because like, oh, well, I know the basics of how this thing works. To me, it doesn't make sense if this machine operates in any other way. Because the reason why an MRI machine in the real world is complex and requires training is because, well, it's a complex piece of machinery and like not everyone should be using an MRI. Doctors should be using an MRI or nurse practitioners. And this machine is no different. Not anyone should be using this machine. There should be trained individuals who can operate this machine so that the Spider Society has pretty tight control over this thing, because it is a potentially catastrophic device that can send people to like any universe. So I really don't like that Miles can just use it.
I mean, I don't know if this will
originally-
help or exactly hurt the believability. But like I was just curious to look into like what the MRI scanner machine, whatever, what that looks like. Here's an example that I've seen. Now, I'm not saying I would know how to use this thing, but there are like buttons there, there's symbols, there's text to it, like, start scan, pause scan, stop move, move to scan. Like there's some buttons here that's like, I think if someone has some understanding of what they're working with, even if they're not fully trained, they can use it to some capacity. And I think the same would extend to Miles, because he at least does have experience working with this technology in Into the Spider-Verse, and he seemed like he was able to catch on to that. If I like pull up the scene right now, I'm taking a look at it on the stream. Let me just make sure I don't play too much for copyright. Skip. Yeah, I'll copy the image. But it seems to me like there's some labels that Miles is working off of. It's fairly intuitive enough for him to understand it on a basic level. And if he does make a mistake, I think they would have noticed it pretty easily. So it seems like he's using it correctly.
That looks like it's in a different language. And also that previous machine with the buttons, or the previous screenshot with the buttons, what do those even say?
Um,
Well,
wait,
I mean,
which previous one?
The one with like the control panel with like the red lights. I
Oh
like I
yeah,
can't
I don't know
to,
exactly
to,
what
to
it
be
says.
I don't see any English words on this or Spanish
well,
words.
to,
Like
to be frank, Blebo, in SK's defense, don't worry, I'm only switching sides for a moment, but like
traitor.
for like
Traitor.
like it happens in meters, uh, media and stories all the time. They're blurred because like they're not made for the audience to read. They're just made for the characters within the universe to read. This happens in stories and such all the time. They just need to show that there are words there. They don't need to be
I
like
see what you mean.
the image at the very like the other image with the different languages. Yeah, that I do question that a little bit myself. But in the image of the panel that's right of Spider Bite, like yeah, I don't think I'm willing to give Bennett the doubt that that could be English words on there, and the only reason why they don't look like such is because they're not meant for us, the audience, to read, as much as we're supposed to know that they exist right there.
Well, I still like all these images and clips that we're seeing. This is, I think it's a really complex machine. Like this is not just anyone, even someone who's like kind of interested in Miles. It seems he wants to go to school for like different dimensional travel studies and all that. That does not mean in the slightest that a completely new, basically alien piece of technology that's more advanced than pretty much like anything he's seen in his life, he would be able to just glance at and damn near instantly be like, okay, I know how to do this. This is how you open it up and travel this universe. It just doesn't make sense. All these images are revealing a very complex machine. And even if these images revealed the machine to be simple to where, anyone with even a passing knowledge of multiverse stuff can operate it, I think that would just be a different problem in and of itself. I don't think the Spider Society should or would make a machine like that so easy to use. But also, I just don't think they've made it easy to use. This does not look like you can just pick it up at any point.
Well,
Look at the
I mean, I
size of
certainly
that control
agree
panel.
that like the common person wouldn't be able to handle something like this. I think like Miles being as intelligent as he is doing the heavy lifting as to how he's able to figure it out on the spot.
He's a smart kid, but how would he be able to figure out how to operate this on the spot? Like
Well,
being
Well, I think,
smart is not just like the universal problem solving thing,
Well, for
It's-
example, like let's say they have some scientific language that a lot of people wouldn't necessarily understand on a first glance. Miles would understand this pretty well. He has an A in AP Physics, so I think he would be able to understand this, especially since he's at a gifted school where they specialize in more rigorous, in a more rigorous curriculum for these subjects. So, I mean, I think on its own it's believable enough. I would just need more specifics to argue why it doesn't make sense for him to understand it. Like, if it literally includes stuff that he could not have ever known at any point, and he literally just has to, like, push random stuff, I would say, yeah, that's a bit silly. But, like, it's really ambiguous as to what, is even on these buttons, what the labels are, how it even fully operates. Like, for all we know, it literally could have just been as simple as him interpreting what he wants, what the machine is supposed to do, what Earth is supposed to, it's not the Earth, sorry, how it's supposed to scan his DNA. Like, I think there should be, like, a button where it's, like, scan DNA.
I don't want to get stuck on this, like, mini point too long, but I'll just say, like, so that I don't, like, repeat myself too much, just my position still is, like, I don't think, even if he's got an A in AP Physics, he should not be able to operate this machine. This is a technology literally centuries advanced from the universe he's in, and he's never seen it before in his life. So I don't think he would be able to operate it. He's a smart kid. He would not be able to operate this thing. And furthermore, the more important criticism that we can I'm willing to, like, stay on for a bit, which is that I don't think he should be able to, from, like, a security perspective, you know? I don't think, not specifically a criticism about Miles, I think this machine, if it can be operated by him, has security measures more poor than most facilities in most countries of the world. I think your average doctor's office has more security around the devices and the machines than the Spider Society has towards the like multi-dimensional traversal machine. I think this thing should be locked under a password at the very least. It should have more security than my personal laptop at home. You know what I mean? I think that's fair. That's a fair request.
And I will say this, I agree with Blebo's stance, but there is one possible defense that could probably fix this is the fact that Into the Spider-Verse establishes that Peter Parker can watch Doc Ock type a super complex password on her computer and memorize it immediately. And it could, and while it doesn't explicitly state it, it could be fair to assume that that might be a Spider-Man thing, you know. And I originally, when I originally thought up of this criticism against the Go Home machine, I realized, oh, wait a minute. Maybe Miles did that because he did see Spider-Bite working on the machine earlier. But Blebo told me that apparently he wasn't even focusing on the Spider-Bite using the console, he was just focusing on the villains. And I actually have a possible criticism against the villains as well, but I think we're sticking on this topic for now.
I mean, that's actually interesting, Spizzard, because I didn't really think of that. So that kind of like inspired me to like look at the scene and see like, okay, well, does that necessarily match up with what we see in the movie? I'll just be showing it because I gotta show it in motion, so it's hard for me to like send screenshots of it. But what I'm noticing is that the way she does it, he seems to memorize it like to a T. So he does see like she's able to. She goes to the bottom part of it to do some commands, then goes to the top part of it, which is upside down, so only like a spider person could actually feasibly use it, which is like, I'd say that's a security measure in and of itself. So she does that, she goes to the top one, like Miles does later, and then goes to the bottom one to do whatever scan needs to be done. So like when I look at it, it's like, it seems to me like Miles just copied the whole process that she did. And
Well, he doesn't.
What's up?
Oh, I just, well, he doesn't see, like, he sees where she goes, but he's not seeing like what she's pressing, because especially for like the bottom one, he's on the other side of the control panel, so all he sees is she's like moving her fingers and pressing something, but he doesn't know what. She could be typing something. He doesn't really know what she's doing.
Well,
if you were like behind her the whole time, I could maybe be like, okay, he can memorize the process, but I would still have the security.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give you that. Like,
well, to be frank,
what she's typing here, I think he could see like vaguely see what she's typing here. At the end where she's doing the whole DNA thing, it looks like she's within view. What I'd say is that I think the bottom part, the first part of the process for like sending someone home, is most likely just to get like the I guess the machine set up, like get it ready and going, and then the later parts are like, you know, you have to do more specific commands to like what you want it to do to get them home. Like basically what I'm saying is like I don't think the comparison to Peter B is necessarily out of a vacuum. It is possible that Miles just like memorized at least the general steps that Spider-Bite was taking, and from there proceeded to fill in the blanks on his own. That on its own, I think, like, does some heavier lifting for how he's able to do it, and I can understand that more.
Especially with a super spider sense, like even in the parts where she sees her typing but not sees the buttons, she could still see where her arms and hands genuinely are, and could probably. Yeah, I'm sorry, I believe I'm switching sides for this one too, but she could see where her hands are going, and then make an accurate assumption to which buttons.
opened up a laptop and she started typing and her fingers were behind the screen, he would have absolutely no idea what she was typing.
Well, yeah.
He sees that her hands are on the control pad. He has no idea what they're doing.
Well, yeah. If it was behind a laptop, but I mean, part of the issue is I'm not able to see the scene myself because chat. But
Oh, just tune in on the screen or on the stream, I should say.
Oh yeah, I
okay,
was just. I mean, hold up a second. I don't know why I didn't think I could just stream my screen right now. Give me a sec.
Oh yeah, that's true.
because
But yeah, the only way I would accept that explanation is if he actually like saw everything she was doing. Because right now, like from what I've seen, it's like he sees that she goes onto this control pad, has no idea what she's pressing or typing because he can't see what she's doing. Then she goes up to the upper control pad. That one he can see, he can get like a very quick, extremely short glimpse of what she's doing. But again, you know,
No, yeah,
super spider brain, maybe he
I
can
will grant
memorize
you
it.
side that like I don't think he saw the button specifically. Maybe he could have like guessed what she might have done once he actually got his hands on the control panels. But I don't think we should assume that he's able to know the exact commands that she was able to do. I think at most
Well-
we can extrapolate that he at least remembers. Okay, she went here, then here, then here. I can accept that.
Yeah. Which is, I don't think that's nearly close
Well-
enough.
Well, my argument stems on which angle he was able to see her do the stuff. Because I agree that if she saw him do it at the backside of the laptop, there's no way in hell that he would be able to make an accurate assumption, because an entire fucking screen is blocking her hands. But like there could be certain angles where you still can't see the buttons, but you could just see the hands and basically the knuckles of the hands and where they're located. And for a regular person, that would still be absolutely bullshit for them to make an accurate assumption of which buttons are being pressed from that angle. But like with the spider sense thing established into the Spider-Verse, then I'd say it's a bit reasonable to assume that if he was at least able to see her knuckles,
Well, I think
he could.
And from
I'll be
that
fair.
angle,
I do think that would be like a bit of a leap, because the reason that was able
Maybe.
to work into the Spider-Verse was because he saw the reflection of like the characters that show up for like a very brief moment when you're typing the password. That's what I'm assuming Peter did to understand the password, because he saw it through
No,
the
that's
reflection.
true.
Yeah,
You could certainly say like he has great perception because he's able to not only perceive it through the very split seconds it shows up, but also through a reflection, which would like add to how impressive it is. So like I definitely see where you're going with this. I would just say like the specific commands, it's just a bit of a stretch to say that he would have been able to see that. What I would just say is I think it's fairly reasonable that based on like the general process that he saw, I can believe that he would be able to fill in the blanks, where it's like, okay, I have to do the introductory step here, and then I'd have to do the middle step here, and then the actual DNA scanning would be done at this console. I think he can, like, those are fairly intuitive assumptions he can make.
I disagree like it entirely wholeheartedly. I think what would have happened, and this would have been much funnier, is if he's like, he comes back to this machine when he's invisible and outrunning the Spider-Man, and he's like, okay, I saw she went behind that panel. I have no idea what she pressed, but I'm gonna go ahead and try to find out. Then he goes over there, and he's like, oh, wait a second, this is a machine I don't know how to operate. Also, it's got password protection. And then that would have been it. That is the only logical form, like, series of events that could have, like, transcribed there. Anything else, it just doesn't make sense, and I don't know. That's my stance.
I guess something that's worth considering is that there is still a layer of ambiguity that, like, as far as what the controls do, and I don't think the movie is necessarily obligated to explain that to us. I think if they just leave it at, you know, it's complicated enough for like the average person to not understand it, but because Miles is not an average person, he's able to kind of fill in the blanks. I think that on its own, that's fine enough. I would just need like more information about the machine to conclude that it would be strictly impossible for him to do it. Especially since, again, we've seen Miles do this before in Into the Spider-Verse, so it's not exactly unbelievable or coming out of a
Well,
vacuum that he
when?
could do something like this.
Like
Hmm?
when Into the Spider-Verse.
In Into the Spider-Verse, when he works with the machine for the collider, when we see that.
But like, what does he do with the machine specifically? Because he's not the one who turned it on.
Oh,
It was already
he
going.
no, but he controls the machine to
He reverses the polarity, so...
program.
Come on.
Well, yeah, and he also
Skip.
programs which dimension is open for the.
Yeah, he says he got
Okay.
control of the beam and says, hold on. Skip.
Reverse.
Look.
Nope, one image of this movie is enough. Copyright strike.
Yeah, so they say quantum polarity has been reversed. So it seems like he knows how to operate the machine based on his connection there. So I think it's like
I would-
consistent that he's able to pick up on these things.
I would like, since these are two still different machines, they do similar-ish things, moving people across dimensions, but in different ways. I don't think he would be like, just because he was able to use this one machine, that he would automatically be able to be the other. But even still, I think the security issue is like a much bigger deal here. So I don't need to like you keep repeating my point if we're cool to just move on from like the issue of whether or not he'd be able to operate it. I
Okay.
disagree. I don't think he'd be able to, but I'm cool with moving on.
Okay.
If
yeah.
we're also cool with, do we just like agree to disagree about like the security issue of the Spider Society, or
we can move to that specifically. But what I'll say is, like, we can agree to disagree on whether or not Miles should be able to know how to operate it. Now, as for the security thing, you mentioned, I think, a password.
or something like a password is just the example. I think it should have some degree of protection so that not anyone can just get on it and operate it. Not just for like if a supervillain escapes, but I mean
Okay.
what if one of the Spider-Men turns evil? I don't know. Like anything could happen. What if an interdimensional being like Spot or someone else were to teleport in, and then they could start operating the machine and cause all kinds of havoc? There should be some kind of security measure to prevent what Miles did.
Well, yeah, I would say Spider Bite is like the main line of defense for it, because she's the one securing the machine. I guess you could say like there should be like some kind of like I guess like password for it. But I'm
Well, yeah.
assuming that because Spider Bite's not taking the situation very seriously, she just forgot to like fully shut it down, so they have to type in the password again. I think she just put it to sleep. It's kind of like when you put your
kinda
computer
weird.
on sleep, you don't necessarily have to put in your password every
And
single
Yeah,
to be
time.
but-
fair, I think the film itself even establishes that the Spider Society system is not 100% perfect, because Miguel is a bit full of himself. He has a slow-ass elevator.
Well, I'm not asking
when-
it to be perfect. Like, this is the bare minimum.
yeah.
This is the bar. As far
Well-
as I'm concerned, this is like less than the bare minimum, I think.
Well, I'm saying it. I do think it does intentionally establish a bit of.
I mean, I think
confidence.
bare minimum is fine, expecting that. What I would say is that I would still say it probably falls under the bare minimum of if you just put your machine to sleep for a bit. Usually it takes like a longer time before you actually have to use your password, because like, I mean, I've put my computer on sleep for like a few minutes, and typically like I don't have to put in my password until like after a while. It really depends on the settings for that. The reason that's a setting is because like, if you don't operate it for like quite some time, and that wouldn't just be a short break, that's you like not using the machine for quite a bit. And at that point it's like, well, you kind of have to have like some kind of safety measure for that if it's going to be
For
left
my-
unattended for that long. But in this case, it's literally just a break for her.
For literally like all my computers, every time I've put it into sleep mode and then turn it like back on, I've had to put in my password. And I think that kind of system should and would definitely be in place for this machine. Because the thing is, technically what we're saying like is possible, where it's like, okay, let's say spider bite is the only means of defense, or let's say there is like kind of a locked mode or a password mode, but she just forgot to do it, which is, I think, horrendously lazy writing. But I'm saying that even if like this stuff is true, that is like a problem. Like it should be there should be some, I don't even want to say tight security. There should be some security around this machine. Right now, there is none. As the film currently stands, if there's a password protection that isn't being used, or if it's all being guarded by one person who isn't taking the job very seriously, this is an issue that would have been raised
what
by
in
now.
particular is the issue with Spider Bite not taking the job very seriously? Because that seems to be consistent with her character in the scene. Because oh, wrong scene. Hold up.
Well, she wouldn't be doing this job then.
Well, while the scene is happening, like she's kind of just like messing around with her avatar, not really being as attentive, which communicates to me that she doesn't think Miles is actually going to make it here. And I think that's a fair expectation. There's a whole lot of spider people chasing after him, and they're basically out of the building. So at that point, like, she's not really paying much attention and just waiting for it to be over. So she's kind of just killing the time. I can accept that, because of that, she's a bit cocky here.
I can't quite accept it because, so what we're establishing with her character is that, like, so she is the one person in charge of the security for this incredibly important and dangerous machine. And she's just received an announcement that there's a rogue Spider-Man heading for the exit. We have to catch him. It doesn't matter if you're like, oh, he'll never make it here, so I can just like ignore the machine and not even turn it off or lock it or anything. I'm just gonna mess with my hair. That's fine. You are an utter moron. And you should not have this job. And I don't think Miguel, with how, first off, any normal person would see this as a big issue and be like, okay, can we get like literally anyone else in charge of this machine? There is an infinite multiverse of spider people. We can replace her. We can literally afford to replace her.
Well, isn't that what would have naturally happened after she's helping Miles at the end?
If she's, I mean, sure, but at that point it's like way too late because I don't believe that this would be. So you're saying this is like the first instance of her just blatantly not doing her job? I don't know.
I'd say
about that.
it would be the first instance where it had consequences and it would have been blatant from Miguel's perspective. I think the idea that she wouldn't be taking this seriously, I think it's justified within character. It's not exactly unheard of for a spider person to just be arrogant and not take something seriously. I mean, we have that exact problem in this movie, where Miles doesn't really take the spot seriously, and he's shown to be pretty arrogant in terms of how he handles that situation. And I think the same is applicable to this situation. She generally is very competent, she's very smart, but when the situation doesn't seem very dire to her, she's not really going to take it that seriously. And given that this is a newer character, I don't think there's any previous characterization to support that this would be out of character.
Well, I don't think this is out of character. I think this goes way beyond saying it's just like, oh, she's arrogant is way underselling it. This is supreme arrogance and supreme stupidity. And I just don't believe that this would be the first sign that she's like this. I don't think this is an out of character moment. I think this is how, unfortunately, the film has established her character. And I think that's why she wouldn't have this position. Someone would have noticed. Someone would have made some kind of complaint. Miguel would have noticed. Miguel's character is that he's trying to control everything. He's on top of everything. He's holding the entire multiverse together. He especially would put some kind of attention onto this machine, being the character that he is. And he would make sure that, hey, whoever's guarding this thing is going to be good at their job. So I don't think Spider-Bite would be in this position. I think if she was in this position, she would have gotten there for like a reason. Like, he wouldn't have picked someone random. He would have picked someone who can, at the very least, take an important job seriously and can at least like use the security measures that he put in place. This is just like, these are unfathomable levels of incompetence that I don't believe the Spider Society would have, even though it's not perfect, even though some Spider-Men can be arrogant sometimes. how they're established in this movie is not like this level of incompetence, because for all their faults, they are holding the entire multiverse together, and they are all Spider-Men. Most Spider-Men and women are geniuses, and they're very smart. And though they're arrogant, they don't do things that will, let people die due to their own negligence. That's just such a not Spider-Man trait,
Well, I think just to talk about, whether or not she's able to take the job seriously, I don't think she's really shown any signs beforehand that she's incapable of taking the job seriously. I think, in fact, like, once you're in the position for the first time, people often work the hardest then because they have to make a good impression. And I think she did make a good impression on Miguel. It's just that as she became more experienced and successful with her work, she became, like, less, I guess, careful, because she doesn't think she has to be. And I don't think
Right,
that
but this has only
intrinsically
been like
means...
a year.
Well, yeah, sure, but that's still quite a while that she would be here. I don't think this intrinsically means that Miguel should have known that she's someone who doesn't take the job seriously. I think what this indicates is that that she's not really gonna take it seriously when the circumstances don't seem to be that dire, that don't really call for as much attentiveness to the situation. I don't think she's necessarily been in the situation where the circumstances were like this, where she didn't really there were consequences for her not taking it that seriously. I'd say if it was a more serious situation, where it involves, like, not just like some random chase that they could, from her perspective, very easily handle. If it were a more serious situation with a supervillain, she probably would have taken it more seriously, and probably has within her other encounters.
I think if it's only been a year, and this is the point that we've, like, at the point she's at now, like, she's totally incompetent at her job. And if like, which is how I think a fair way to describe what's happening right now, because a fugitive Spider-Man is loose in the facility and has not been caught, and she's here doing this. So I think, like, at this point, if it's only been a year, this didn't come out of a vacuum. This would not have been the one and only sign of her doing this.
Well, from her perspective, right, this would, he's not even in the building. He's, like, far away from it. That's why she's not taking it seriously.
But he's heading there, and...
Well, she doesn't know that.
To be fair, I don't think she knew about that. Like, there was
that's Miguel said there's a rogue Spider-Man on the loose, catch him before he escapes. So, like, she would know from that announcement
that was
trying to
earlier.
leave.
At
that
one
was
point, they would have known
okay.
that, like, he's not even in the building anymore.
But
Listen,
so my point... Sorry, go on.
Listen, Bleepo, I know it feels like I keep switching sides, but the reason why I initially had a problem with him using the console was the complex machinery itself. I honestly have no issue.
It's fine, whatever your position is.
I'm actually kind of on SK's side with the security of this situation, because...
Yeah, that's fine.
Like, yeah, like,
that's cool. I don't care. No, I'm kidding.
Well, good. Yeah.
I'm only
show my
belaboring
true
the point
colors.
because I really believe in this point. Because, like, if we are to accept, just like for 100% truth, she was good at her job once. Now she has concluded, when she heard that there's a rogue Spider-Man that's been on the loose and is trying to escape, but never got another announcement that he's been caught. So as far as she's concerned, he's still out there, and she is doing this. Then we're talking about a case where what's supposed to be a very smart person is doing something incomprehensibly stupid and incompetent.
Yeah,
which I just don't accept. I think that's bad writing when that happens.
Well, yeah, it's bad writing when that happens, but...
Well, I was just going to say, I think it's certainly context dependent, right? You can have smart characters that make poor decisions out of arrogance.
Absolutely.
Which I don't think necessarily makes them, like, a dumb character. More so, there's, like, a character weakness that leads to them making a poor decision. And I think that's what it is in this case. Like, do the circumstances align where she would have thought it wasn't a big deal? I would say it makes enough sense. She literally thinks he's not in the building, so if that's the case, then she doesn't really see any problem with not being as secure as possible.
Yeah, but because especially since when Miguel is saying Spider-Man's trying to escape, she could have. There was a 50-50 possibility that he was just talking about the building. And for all we knew, when she first heard about this, she could have been extra careful with the machine when she first heard the news. But once Miguel escapes and a whole army of spider people leave the building, it's probably fair for her to assume, or one of the other spider people to even tell her, that yeah, the security measure was about him leaving the building. Now there's a shit ton of spider people, including Miguel, going after him. That's what's happening. And it's probably fair for her to assume then that she doesn't have to stay super on guard anymore, especially since there is no way for her knowing that Miles Morales miraculously, and I mean, yes, through her point of view, it would be miraculously, because, you know, it was 100 other fucking Spider-Man people and Miguel himself. There is no way for her to know how Miles Morales would miraculously evade all of them and quickly head back to the building from the train space launch thingy. So
I think our disconnect comes from, like, if I view this moment as like all this stuff about, like, you know, well, she doesn't know how he would get here, or, you know, she thinks the other Spider-Man has it handled. Like, I get that. I understand all that, but that doesn't change anything for me. Because if let's say you're not talking about the fate of the multiverse. Let's say you're not working in, from what your perspective is, the single most important facility in the entire multiverse. Let's say you don't think that the entire multiverse rests on your ability to do your job. If you're working in like any building and there's a security threat and you have a computer that's like very important, and the protocol of this facility presumably is, so if there's any kind of security threat in the building, you just have to just put it in rest mode, just lock it. Make sure people can't get on this device. Even if it's a big building and you don't think anyone's gonna get in it, this is the protocol. A not incompetent person would just do that. They would just lock their computer or device or whatever it is, and then go off doing whatever it is they were doing. This, to me, is a moment of sheer incompetence, because we have to explain away why she is not doing her job protecting the multiverse by saying, well, she doesn't think any bad is going to happen from her not doing her job. It shouldn't matter. This is the most important facility in the multiverse. Her job, in a way, is the most important in the entire multiverse. She would lock her computer. To say otherwise, to say that she... Well, again, I don't want to repeat myself too much, but it's to be completely incompetent. Like, I just don't care that she's like, oh, well, I don't think Miles is going to get here. Like, really? That's going to stop you from doing your job? I don't think you would be in this position. I don't think Miguel would put her in this position. And more importantly, I don't think she would be like this. These are, again, the main point being, these are security measures lower than most standards seen on Earth today for things way less important. Why in the hell would she or Miguel or anyone in this spider facility stand something like this happening unless they are completely incompetent? That's what I want to know.
I mean, I feel like we're kind of going in circles with it. I think the simple reason is that she didn't think the situation was that serious enough that would warrant like a straight up lockdown of everything within the area.
Yeah, our main disagreement comes from the fact that, like, I'm viewing this as a moment of complete incompetence, and I don't think you guys do. So it's easy. It's like, well, like, sure, she's not gonna lock the machine. It's not that big a deal, right?
Maybe if I'm to like try to come up with I guess something fairly applicable. Obviously, there's a lot of really important things in like people's houses, for example, right? But there's gonna be times where people just are lax about locking their doors. Like if they're literally just going for like a very quick grocery run, like across the street from their apartment or something, they might just like, okay, I'm gonna just leave the door slightly open so I don't have to like go through the whole process of like getting my keys out, opening it like that. It's not.
Yeah.
Things are probably going to happen in that situation. Like there's people who do that, or sometimes people that I don't know, just in general, they just leave it unlocked during the day while they're doing an activity. Like, there's people
Sure,
that are like this, and I don't think geniuses are necessarily exempt from that if they believe they understand the situation enough, and from their perspective, the circumstances aren't dire enough for them to be extremely protective. Then I could see them making a kind of mistake like this.
I wouldn't, because even though smart characters can act out of arrogance and make bad decisions, and even though there are, people in the real world who are not the best with their own personal security, that's not like just like a be all end all. So now you can like write whatever you want. You can have any smart character make any monumentally stupid decision because like, well, it happens sometimes. Like I don't really accept that defense for those things, particularly in this case too, because since the fact that our main disagreement comes from the place of like, I don't think what she did was so bad that it couldn't happen. We just like won't see eye to eye on it because, again, not to repeat myself too much, but I just think these actions do not read to me like a character that is even remotely intelligent, nor does it read to me from a character who is placed in the position that she is in. Like with the importance of their jobs, I don't think they would do this. I think it's very lazy writing. I think the writers were like, we need Miles to be able to operate this machine, so there can't be any security measures in place right now, even though that just doesn't make sense.
Well, I feel like a larger point of the Spider Society chase is how easy it is to underestimate someone like Miles, especially in this situation. I don't think it's necessarily coming out of a vacuum. They think he's just like a dumb kid who doesn't know what he's doing right now. But I mean,
oh, for sure, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I would just say like, if you agree that it's like in character and you more so have a problem with like how she would have gotten that position, there's no way they would have seen her as smart enough. I guess that's the angle you're going for. There's no way they would have seen her as smart enough to like take a position like this seriously.
Well, I have both. I do have that angle. I do think it is a big problem that she would be put into this position when there's like, I am almost sure. I think it's crazy to think that there wouldn't be other people who could have done this job better than her. That's insane. So I do think it is kind of a big problem that Miguel put her in charge of this. But I also do hold the position that I don't think she would do this. I don't think that during a security issue event, she would be away from the console, leaving it completely unlocked. I don't think that would happen. And it's one of those difficult things to argue, right? Because technically speaking, almost any issue of like sheer incompetence from a smart character in a story can be argued away in ways like this, where it's like, oh, well, they just didn't think anything would happen from it, or they're kind of arrogant, or, just because they're smart doesn't mean they won't make bad decisions. Like, these things can be said for almost any incompetent moment from what should be a competent character. But I think this particular one really exposes like flaws in that she is acting in a way that with how she's written and the position she's in, she shouldn't be, and that this is a larger world-building issue with the security of this facility.
Well, I certainly agree that, like, there should be a level to which, like, you can't just, write everything off as, like, well, smart characters can make poor decisions, right? I feel like that's a bit too vague of a defense. What I think you have to get into is, well, why would they make the poor decision? Why would they think it's not something they need to take that seriously? And I do think the context of like not taking Miles that seriously in general is a fair enough explanation for why someone's overconfidence can get the better of them. If we're not gonna agree on that, that's fine. We can move on to a different point because we've been on this one for quite a bit. But that's,
I think
like,
we've been on this one
general...
longer than the canon events discussion.
Potentially, yeah.
It feels like it.
But I think I would certainly agree. Yeah, there needs to be more to appeal to than simply smart characters can make flawed decisions. You have to get in the head of the character to understand why they would make that choice.
And just to finalize my point.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I just wanted to finalize my point before we move on. Just to something popped in my head that may make it better to understand to some of the listeners is like when I watched this scene, the main thought that like went through my head is it's like, okay, why not just take the 2 seconds it probably takes to just press a button and put the machine, if you're going to be away from the console, right? Just take the 1 second that most of us do whenever we get away from our laptops, you know, you close the laptop or you press the power button. Why not just do that? Especially when there is a security threat in the building. Even if there wasn't a security threat in the building, if you were just getting away from the console, why not just do that? It takes like a second. And the explanation being that, well, you know, she just didn't see any reason, you know, Miles wouldn't get there in time. She thought, I'm still like, okay, sure, but still, why not just do it? If that's the protocol, if that's your job, if you know that that's what you should do, why not just do it? Especially with everything that's at stake. I'm just not satisfied with the answer of, yes, she has a really important job and she's supposed to be really smart, and Miguel would only put someone who cares about their job in this position, but she just didn't do it because she didn't think Miles would get to the machine. That is wholly unsatisfying to me. That is my just overall position.
Okay.
But I'm cool to move on if you guys are.
Yeah, that's fine. So
Yeah.
what's the next point that comes to mind for the movie?
Well, interestingly, involving the go home machine, I do wonder, which then makes me, I do wonder if they have a way to make the villains forget that they're in the Spider Society before they send them home. Because if they don't, or if there's not even anything that hints at them making them forget, that would then spiral into another domino effect of, if the Spider Society is even interested in keeping Peter Parker's identity a secret, which should be an important thing for them to do if they want to maintain canon events, because I assume canon events would not want Peter Parker's identity to be exposed in his universe.
Yeah.
I mean, I certainly agree there's a flaw that there isn't a rule to like have your faces covered when you're walking around the Spider Society displays with the anomalies. I do agree with that as a criticism. So, in the case of Gwen, Miles, and Hobie having their masks off during that scene, I would say, yeah, that is an issue, because that could affect how things play out. Would I say that this therefore means they are able to catch on to that Peter Parker is Spider-Man? I haven't seen a Peter Parker do this, but like, regardless, I can agree, like, yes, they should have a rule for that.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
What was another?
Did you want to talk about the Peter B. Parker parenting thing?
Peter B. Parker. Oh,
You know,
shit!
with the kid.
That rabbit hole.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I almost forgot. We basically do feel like that. Well, I feel like that Peter Parker was at least flanderized a bit, and the way he the way he handles Mayday Parker, it's just
Terrible.
kind of silly.
For anyone listening, Sheev's video does a better job than we're going to here, explaining the
Yeah,
issues with it.
unfortunately, we're on Sheev's side with that one. Like, I know you guys went over that video before, and I know you guys probably weren't that much of a fan of it, but we're on Sheev's side with that one.
Okay.
I like that you said unfortunately, like we're sick with some like illness. Like unfortunately, SK.
Well,
I'm
SK,
on
we're in
Sheev's side with that 1 point. I'm sorry, I don't know how to tell you this.
Well, I mean, would you if SK we're in a podcast with SK and a lot of his fans, and I mean, I'm not saying they're like a cult or anything, but if you go to a church and then would you just suddenly say,
I already
well,
like where this is
thankfully we
going.
are atheists. We are.
Oh no,
No,
even
you
better
have to-
analogy would be,
the thing-
unfortunately, Mr. Priest, I'm a Satanist. I'm sorry.
my position is that I think there's certainly criticisms you can have towards Peter B. Parker. I just don't agree with all the specific ones that Sheev has. That's all. I don't think, like, I'm not like Colin, I'm gonna say he's just lying about what he said. That's not my position.
Oh, that's right. That was during the
Yeah, where he's like,
Yeah.
oh, either he's
Colin was a
stupid or he's
fool.
lying. It's like, that's a bit harsh, but okay.
Because it's
yeah, just-
fiction, it's just fiction writing.
Yeah, but
I think that's
I
it.
But yeah, I
agree
mean,
with,
I don't think we need to like go through a whole video to
No,
understand what
no.
his points are. But like, I mean, if you want to just summarize what you have to say, and I can respond from there.
Yeah, just I get that, spider people are superhuman, of course, so they can take more damage than the average person, but even for adult Spider-Men, there is clearly a limit. For a baby, that limit would obviously be much, much less, because they're a baby. And so giving a baby a web swinger, which is basically all toddlers, if you've ever observed how they operate, they seemingly all just want to die. They want nothing more than to do something that will gravely injure themselves. And you have to spend every second of every day stopping them from doing that. So giving a baby a web swinger is basically just giving them a loaded gun. Like, they will kill themselves with it. They, even a spider baby. A spider baby will use the web swinger to climb to the highest point and then fall off and land right on their head. But even without that, the things that Peter brings this baby on is completely insane. Especially that train that almost goes into space, it seems. It's incredibly dangerous, and I've never seen any explanation that does a proper job of explaining why he couldn't just leave the baby with someone. Like, he could have quickly portaled back home, dropped the baby off, left the baby with another Spider-Man and be like, just keep the baby here. Or like, I mean, not to take a point directly from Sheev's video, but even if he were to web the baby up, as harsh as that might sound, it is a million times better parenting than what he did. So, and mind you, this problem doesn't just extend to Peter B. Parker, though. We want to be fair, we want to be equal. So me and Spizzard both agree this problem also has to do with the pregnant Spider-Woman in the beginning of the movie. It seems like everyone seems to pick one. Everyone seems to either have a problem with Peter B. Parker or the pregnant Spider-Woman. Me and Spizzard, we believe in equality. You know what I mean? So we got a problem with both.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I guess I would ask, like, because it is a bit of a lesser topic if I start with Jess. Do we want to start with that one?
Sure.
Yeah, so it depends on what instance we're talking about, because with the fight in Gwen's universe, I don't really see that as a problem, because Miguel said he needed backup, and according to, well, what Jess implies, they are kind of low on people, and they could use the help for more spider people. So I don't even know if there's like anybody else that was available for backup, and I do think she is willing to prioritize the safety of a universe over her own baby, because the whole ideology of Spider Society is you have a choice between saving one person and saving an entire universe, so they're willing to sacrifice their loved ones in order for everybody else's safety. So I don't really think that's like principally out of character for her.
With how many Spider-Men we see just kind of lounging around when we get to the Spider Society, I find it highly unlikely, if not like completely improbable, that not a single other one would have been available in that one moment. That would mean that even though for a good chunk of the film we see them just like having lunch, hanging out, going into therapy, in that one exact moment, every single one of God knows how many of them were there was busy with something so important that they couldn't abandon it. Which, by the way, just being busy with taking care of a supervillain does not mean you're so busy you can't stop for a moment to go save the universe. Because what if a supervillain was just, I don't know, robbing a bank? Just let him get away with the money. Catch him another time. You know what I mean?
Well, to be fair,
I
if their hands are full and they're busy with a lot of tasks, we can't really, like, it's hard to say in the first place because we don't know their situation. And I do think like they exponentially grew over time, because the way I guess Miguel describes it at first is that he has an elite strike force, and we don't see like a whole army. Let me actually go back to the beginning of the film, but it doesn't even seem like he has a whole lot of people on his team. Now I don't think that's all of them, but I do think that's meant to imply that he doesn't have like he doesn't fully have like an army yet. It just shows like like by
But this isn't like
spectacular
all of them.
Ben
At this
Riley.
point, like the Gwen scene takes place not too long before the events of the movie proper, right?
Yeah, yeah. I think it's fair to say maybe they have like I don't know, 50 at this point. But the thing is that they're also really busy, even like months later, when they've implied that like the whole problem with the anomalies was started by the Kingpin's collider. If they're still really busy with that, like a year later, I think it's fair to assume that they're still gonna be heavily busy with that, like even beforehand. Like their hands are full, and that's what Jess implies, that if they bring Gwen onto the team, you know, they could use the help. And the reason they're even willing to take the risk because she's related to Miles in some way is because they're low on numbers. That's at least Jess's argument. So I don't think there's any evidence to suggest that they even had anybody fully competent and experienced to help out. Because, like, for example, let's say they're dealing with the Rhino, for example, Insomniac Rhino. That guy causes so much damage, even if you have 2 Spider-Men dealing with him. So, like, if I think Spider Society would send even more. She probably was, like, a last resort, which makes sense because we do see in the film that she's usually by the go-home machine, so she's usually not doing field work anyway. But in this case, like, yeah, I would say if there's a lot of people with their hands full, then it would make sense that she would get involved if Miguel is calling for backup. I don't even think Miguel himself generally goes out and does these missions. A lot of the time, he seems to just be leading them, which we actually see later on as well, in the scene at Spider Society where he's just investigating, he's getting stuff done. Miguel is not actually out there doing anything. It's not established that he is. He's mostly just leading the society. I think people like him would be generally a last resort if there's just not enough people, and that's why he's here to begin with. So I think that's a fair assumption to make about the beginning.
I think it's like the not enough people thing that I'm kind of having a bit of an issue with those, because even though they do say that they could use the help and they're short-staffed, what exactly is the time that takes place between the intro to the movie and the start of the plot, sort of? Because
a couple months, like, it says.
A couple months. So that would mean if let's say they have like less than 50 people, right? How many spider people do they have total by the time that the Miles gets there?
I couldn't say, but the animators said that they have like 200 they had to animate during the chase. So I'm guessing around 200 is a fair assumption.
Well, that's only the people they had to animate. I think it's fair to say those probably aren't the only spider people in the.
No, yeah, there's probably a good amount that are like still busy with stuff.
So they got like well over 200, and yeah, we're supposed to say basically then that the vast majority of those, like over 200 people, were recruited in just a matter of a couple months. But for all the time before then, they only managed to find 50 people. I don't really buy that. I think the film...
there's a reason I explained it as, like, it's exponentially growing. Because at first it would be, like, a pretty slow progression because they don't have that many people. But as they gain more people, as more people have time to, you know, actually help out with Spider Society, the more they gain, the more they can actually expand.
Right, but I just don't see how they wouldn't have more people than, like, just the elite, like enough people to where someone could replace her in this instance. I think they would have a sizable amount of people just a couple months before when Miles gets there.
Well, let's circle it back to what I mentioned earlier about why Miguel is even here in the first place. Like, why him specifically in this fight? When there's something going on, usually somebody else gets sent to deal with it, so why him? I think the reason is simply because there aren't other people.
Okay. Well, I mean, he's still, even though we see him leading Spider Society, like, I'm sure he still is active, because, like, he has powers, and he has to keep rejuvenating his powers, doesn't he?
Oh, I certainly agree, yeah, that he is, like, active, and he does, like, use his powers. But the thing is that it looks like he's mostly just leading the society, and the reason for that is because when they're like being sent out on these missions, it's better if they have someone more experienced either watching over them or they can be consulted, because if he's in battle all the time, they can't consult him, they can't directly feed him information for him to react to, and he can't make executive decisions like he's supposed to if he's too busy fighting. So that's why I'm assuming that there just simply aren't a lot of people right now in this moment, and that's why we see Miguel. He can't be as effective of a leader if he's out there doing this stuff.
Yeah, I'm just saying my position is that it's really really contrived that there was no one else, not a single other Spider-Man out there that could have like come for backup.
Is that contrived?
basically.
Because what exactly changes about the story if it wasn't Miguel or it wasn't Jess? Like Gwen still could have like made the point that
Oh, I'm not saying contrived for the story. I just mean as a
Oh.
defense for the pregnant Spider-Man.
Well, the thing
defense,
is
or
like,
Spider-Woman defense.
I mean, I don't necessarily see that as a because if it's not a contrivance for the story, then I don't really think it's necessarily a contrived defense to make for why things are the way that they are.
Well, I think it's a semantics thing, right? I'm saying it's contrived because it's like my criticism is, wow, they couldn't have called for any other person than the like 8 months pregnant woman to help Spider-Man, and then you're saying, well, they didn't have like a single other Spider person available. All the hundreds of them that you saw were recruited in the next month or two. I'm like, wow, that's convenient. That seems like a contrived reason to not have any other Spider-Man available other than her.
Well,
Even if like this moment doesn't affect the overall story, that is a contrivance, a literal contrivance that like we need to contrive things to where only this one pregnant Spider-Woman can be the one to help him. I think that counts as a contrivance.
I wouldn't say so, because I think a contrivance to have like a meaningful, I guess, weight to it in terms of criticism would be if it makes the events that transpire on screen seem unnatural. I don't think it's necessarily unnatural, because they've provided several different reasons for why this would play out the way that it does. They've mentioned that they're low on numbers. That's implied by Jess, and the fact that Miguel is here in the first place is an implication of it in and of itself, that they don't have a lot of people to spare at the moment. And on top of that, I do think it is just natural that it would slowly build up the team that they have, but exponentially it would increase the more people they recruit onto their team.
Right, but I think I'm not saying that it's a contrivance that has a lot of weight to it. I'm just saying that like, and I hate to do this, but like, you know, in storytelling, is like a contrivance refers to an artificial or overly convenient plot device or arrangement introduced in the story to move forward. And like, I would say this counts because it's like, when not thinking of it as a contrivance that is, you know, overly large and impactful to the story overall, if we just laser focus on the creatives behind the movie wanted a pregnant Spider-Woman here. You can get there two ways. You can get there in a way that perfectly makes sense and is logical, or you can get there in a way that is contrived, where you have to like manipulate things that are extremely convenient for you as the writer in order to get what you want. In this case, the writers were like, yeah, just all the hundreds of Spider-Men. If there are hundreds of Spider-Men that are in the Spider Society, which I think there would be, then all of them happen to be so busy at this moment, none of them could lend them a hand. Or they only have like a very small amount of people, and they recruit the hundreds of other ones in the next few months. They manage to get hundreds upon hundreds of Spider-Men in the next couple of months. I think both of those explanations are contrived because it's making things extremely convenient for the writer to be like, well, see, it was impossible. We had to get the pregnant Spider-Woman in this scene. But again, it's not a huge contrivance. Like, again, my main criticism of this part of the story isn't it so contrived that this is a thing? My main criticism is more so the, like, efficacy of it all. It just so happens that the defense for why it's in place, I think, is contrived. The defense itself.
The thing is, I'm not even sure if, like, that would be the excuse for her to be at the Vulture fight, which is what we're all talking about at the moment, the Vulture fight scene, because she comes along with everybody else to chase after Miles. Now, like, you could make the argument that the Miles chase was super important because you know,
Well, I feel like if
he's the original anomaly and
if
such
we're getting
like that.
to the Miles chase, I think we should go like one by one before we get to that. I think that's a whole different topic.
Well, I'm just using the Miles chase as an example of how, like, I don't know, she might have been willing to be in that Vulture fight even if there were other Spider people available.
Well, okay, so you're saying it's. I mean,
Well, I
I
think
don't
the
know.
Miles
It's
chase.
speculation at that point.
Well, I think the Miles chase has like differing context to it, and one part I actually am willing to provide criticism for, but like that's why I'm saying it. I feel like that's a separate thing. We should like make sure we reach a conclusion on this one first.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
as far as like it being contrived, I think it would need to have some significant effect on how the story plays out in order for me to really have put any weight in it as like a criticism. I think there's enough elements that doesn't really make it forced that it would be in this situation. Like a situation like this is going to come up where they don't have enough people and there's too many things happening at the same time, given the scale of the impact of the collider.
I think it's good to note. I think the official unofficial number is 280, but I think that's like what the don't take my word on that though.
Okay.
I just think from what I've looked at that might be the official unofficial, but just looking at the film itself, I guess we don't really know how many there are, but from what we've seen, like how many there are in each frame, as well as just the fact that we know there are a bunch of Spider-Men that are like Lego Spider-Man, the goat, who wasn't there in the facility when all this stuff was going down. Plus also, I mean, as we discussed earlier, we know that they must have some Miles Moraleses here, but we don't see them, so they're out somewhere. I just think it's...
Bleebo, it's not used to go against your point, but Lego Spider-Man was in the facility. Or at least he was when Miles first entered it.
He was?
Yeah, he's one of the... It's really hard to spot him because, he's freaking small, but he's one of the bunch of Spider-Man that gets on Spider Car. He gets on its, like, windshield wiper. Now, for some reason, he's the size of a hand.
Well, regardless, there would obviously be Spider-Man out. Like, it's not like every Spider-Man in the multiverse would be in this place. So it's like there's a lot of them, and that sounds like underselling it, but I mean a lot. And I just don't see how in this moment when Miguel first starts to recruit people at the end of the first Spider-Verse movie, which was a year before this one. So that would mean to say that in an entire year, he's only managed to like recruit enough people for, let's say, like an elite task force or slightly outside of that, to where he doesn't have backup when he needs it. Yet within 2 months, he goes from that to literally hundreds of Spider-Men. That's not an exponential growth. That is a slow growth and then 2 months of an exponential growth. You know what I mean? That's not...
I mean, well, the
exponential just means as time goes on, it's going to... You're going to increase your rate of whatever you're doing.
Well, yeah, I mean, 50 was just like a broad number to represent the idea. It doesn't have to exactly be 50.
I even think if there were 100, he should have somebody.
I mean, the thing is, like, again, like, if they're that occupied with other stuff, especially since it only makes sense as well that they would be less occupied with the anomalies from Kingpin's Collider as they go along, because there's less of them to deal with over time. So I think it would only make sense that they would be more busy by this stuff beforehand versus then later. But yeah, I mean,
that's what I'm saying is...
We can, I feel like getting into like how much we weigh the contrivance is gonna be not as consequential to the discussion. It seems like we agree that there's not a logical break in her being there, right?
Well, it depends, because I guess you could technically say that contrivances can sometimes be a logical break. Because like, why would things be like this? I'm not sure yet, but from where things seem now, It's like I do agree in that closer to the initial event of the Collider incident, they would technically be at their busiest, right? So like when Spider-Man 2099 started initially recruiting people, that was right after this event happened and everything was in chaos. Absolutely nothing was cleaned up because he hadn't even started yet. That would be when they're at their most busy. This scene takes place a year after that. And so after that time, he should have recruited more people and supposedly been less busy than when he first started. But what we're led to believe, if this is true, if there really was not like enough people to spare him any help except for like a pregnant Spider-Woman, then that means in that whole year, he has not done that much recruiting. But in those 2 months that happened after it, he has recruited hundreds of Spider-Men somehow. I think that's somewhat of a logical break. I do think that only exists because the writers needed there not to be like any people to help him in this one scene. And then in the very next month, they're like, all right, now we need hundreds of spider people, so they're here now. That to me feels like a bit of a logical break.
Oh, okay. I mean, we can move on to the next point, since we've kind of dug into this in quite a bit of detail. Yeah, so as for the next time she's has like the baby during like the Miles chase. Now, I don't really have the a problem that on principle she would like monitor the chase, help out with the chase, and make sure she keeps track of Miles. But I do think there's a particular moment where she gets too in close range in the situation, and I think that is a problem. I'm still sharing, so I'm just gonna jump to the scene. Let's see. Nope, that's way too early. This I don't have a problem with. It's just a matter of like she's following the situation. She knows how to operate this thing. I'm fine with that. I think not here.
Is she pregnant in that scene?
Yeah, she is.
Okay. I don't know why I forgot. I guess it's like more hidden, I suppose.
I think it's
So
this.
hell, this really couldn't have been. She doesn't even look visually that different. This really could not have been that long after the Gwen
It's
flashback.
a couple months, yeah. So yeah, just looking at this scene, I do think this is a problem because so there's this plan where Gwen swings her against Miles, and then as a product of this, the bike gets kicked and she gets webbed against a bus. Now, I don't have a problem with the baby surviving that because she is the spider person, and I assume the rules are going to be heightened for spider people. But at the same time, she is taking a fairly significant risk in doing this when it's unnecessary when you have an army. So I do agree that this is a problem here.
Yeah, I mean, I agree as well. I also think it's a problem in the beginning of the film. I guess I just sort of, and I can just have this be like my final save it, but I don't really buy that all these hundreds of spider people only showed up in like the next month or two.
Do you guys also think it's a problem for her to be with the squad that hunts for Miles at the end of the film, or
I don't have a problem with that because she's just searching for someone.
someone that's going after the spot?
I mean, she's not getting directly involved in that. She's just like surveilling the area. I think that's fine as long as you keep your distance.
Yeah, I guess I never really had much of a problem with it.
Yep.
Okay. Because I wasn't sure myself about it myself.
Yeah, but with that said, we'll go to Peter B. Parker. So, I guess like a question, because I've seen this brought up. Do you necessarily have a problem with Peter, just bringing Mayday to Spider Society, like in itself, in a vacuum?
I think so.
I don't have a problem with it. Lebo, you have a problem with that?
Well, actually, I guess I should say, in this context, maybe I don't know. It's kind of it's tricky because it's like I don't actually know what Spider Society does on a day-to-day basis. I know what they're doing in this movie, but like, I guess I don't know how dangerous this workforce is. I've got plenty of reason to assume that it is. I mean, this is where they're keeping very dangerous, superpowered criminals, and if something were to go wrong, then one of these criminals could escape, and then the workforce could be pretty dangerous. So I guess on that basis, I'd say, yeah, I do kind of have a problem with him bringing her here. Hire a babysitter. Let MJ take the baby to her work. I'm sure it's much less dangerous. There is no reason to bring this baby here.
Well, to be fair, because I don't have a problem with him initially taking Mayday to Spider Society. It's just it's him taking her to when things go awry, and especially the ending of the film where it's implied that she's coming along to find Miles, who's going to be facing against an Eldritch abomination. That one's really...
Yeah, okay, we'll go step by step. So, you mentioned the risk of the villains just like breaking out. But I think I don't really know how much stock I would put into that, because every time they bring in the villain, it's a requirement that they're already detained. So like they're not just tied up, but they're also put into one of the laser cages, which is what happens to the Vulture. So there's really no way he could escape from that when brought into Spider Society. And I would assume the same would extend to all of the other villains. They were properly detained before even being brought in. So I think that's
but it's always a possibility.
Well, I think that's a huge factor that minimizes that from ever happening. And even if that was to happen, Peter's never shown to keep Mayday around the anomalies. That's never shown. Like, this is a big like building, and he can basically go anywhere. And I think what's also important is that in order to like traverse this area, it is literally like not possible unless you have like Spider-Man's powers, which most of them don't, or if you can like fly around, which
a lot of them can. Electro, Vulture, Green
Electro
Goblin
would be depowered, and Vulture, I assume his wings would be like disabled, which is what happened.
Well,
earlier.
I thought we were talking about in the scenario that, let's say, because technically speaking, we can't say it's literally impossible, because we just
well,
don't
no,
know.
I'm not saying it's literally impossible. What I'm saying is that I think there's a lot of mitigating factors to begin with, and I do think, like, you know, I was getting onto another point as well. The fact that there's like many people in Spider Society, I think that does change the context, because if something were to happen, they would be the first ones to deal with it, and Peter would be far away from it and would just, it literally takes the push of a button to just leave. So
yeah, but my argument is more so just that because it's a possibility that something very wrong can go here, because there are these supervillains that could potentially break out and cause havoc. Peter is needlessly, and I want to emphasize needlessly because that's the important part, putting his daughter in unnecessary danger. Because if MJ and Peter are both busy, and for some reason they can't hire a babysitter, I don't know how their economic status could be that bad, but like, let's say that's the case, then MJ should be the one who takes the baby to work, because objectively, whatever her job is less dangerous than Peter's. If Peter has to take her to the Spider Society, there is the place with the supervillains and all the mayhem. MJ's is not. So that's my problem.
I think there's a couple
no
things to say about that, but before I even get there, I do want to mention that when we talk about like the risk of things going wrong, we can just as easily apply this to Peter Parker's home, because there's so many times in Spider-Man media where his house gets broken into because a supervillain out there knows his secret identity. Happened in Spider-Man 1 when the Green Goblin, you know, breaks into his house. Happens with Venom in Spectacular Spider-Man. So like it's a fairly common trope where supervillains find out Peter Parker is Spider-Man and they immediately target him at his house. So I feel like, you know, we can talk about all the possibilities of what could happen. I would just say it's also applicable to where he lives. So I would say the difference between that versus Spider Society is that at least Spider Society has a lot of spider people there to deal with it in the first place. You just have Peter Parker and MJ at his house. So I do think on that front, it's pretty reasonable to compare the two situations. Like both of them would be relative safe houses for Peter Parker and his family.
I would disagree though, because on the one hand, it's like there's nothing he can do about his house. I mean, he can, of course, what I mean by that is like he can keep his identity secret and he can, you know, keep his house well protected, but ultimately, if someone is gonna find out his identity and go attack him at his house, like he's always going to have a place of living, and that's always where he and his family are going to live. However, with Spider Society, there is a choice, and that's why there's a difference, because he could just not take his daughter there.
Right, but
Like,
what I'm
that's
saying
an
is that
option.
no matter which choice
be
he
right back.
makes, there's still going to be, like, you can argue a substantial risk to whichever he chooses. And I do think the circumstances are actually better at Spider Society, because again, you at least have a bunch of other spider people versus just his house where it's just him.
Right, but with that logic, it's like, well, for one thing, it's like, what is he doing most of the time that he's in Spider Society? Because I assume if he's going there, he has something he needs to do. Because in his universe, he is still Spider-Man. He's the Spider-Man of that universe. So I'm assuming he's spending most of his time doing Spider-Man things. And
Yeah, I assume he's not really doing field work when he has her around. He's just
Right.
he's doing more so like you know, because they deal with technology all the time and they do study a lot of the stuff with the multiverse to gain information. They build gadgets. They you know, they do things to aid their society. I assume that's most of the work that he's doing. This could also just be like a break for him that he's having where he's just showing her around his workplace. That's also possible. But
there are a few scenarios I could believe he would take her to Spider Society, I suppose. I don't know, maybe to introduce her to some of his coworkers on a day where there's like nothing happening. Which seems to be, I guess, the one thing that could be a defense of that is that the Spider Society seems pretty chill. Like the vibe there is very relaxed. There are a lot, like literally hundreds of people just kind of lounging around, not doing anything, which does
Yeah.
kind of conflict with the things we've been saying earlier, where it's like, well, 2 months ago they were so busy that hundreds of them were busy at the same time. But for this particular point, in that case, I could see him maybe taking the baby there to be like, hey, everyone, this is my daughter or something. Or if he needed to be there, which is what was the next question I was going to ask you, is like, why, if he just has a normal life and he's Spider-Man, what is he doing every time he's going to this place? If you're saying that sometimes he'll go here not on a field assignment, just to like, um, I don't know, like
like work on their
analyze
tech
some
and stuff or help
technology.
them study.
Yeah. Then I could maybe see him bringing her. Sure. Right now, I don't see him bringing her because there is actually stuff going down right now. Like the spot is on the loose. Miguel is probably going to
Yeah, but
dispatch like a bunch of people who are like important to him to like, where we need to find him. He should leave his daughter at home at this instance. But I will concede there are ways I could see him bringing his daughter here. Yeah, I
well,
absolutely
there's a
agree.
couple things to say to that. One, Peter himself is not like bringing her along to get involved in that stuff, and two, he already would have had Mayday at the Spider Society before this all broke out. I assume he already like was walking. Excuse me. I assume he was already walking around with her, and I think this is the first day where this is happening too, because he says don't forget your day pass, so like it's just happening for a day. I don't
Yeah,
think this is a thing that
I
he
guess
usually does either.
more so is that like when he came into that room, he had already been like informed about what was going on, because like that moment where he's like, Miguel, this wasn't what we talked about, and he's like, you talked about this? So they've like prepared for this, at least like the talk with Miles, right? And he also knows in the beginning of that scene, he already knows about the spot and what's going on there. So before he walked in that room, he's informed enough to know there's going to be a very difficult talk we're going to have with Miles, and also an extremely powerful and dangerous supervillain is now on the loose. Miguel's probably going to need us for something. Since he's already been informed before that scene even happened, he should have dropped Mayday off. Because he already knows what's gonna happen.
Well, right now they're not doing any like field work. They're more so just talking and strategizing. I don't think she needs to necessarily be at home for that. He's just like, you know, holding her around just while they're talking to each other. It's not like anything eventful is happening. I assume that when he does actually help fight the spot, he's gonna send her home or have someone else look after her.
Yeah, I think. Well, even though they're not doing
or
anything,
then like he might even just stay with her himself.
I think that even though it's like, yeah, they're just gonna start out talking, I still think that him knowing that, like, okay, we're about to go do something dangerous, but we're gonna talk and strategize first beforehand. Sure, his daughter doesn't need to be there for that. Like, he should have just dropped her off in that moment. It's smarter to drop her off in that moment rather than like, all right, let's do all the talking and strategizing, and then when we're ready to go into action, hold up, I'm gonna go drop off my daughter, then I'll be ready. I think it's smarter to do it was it the latter? No, not the latter, the previous way.
I mean, I don't think, because we're talking about risk, right, and her safety. I don't think it's
I'm back.
necessarily risking her safety to like bring her for a talk. I think it would be a direct risk if he brought her like into an actual fight.
Which he did.
Well, yeah, we'll get to that.
And that's also why I don't really want to belabor on this point too much, because it's like we're definitely missing the forest for the trees here, debating whether or not it's dangerous to have her here for this, because it's like, well, he does bring his daughter into a fight, a very dangerous, high speed, high altitude fight. I guess we can just focus on that.
Yeah, I feel
Yeah.
like there was something else I wanted to bring up that I can't recall right now. Oh yeah, another thing about like, because you mentioned him leaving the baby with MJ or a babysitter. The thing is that I don't think Peter is generally okay with just leaving her alone with MJ, and the reason for that is because she's she has superpowers. She can do basically whatever she wants. And yeah, I think you've even made this joke earlier about how babies are determined to just die and just do dangerous stuff. What I'm saying is, like, I feel like that would be a big problem if he just left her with MJ, because if MJ brought her to work, what if the baby just climbs wherever? Like, what if she's working in, like, a building and, the baby just starts crawling away? MJ can't do anything because the baby's, like, way too strong. And just, like, the baby just walks out of a window. Like, that's a big problem. She can't do anything about that.
Yeah, web her up. I know it seems very mean. It seems cruel.
Oh no,
but
I was talking about
better.
earlier when we were talking about Spider Society.
Oh, well, that would mean that the MJ never gets time with just the baby by herself. So you mean like Peter is literally around his
Peter
baby
believes
24/7?
that she's safer with him, because if not, then she basically is like out of control.
They would have had to have worked out a system to where the baby isn't, to where like they know what to do even if Peter isn't right next to her to stop her. Because I mean, like, even at the end of that sequence, he puts her in her crib, and then her and MJ go off to bed. You could be like, well, wait, so they're just leaving the baby in a regular baby crib, and they're going to sleep? Like, what if
Yeah,
the
but
baby
at least
crawls
like,
out and injures itself?
but Peter Parker is there if the baby does anything.
Right. I just more so mean to say, like, at this point, they have to have come up with some system around that, you know, like something to stop the baby from, or a way that even MJ, if it were just MJ and the baby, to where she would be able to stop the baby from hurting themselves. Like, for one, is just an idea, but take away the web shooters, because now the baby can't thwip away anywhere. It would actually have to attach itself to a wall and start slowly crawling up it, which you can very easily stop. Like, just keep the baby in a stroller or a carrier or something.
Well, as I recall, like the only times that she uses the web shooter is one while they're like playing around in Spider Society, which is like relatively supervised. I think that part's fine. Towards the end, we see that she still has them on. I would say it's better for Peter to have like proper security for those web shooters, so she can't just grab them. What I will say though as well is that if she was planning anything, his spider sense would at least warn him about it. So if she was to like just start doing stuff, I'm pretty sure he would know about that immediately.
I know, but I'm saying, like, if you take away the web shooters, then it becomes way easier and more reasonable to
No, I
say, like,
agree.
oh, this is how MJ would be able to handle
The thing is,
baby
right,
on her own.
I would certainly agree that taking away the web shooters would be an aid, but even if you did that, I would still say that there's other things that the baby could do that MJ really can't control. Like, what if the baby just, like, is playing around, using her super strength, and she like hits MJ really hard, like where it injures or even kills her, or does to like a random person on the job. Like, what if the baby just like picked up an object and just tossed it at someone's head and it killed them?
Well,
You know
I
what I mean?
think in that case, what he should do is whatever he did when, you know, those scenes in the flashback when it shows Peter trying to save the world that Miguel kind of doomed by teleporting
Yeah.
in. That's why I'm saying there has to have been some kind of system, because whatever was being, wherever the baby was, however it was being taken care of, he should just do that. I don't know what it was because
Well,
I
Well,
didn't
I'm
know where the
confused.
baby
Like,
was kept during that.
do you mean when Peter was on Miguel's world?
Yes, you remember Miguel was showing the hologram
Oh,
of this is
okay,
what
yeah.
happened when me and Peter tried
I-
to save our world. The
No,
baby
I
was
gotcha.
nowhere
I
near
don't
him, so
think
the
he
baby.
had the baby at that time, and the reason I
I
don't.
hope not.
Well, the reason I don't think he has the baby at that time is because like Miguel would have been interested like soon after Into the Spider-Verse to be investigating this canon stuff. I imagine Peter B. Parker would be one of the first people that he brings onto his team, and the whole canon event thing, I think that's just been a norm within Spider Society for a while. That's where he discovered the consequences of breaking the canon. So I don't think that would be a development that occurs like so much later that Mayday's already born. I don't think that's
Well,
the
he has
case.
to be able
I
to
think it
keep
would've-
Mayday somewhere. He doesn't have the baby attached to his hip. Well, he does. Okay, he literally does in this scene.
Well,
but
I think
you,
at
you
the
know
time
what I mean.
Mayday is in MJ's stomach.
No, I don't mean that. I mean like even during the events of Across the Spider-Verse, there are like Peter doesn't literally go everywhere with the baby, right? Like he's still needed for field work. So there would have to be times where there would have to be a time, a like some kind of moment where he has to be separate from Mayday. There has to be. Unless he literally walks around with that baby carrier with him 24/7 every single day.
I mean, yeah, I'd certainly agree that like there's has to be ways for him to get like Mayday somewhere safe while he's busy doing Spider-Man stuff. I think one of them would certainly be Spider Society. He can fall back on that. Which, I mean, to be honest, you could at that point you can kind of argue why he'd be fine with bringing her along to Spider Society. If something literally just pops up, then he could rely on one of them like very quickly and conveniently to hold the baby.
Well, also I think there's I think there's more reason to suspect that he can leave the baby with MJ, because you remember at the end of that sequence when he's back home, she's like, "Did you take our baby to a fight again?" Which is like, oh my gosh, that's wow. So this isn't even the only time. But also that shows that it's not just like a part of their routine. Like if what we're saying is true, where he like keeps the baby either with him or with a spider person in Spider Society all the time, then like MJ wouldn't even be asking that question. He'd be like, of course, MJ, I take this baby everywhere I go, and I go to Spider Society. To me, the reason she's asking that question is because she was surprised that he took the baby with her, which she can't be surprised about that unless the baby is at home a lot with her, which means she can take care of the baby on her own. Which to
don't
me is
think,
perfectly reasonable,
I
because
don't
we
think
don't know
that's
that
what
the
the
baby's
scene
with them.
is implying, because like she already knew that he was gonna take her to work. She's not surprised by that. She doesn't have an issue with that. I think the reason she's asking that is because Peter looks like exhausted or stressed.
Right, but I mean, like in that scene, let me see if I can get the dialogue exactly. Her being, I think she was also surprised that the baby was away. There was something something in there that said that.
I don't think she implied that.
I am
Like, I
curious.
don't remember that in the dialogue.
I am curious to know what she thinks about the baby web shooters.
Well, I guess she's okay with it.
Which is,
Yeah, I mean,
which I do
as
think
long
is
as it's supervised, I would say that's not really an issue. But I definitely agree that like after they're done playing with it, you should just take it.
yeah.
I just think it's an issue. Don't give the baby that. it's just giving him a loaded gun. Like,
I
why
wouldn't
does the
compare it
baby
to
need a
that
web
because-
shooter?
Well, like it's not like, oh, someone would just die straight away if she was to use that. Like, it's under clearly supervised conditions. I would much more compare it to like putting a baby on a swing.
Well, a swing isn't that a swing would very rarely be lethal unless you're really getting it up there high. In which case, even like a parent on a swing, like if your kid was really small and fragile and you pushed them really high, I would still be like, hey, why do you need to do that? And they'd be like,
No, I
well,
certainly
I'm
agree.
supervising them.
Yeah, what I'm getting at with that comparison is that it's under a supervised condition, and I do think the threshold of that wouldn't exactly be the same with Mayday, because she's someone who has spider power, super strength, super durability. She's able to handle like the motion much easier than a normal baby.
Yeah, but there's also no reason to do it. Like, it is objectively putting your child in unnecessary risk. Like, definitionally, it is a
Well,
risk,
when
and it's
when
not
they're playing-
necessary.
When they're playing around in Spider Society, like what exactly is the risk here? Because like if she just bumps onto like the side a bit, I mean, I don't think Peter wouldn't stop that if that were to happen. He's constantly keeping track of her movements, and two, even if that did happen, I don't think that would do much to someone of her level of durability.
Well, we don't know her level of durability for one.
I think we
but
can
also,
get a good idea from it. The reason
But
for
we still
that
don't
is
know.
because the only way Spider-Man is able to swing around is because of because of his intense super strength and durability. That's the only reason he's
Yeah.
able to do that. And I assume Mayday previously has presented like immense strength and durability as well, which would inform why she's able to swing around. So
But
even
if
if
a
she did bump into
teenage-
something, I don't think that would really do anything.
well, if a teenage Peter Parker with much more developed muscles and bones can get severely injured by being hit by like a train or a car, right? That would mean that, which we've seen happen in the movies, that would mean that the threshold for the baby would be much less. than
Yeah,
that.
but like we don't really see anything of that equivalent in Across the Spider-Verse, like where I could pull up the scene real quick. She's just basically swinging around in a room. Let me find it.
Yeah, I know. And he is keeping an
basically
eye
what
on
I'm
her.
saying is like it's not the same exact scale.
No, it's not. I'm just saying that it is still a risk. Like, yes, he's keeping an eye on her, and he can stop her from, like, when she climbed all the way to the top of the ceiling and then dropped, and he stopped her from falling. He can do that, yeah. But it is still a risk. Like, Spider-Man's not perfect. I'm saying it's a risk and it's unnecessary. And even saying that he's keeping an eye on her doesn't change the fact that it's a risk, and it doesn't change that it's completely unnecessary. So that's my criticism. He's putting his child in an unnecessary risk by, one, giving them web shooters, and then two, taking them into a fight.
Well, so my question would be like, how far do we want to take this? Because I feel like there's a lot of things that we could say is a risk, but parents are still, relatively protective of it in the first place. Like, for example, with the swing, right? Let's say there's a mechanical problem with the swing that could just show up unnoticed. Does that necessarily mean like a parent wouldn't be okay with putting their kid on a swing? I mean, some parents might be worried about that, but others, like, I don't think it's necessarily unreasonable to think it's relatively safe as long as it's within their watch.
I mean, yeah, but that's another thing too. Is like I think there is like a world's difference between like putting your child on a swing versus this for a couple reasons. One, because this is potentially lethal, but this swing scenario
I would
you're
disagree
talking
for
about.
this situation. I don't think it'd be lethal.
I'm not talking about this particular situation. I mean her having web shooters. Just the fact that she has web shooters means
No,
like,
no.
she could die
That's
from
what I'm
it.
saying with the web shooters thing. I don't think her swinging around that's lethal at all.
well, if she falls, then yeah, it is. Like from
Well,
a significant
Peter-
enough height.
Well, Peter's there to watch the whole time, so even if she did fall, he would just catch her very easily.
He's there to watch her unless something goes wrong.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
Like, unless for whatever reason, because this happens to Spider-Man. Sometimes he's not quite fast enough, not quite reflexive enough.
yeah,
so
but
it's
in order
like
for him
something
to
could
not
always-
be in this case, it would be bad writing. It'd have to be like Insomniac Spider-Man 2. Like he'd have to be nerfed
Well-
in order to fail. Like my whole point is like, in order for him to fail in this situation, the writing would have to be like, the power scaling would have to just be nonsense, which I don't think I'm fine
I mean,
with
not
characters not accounting
necessarily,
for.
right?
Well, I'm fine with
'Cause,
characters not accounting for something that like blatantly impossible happening. I
But
think
it's
blatantly
it's not
impossible if he
blatantly
fails to
impossible.
catch her.
I don't think it's blatantly impossible that nothing could go wrong when, like, if she's playing around somewhere with a web shooter and for whatever reason he can't catch her. Like, this franchise is also, it has the because everything's got it, the inconsistent Spider-Man thing, which I'm not sure if you still consider it an issue. I know the last time we spoke about it, we talked about how, like, since other senses can sometimes be faulty, it's okay if a spider sense is, but for this case, we know for a fact that his spider senses can be faulty because it happens sometimes in the film. There are like
Oh well,
attacks
I
he
think
fails
that's an
to.
issue. I don't remember. I think I vaguely remember us talking about it. But I do think there are some issues with spider sense inconsistencies. Not just in other media, but in this movie as well. Like I
Well,
think
yeah, I mean,
the
we're-
one
yeah.
with Gwen earlier. I think that one is a problem. Because
Well, that's not an issue because Spider-Man 2099 doesn't have spider sense. That's just a part of his.
Well, no. I meant Gwen not sensing the Vulture. I didn't mean Spider-Man
Oh.
2099.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, what I'd say is like, I'm not even thinking about spider sense. That's not even what I'm considering in this scenario. I'm just considering he's watching, she falls. How does he just fail? Like, I feel like he would have to be nerfed in order to not catch the baby in that case.
Well, let's say she was swinging and, she thwipped somewhere pretty high, pretty fast, and then now was falling, and he went up to go catch her, and then a drone hit him in the face. Like, if this is kind of out in the open somewhere. Because, like, I don't know, that's happened before, literally. Not with the baby.
that
but,
has
like,
happened before, yeah. But
Yeah,
like, they're
Spider-Man's
not
been
out
hit
in the
by a
open
drone.
though. This is like just a normal safe house for them. Well, relatively normal, I should say.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think that you'd have to. I only use that as an example in that, like, you wouldn't have to nerf Peter Parker to have his spider sense fail on him for whatever reasons. The spider sense is faulty by nature, like how it's described in. Well, I guess that's kind of just the nature of spider sense in all spider media, then, right? Because it's like, regardless of whether or not it's a problem, it's inconsistent because it's just the way it's written.
Well,
It doesn't work every single time.
I don't think he would even need spider sense. Even if his spider sense didn't exist, I would say it's a problem if he fails to catch her. If Miguel was to fail to catch her, I would say that's a problem. Like, he would have to be nerfed too.
What if when, like, I don't know, for say when he's trying to catch after Miles, right? And then he picks her out and he's like, "Hold the baby." If she just like tried to thwip and escape somewhere among those gears, right? I mean, I guess you could say he's got like a hold of her. I don't know. I just think that I don't see why like literally nothing could go wrong. Like, that's just not how.
Well, like,
As long as if we establish that something can go wrong, if she thwips somewhere, let's say potentially it happens, if she thwips somewhere from a high place and then falls and he fails to catch her, if that is the potential scenario that can go wrong, it's logically impossible to say that that can't happen. Like, if the only way that that can happen is through bad writing, that is a possibility, right?
That what exactly would happen?
Well, that for whatever reason, she's playing around with the device, and she whips somewhere with the web and falls, but he fails to catch her. We can't say that that is
Wait,
literally
so
impossible.
where would she swing where he would like fail to catch her?
Well, I'm just saying in a scenario, like, not to get off of like contriving individual scenarios, just the possibility, right? Like, I mean, I guess we can contrive a scenario if we want. This scene right here, right?
Yeah,
Miles
I'm trying to
is
like
talking
focus
to
within
Peter.
the parameters of this scene because this is where we see him.
Well, again, this is gonna
playing
sound
around like this.
ridiculous. This is gonna sound ridiculous, but I just want to say it just to establish there are ways in which this can happen potentially.
Uh-huh.
So Miles is talking with Peter B. Parker right here, and Mayday is climbing to the ceiling. Mayday drops from the ceiling. I think it's reasonable to assume her dropping all the way from the top of the ceiling would have at the very least gravely injured her. But Peter catches her because he's just having a chill talk with Miles. Nothing is happening right now. Now let's say in this contrived scenario, Spot attacks Peter B. Parker, or Miles. He attacks Miles, but because Miles is right next to Peter, kind of bumps Peter out of the way right in the middle of when Mayday is falling.
Uh-huh.
Now Peter is like knocked on the ground. Mayday has hit the floor. Boom. That's the thing that can potentially logically happen, and there's no character assassination there.
Well, so couldn't you say the same exact thing would happen of, let's say, Mayday is with Peter, and then the Spot, like, you know, does what he does. Like, that would still happen where they'd fall through the hole, like, regardless. And even then, like, I do feel like I'm not saying it's, I should word myself better. It's not outright impossible that there's some kind of circumstance that makes it so she's in danger, but I do think those are
Okay,
like
cool.
heavy improbabilities where it's like it's not even worth addressing in this kind of situation. Like, for example, let's say I'm taking a baby to the park, right, and I'm taking them for a swing, and then let's say there's like a random plane that falls down and the debris falls down on the swing while it's happening. It's like, yeah, that could happen, like that could reasonably happen, but it's like such a heavy improbability that it's just not even worth addressing in that scenario. And that's basically like the same thing I'm going for with this right here. I think it is like in pretty much normal circumstances, in I should say typical circumstances, I don't see a way where Peter himself is just unable to catch her in the situation. And in order for, like, we'd have to contrive a very improbable scenario for him to just not do that. And I think, like, by that logic, you could just say, like, well, okay, he shouldn't be carrying the baby at all, because what if something happens to the strap? Like, I don't know, let's say Ant-Man from an evil version of Ant-Man shows up and cuts open his strap, and then the baby falls down. It's like,
Well,
at that
a
point,
couple
should we
things.
just leave the baby on the bed all the time? Like, I don't
Well,
really...
I think these are different because we're talking about improbable circumstances that can happen through like unavoidable means. Like technically the baby can be in harm in any second, regardless of what it's doing. Whether
Yeah.
it's alone, whether it's with Peter, but like there is nothing you can do that will change that fact. If an evil Ant-Man is gonna come out of nowhere and kill your child, what are you gonna do? You know? But we're specifically talking about Peter putting the baby in like a risk position, right? Because for one, I mean, yeah, I hate to be that guy, but I guess technically the being in the Marvel universe or in the Spider-Verse means like the ridiculous contrived scenario that I came up with wouldn't actually be that ridiculous. I feel like multi-dimensional teleporting supervillains are actually kind of a common thing to these guys. So, you know, my scenario wasn't that ridiculous after all. But no, it in all seriousness, I mean, this is an unnecessary risk. This isn't just like well, if the baby's going to be in danger, then it's going to be in danger no matter what. You could just not give them the web slinger, and then you would have an infinitely easier time protecting your baby. You wouldn't have to even like think of scenarios of like, well, what if a supervillain were to attack me right here when I'm trying to like watch my kid? Which again, you know what, even though I was joking, technically speaking, that's not that unreasonable. Not for this universe, not for the kind of lives these people have.
Yeah.
So yeah, why even give her the web shooters in the first place? It's a dangerous piece of technology. Not just dangerous to the baby, but even dangerous to other people. Like, what if the baby webs someone else in, like, the eye or something? That could really mess them up. What if they, you know, shoot their webs on something, like, that's breakable, and they break it by accident?
What if they shoot their webs at an electrical power outlet?
Yep, there's that too. What if they shoot their webs at Electro even? No, but the web slingers are dangerous pieces of technology. They can be potentially very dangerous. There's no reason to give this to your kid. Absolutely none. It is objectively a risk, as improbable as it may seem, and it's objectively unnecessary.
I mean,
But
I would
even
just,
then,
I would just like, I would kind of ask like, what's the threshold at this point then, in order to like, if Peter is to like physically play around with this baby, because this right here seems to be the kind of playing around with like the fun of swinging around. Would you like, let's say he put the baby on like a regular swing, would you say that's just a problem intrinsically as well, because there's some kind of risk that the mechanical mechanism fails?
not
Or
really,
let's say
because
like,
even
you
if
know,
the
I mean, even like, I can go even more extreme. Let's say lightning strikes it strikes the swing set or whatever, and it like, it something goes off, or Electro shows up and shocks the swing set. You know what I mean?
You know what's
It's like,
funny
I
you
feel like,
say that though. I just want to say real quick before it's funny you say that though with the lightning strike thing, because actually most swings, if you'll notice, they have like plastic coating around the bits of the chain that are around the swing itself, and then the swing is made of
Mhm.
plastic. That's actually specifically there, designed in case lightning strikes. Just fun fact. So that
okay,
wouldn't really be a
that's
problem.
interesting, yeah. But I mean, the thing is, Electro, he's known to get through stuff like that. Like, especially like
Yeah.
the spectacular version of Electro, he can like melt tires like easily. Electro was known to be like very like special with like electricity.
Yeah, but we're
Well,
talking
he
about
gets
unavoidable risk again. You know, where it's like Electro
well,
just shows up and attacks your baby. It doesn't
well,
matter if
my
your
whole
baby's
thing
on the
would
swing
be
or not.
well, my whole thing would be the unavoidable aspect would be not putting her on the swing or not putting her at the park. Like, I feel like there's always a way you can technically avoid it, but it's still like overall a heavy improbability. But like, I definitely understand what you're saying of like trying to eliminate as much risk as possible. I think this is just a case where it's like, it's just improbabilities that would be a concern here, and he is watching it, and there's like very strong mitigating factors because
Well,
of the
just
fact that he's, you
to
know,
push back against the swing thing real quick is I do think that's very different though. And I didn't mean to interrupt
Same.
you. I just in case like in
Well, I
case you
basically
were
made
building
my
your
whole
point
point,
off
yeah.
of that. Oh, okay. But yeah, in case you were building the point off of that, I don't think it's comparable because unless you're being really irresponsible, a swing should not carry a lethal risk. Like, I know, I'm
Yeah,
sure
but
a lot of us as kids, the way we were using swings on our own was probably a lethal risk. I mean, but for parents, especially like young kids, you don't push them all the way up. Even if like something in the swing snaps and the baby goes flying, they're not going to go flying that far, ideally, unless you're being really irresponsible. And then at most, like maybe they break a toe. That's fine. We're talking about, I think there's a difference between, you know, an avoidable risk and an unavoidable risk, but there's also a difference between a potentially lethal risk and just a regular risk. You know, like lots of
I
things
mean,
carry regular risks when you're raising a child, but the potentially lethal risks, most parents tend to avoid entirely, at least the avoidable ones, you know?
there's also the factor that the swings does not give the baby a same amount of power as giving Mayday web shooters would. Like I think a more comparable uh thing. I think something more comparable to the web shooters would be giving a baby a BB gun.
Yeah. Which some parents have a real problem with, even though like most BB guns aren't a lethal risk. I mean, you know, you could shoot your eye out, of course. We all know that. But it's even like less of a risk than that. I also know parents who like even when their kids aren't like really small babies, even when they're just younger, they won't let them even do things like eat medium rare meat because even though there's a low chance in most nice establishments that there's a very low chance there's going to be like a parasite or anything in it. Most parents will just like, or not most parents, a lot of parents will just not want to even take that risk with their kid. But that's just to say that like it seems to be a trend with parenting. Not that, you know, I assume any of us are any experts. Is that avoidable, potentially lethal risks are best avoided.
I mean, I don't even specifically
you're Peter
agree
Parker.
that like the swing comparison is completely off, because you mentioned like getting maybe like a broken toe or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even think that would happen in this scenario, because of the fact that she has powers, and I do think like there's a level to which, because of her powers, there would be less of a threshold on what she can or can't do to like play around. I'll let you answer in a moment because there's something I want to address in chat. But like I do want to ask, like, what do you think would be, I guess, the appropriate way for Peter to like play around with his baby, with like her powers or whatever. You could think about that for a moment. Someone said something in the chat that is mildly amusing to me. So, Revolver Snake, made of, hold up. I trolled him all night. I trolled him all night last night and got him to make a video response titled, "Coming Clean." So I'm curious, what is this Revolver Snake thing? Because like he's quite funny. Every time I hear about him, he repeats the same thing over and over again, saying this is awkward. I could tell I really shook him. What I wanted him was to confess he's a disingenuous snake.
I'll be right back.
Worried he's gonna take me to court and sue me for harassment. I don't think he can take you to court for anything. That rumor has it that he sued someone over in the past over something. I don't remember right now. I mean, if you're just like criticizing what he says, I don't know what the worry is. But I don't know. I think Revolver Snake is just a very unserious individual. He's very funny to everyone. I honestly, he's probably trolling you. I'm not gonna lie. It wouldn't shock me if that was true.
I have a very weird history with Revolver Snake because
you know
for some reason.
Oh, you know him too?
Yes, I did. I knew him before you did, actually, because for some reason, despite the fact that he only had like his videos would consistently only have 2,000 views, he kept showing up on my feed. and then I watched his first video that was a critique against you, which technically wasn't even a critique against you. He was just criticizing commentary YouTubers in general, and you for just happened to be one of them in the thumbnail. But like, he didn't even address you in the video, but you were on a thumbnail of his. I checked it out. He was criticizing commentary YouTubers about basically saying, oh yeah, they're lazy. You know, they just talk about stuff that's not important. They just talk about other YouTubers. They just react to other YouTube content all the time. And then I type a comment to that video asking, and what exactly would you label your content as?
Oh, got him.
And then he just responds with, oh, just diverse stuff. Or just something like that. Something weird. But yeah, I knew about him before you did because he kept showing up on my feed.
Dude,
it was really weird.
I love his presence because he's just hilarious. Like every single time he gets involved, like he's like, "Oh, I my friends in the military." He always appeals to that when trying to argue about Arkham Knight. Like it's just so funny. But yeah, tangent over about Revolver Snake. Yeah. What'd you think about like the question I asked? Like, what do you think would be an appropriate way for Peter to play around with his daughter's powers, but in a way that's like, you know, well supervised, well controlled?
I think literally. I'd be fine. Sorry, you go first.
I'd be fine with them just crawling on walls and even lower ceilings.
Okay.
I would be cool with anything that doesn't evolve, like anything outside of the web slingers, because I mean technically those aren't even like her powers. They're Spider-Man's tools, his weapons, you could say. That's not like innate to her. So you can just play with her like a normal kid a lot of times. You can just do other things. Yeah, like have her crawl up the wall a little bit, but not too high or something. I don't know.
So like not in this location?
Anything outside of the web slingers. Yeah, probably not here.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I think like here it's relatively in control for Peter. I think this is something he can reasonably supervise, but if we're not going to agree on that, that's fine. We could just jump to a different point. I don't want to spend too long on one singular thing. Yeah.
But we seem to keep doing that, SK. I think we got to just give up. We just have to allot like 2 hours for every single point.
Well, I enjoy going through each and every point. I just want to make sure we have time for everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
as far as the chase itself, now I actually do have some of my own criticisms of the chase, so why don't we get that out of the way first?
Okay.
Well, I do think it's fine in the first half. I think in the second half there's no need to bring the baby on like the train. I don't really see the necessity for that. Now,
I agree.
previously, before last night, I did say, like, I think another problem is that Mayday could easily be afraid of heights, of, like, even being on the train to begin with, so, like, that's, like, a psychological thing. But then I did, like, look into it a bit, and we also kind of touched on this. But, like, apparently the baby, that might not even be accurate, because if babies are, like you said, determined to just die because they like playing around and they don't have a proper sense of, like, what's dangerous and what's not, I guess that kind of, disproves what one of my criticisms there. So I'll acknowledge that. But at the same time, I just don't really see the practical need to bring Mayday on the train. The only reason I really give it a pass for the first half is because he's trying to make a point to Miles, and he believes that is the most efficient way to get Miles into agreement, which he thinks is necessary for the multiverse being safe, getting Miles to cooperate. So if he believes that's the most efficient way of doing that, I'm fine with that, especially since we've talked about what the ideology of the canon is built on to begin with. But yeah, we can work from there. But that's my quick summarized take on the chase.
So you didn't have a problem with him, like, once the fighting actually starts, the moment he goes like, this is bad parenting, instead of just like webbing the baby up somewhere, he like takes her into the active fight scene, the active and dangerous fight scene happening, because like he needs the baby to talk down Miles.
Yeah, I think it's fine for practical reasons that he thinks it'll be the most efficient way to reach Miles.
I disagree very much, because I don't think the baby is the only way. I don't even think he would think that the baby is the only way to reach Miles. I think he is more than enough. The baby to Miles is just a baby. Like it doesn't mean very much to him. Peter B. Parker is like, he's almost like he's a mentor figure, but he's kind of like a secondary father figure to him in a way. I don't think he needed the baby at all. I don't think he would choose to like he's a father. He wouldn't choose to put his baby's life at such a severe risk just because, oh, well, I'm going to ask Miles to hold her for a second so he can chill out.
I would disagree
I don't
with
think
it
that's
being
true
a
at all.
severe risk in this case, because what Peter's doing is restricting all of her movements with the I forget what they call it, but the thing that he puts Mayday in, the straps, whatever. He makes sure that Mayday is attached to him, and everywhere she goes, it's within his control. And he does keep his distance throughout the chase so that he doesn't bump into any of the other spider people. And the only way he does get to Miles is through basically a sneak attack. I say attack, it's not really an attack, you get what I mean. But it's like a stealthy way of getting Miles in an isolated position with him. I think that in itself is fine because he's taking clear measures to make sure the baby doesn't get hurt. And even though I can agree that there's other ways he could potentially reach Miles, he thinks this is the most efficient way for a couple reasons. One, it implies trust in Miles, that he's willing to literally bring his baby to Miles. It communicates like a significant level of trust and transparency. And two, it's meant to like illustrate a point that like good things happen too, and it's because of Miles that he wanted to have his kid. And I think it's much more, I guess, it's a more powerful point to make when he actually has the baby with Miles.
I mean, sure, but my thing is that, like, I think we're severely downplaying the risks of the fight, because even though he is taking measures to minimize the risk, it is still objectively a pretty big risk. He's keeping his distance, but there are hundreds of Spider-Men swinging around everywhere, bumping into each other. Miles is doing some pretty dangerous things in order to stop himself from being caught. I mean, like, some of the things he does to some of the Spider-Men could, I'm not saying potentially be lethal, but let's say if they had a squishy baby on their chest, could potentially be lethal for that baby. And it's understandable why. I mean, from Miles' perspective, he's surrounded by a bunch of people who are basically trying to kill his dad. Not kill him by directly pulling the trigger themselves, but because they know it's going to happen and they're doing everything in their power to stop him from saving his dad. So Miles can very easily and understandably get pretty violent when met with like a lot of opposition. I mean, just think about what he does to Miguel O'Hara when he shocks his suit and forces him to tumble down the train. Miguel knocks pretty hardly into a bunch of Spider-Men, one of which could have been Peter B. Parker. And not just that itself, but all the stuff that happens on the road, all the stuff that narrowly happened that could have, you know, maybe we didn't see, him crashing through buildings. This is a fight. It's dangerous. It's a bunch of superpowered beings in a high-speed chase. I do not want to like let it be underplayed how dangerous this thing is. Even though Peter's got powers and he's being careful, I understand. This is still putting his daughter's life at risk, and it doesn't need to happen. It does show trust, you know, as a notion like, hey, I'm gonna let you hold my daughter. Now, don't you feel better? But Peter should have known that it wasn't going to make enough difference to be like, see, I trust you. I'm letting you hold my daughter. Now, please let your dad get murdered, please. That's not gonna... He should at least have the emotional maturity to know that if he somehow had the power, the influence, the words to somehow make Miles okay with his dad dying, that a baby wasn't going to make the difference. It was going to be something much deeper than that.
Well, I don't think it's necessarily the baby that makes the significant difference. I think the whole purpose of that is so Miles at least trusts him specifically, and then they can get to that issue.
I think Miles is going to trust Peter B to an extent. Even in this scene, when he has the baby, he doesn't trust him entirely. He trusts him to an extent. He trusts him because he knows him, and because he knows that from his perspective, this needs to happen, and that, you know, he believes what he's saying, but he doesn't trust that this is the right way to go about things. And obviously he's not going to be okay with it. As much as he trusts Peter B. Parker, he's not going to be okay with his dad getting killed. And I think Peter B. Parker should have known this, and known that, like, none of this has anything to do with the baby, you know? Like, he trusts Peter because he knows him, because he's been through a lot with him. The baby doesn't have anything to do with it. So as far as I'm concerned, this is a wildly dangerous, unnecessary risk just for a most minor charisma stat boost, I guess I could put it, to like convince Miles, which I don't agree with. I think that's a bit out of his character, or a bit, I should say, just out of his character, not a bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm on the same stance.
Well, I don't necessarily disagree that a risk is present. I wouldn't say it's a huge risk, because I think there's ways that he very easily could minimize it, and he does take those measures in doing so. So, like, as far as, like, the spider people bumping into each other, that just wouldn't happen if he's just constantly keeping his distance. I'd say the greatest risk present would be him grabbing Miles from the chase and them interacting. But to his credit, he does keep his distance as well when he even brings him there. Like, he's already moved out of the way by the time he gets there. Yeah, so at that point, I think Miles would be willing to discuss with him if Peter is basically saying, hey, let's just talk about this.
Well, we're getting back to the discussion about... We're getting back to the discussion we said about risk earlier, which is like similar to the points we've made before. It's like, yes, I understand what you're saying. Where like he's doing these things to where like, oh, people can't hit him because he's Spider-Man and he's dodging things and everything. None of us can know, neither can he, if like something's gonna go wrong. If a rogue Spider-Man hit him,
I'm in agreement here that there's definitely a risk present.
So like saying that like, well, he's doing things to kind of not have anything go wrong, you know, that doesn't to me change my point, because my point is that it's out of character for him to take this risk, because this is more than just the debatable risk we were having earlier about giving the child web slingers. That's debatable. I will admit that's perfectly debatable. This is not debatable. This is way bigger. Bringing your baby to an active fight that's happening. is not a debatable risk. As much as you can do to minimize the damages or
Well,
minimize anything
like I said,
happening.
no, I already agree that there is a risk present. What I'm saying is that he's willing to, through his minimizations of the risk, he's willing to have this conversation with Miles regardless because he thinks that's the most efficient way to reach him. I don't necessarily have a problem with that, especially since he thinks that the safety of an entire universe is contingent on Miles' cooperation.
Well, I mean, my thing with that is I don't think he would, I don't think he would come to the conclusion that, like, oh, well, my baby is gonna be, like, important for me getting to Miles, because, like, on its face, it doesn't seem very important. It's a nice gesture, it really is, but it is not that important that it is going to significantly sway Miles either way, whether or not he's going to agree with Peter or not. So that's why I'm saying it's like kind of a meaningless, not meaningless, but like, how do I put it? It's not worth the risk. It wouldn't be worth the risk to him. This is something that's not going to sway Miles's mind very much either way, but it is putting your child at significant risk, which it's hard for us to comprehend what exactly that means because we're not parents. But I imagine that, like, if there was a parent in this call, they would be able to, like, better inform, because, truth be told, it's like we don't know fully what goes through your head as a parent when it comes to your child's safety. It like changes your whole brain chemistry and everything. So like I don't know, I just don't think Peter would choose to risk his child like this for something that is ultimately, at the end of the day, he should know isn't going to matter that much. Him having the baby is not going to matter very much when it comes to the issue of convincing Miles to stay or to try and escape.
I mean, I think it would be quite meaningful to Miles if Peter demonstrates a high level of trust and transparency. But I think that would be meaningful in the conversation. But I mean, if that's not something that you believe, I mean, that's fine. I think that's what Peter believes in this scenario.
Well, part of why I think that's the case is because I think, like, even Miles, not that this criticism is, a criticism of his character, but even Miles should be like, when Peter's like, hey, here, hold my baby. Honestly, it would be so understandable of him to just be like, why did you bring your baby in this, dude? What is wrong with you?
Wasn't he even sort of like that? Like, he didn't explicitly say that, but he was weirded out by Mayday's presence, I think, wasn't he?
No, his reasoning was that you don't get to have a heart-to-heart right now. He's not really particularly weirded out by Mayday herself.
Yeah, and well, my sort of point just being that, like, for as nice as a gesture it is, you would think what would more fill Miles's head is like, Peter, I can't believe you're, like, putting your child at risk like this for no reason, more so than like, oh, that's so nice, you let me hold your baby. Which, like, again, I think we might just be stuck on this point because I think Peter should know that the baby is just going to be there for a nice gesture and isn't going to make very much of a difference, especially because it's like,
well,
I think he should be emotionally, or sorry, go on.
Well, yeah, just real quick, I don't necessarily think he sees it as just simply a gesture. How he sees it is displaying trust that he believes Miles will make the right choices. And that's why he's willing, he's willing to have him literally hold his baby, just to prove that, showing that level of trust. And I think that would be a meaningful point to be made to Miles, especially if, like, the baby is actually there, because he's trusting him to do, the right thing in this situation as well, not just the whole canon thing. So, I mean, if you want to say, like, that's too, very irresponsible and very risky, I'm fine with you believing that. I just don't necessarily think that's out of character for Peter Parker here, especially since the whole reason he's doing this is because he thinks this is the most efficient and effective way to basically get a whole universe saved.
That's why I brought up that's why I kept saying, like, it seems like a nice gesture, and that's because the only way I could accept that Peter would do this, that a father would bring their child into a fight like this, is if he was like, well, this is the only way we can might be the only way I can convince Miles to let his dad die, which I think he should have the emotional maturity to know, A, the baby's not really going to make, this is something so far beyond that the baby's not going to make any difference there, and then B, what is it exactly that he would have said that would have convinced Miles to let his dad die? Like, that really should have been the thing that went through his head, is it's like, I'm probably not going to be able to convince this kid because it's his dad. And we can tell him that, you know, his universe needs his dad to survive, but it's not going to matter to him. So that's why I just kept harping on the point that, like, unless he knows for a fact that his baby is quintessential to convincing Miles to stop what he's doing, and unless he thinks it's going to work, I think it's out of character for him to do this.
Okay, so essentially you think like the baby needs to be more pivotal to the conversation in order for you to believe he would take the risk.
I think it would be interesting in that way, yeah, because it's like, then we would actually see him wrestle with the, you know, potential risks of like, oh, if I do this, I'm risking my baby's life, but I need to do this in order to save Miles's universe, potentially. But we don't really see that because as far as like, from what I've seen in the film, the baby was not going to make any difference. And Peter should have known that the baby's not really going to make much of a difference.
I mean, I certainly agree that it wasn't going to make that much of a difference in the end because of Miles's convictions. But I think it's reasonable that someone could think that showing that level of trust would be meaningful to someone.
I
like,
think,
it'd be
yeah,
a little bit
in a
hard
vague
to
sense.
prove. It'd be a little bit hard to prove the amount of trust you have in someone if he didn't do that. Like, I'm not sure exactly what Peter could do to prove how much he trusts Miles to do the right thing, and how
I think
he's
Peter
just,
not
like,
trying to stop him mattered more. Because in the scene, he doesn't try to, you know how you said like he does a sneak attack? It's not really a sneak attack. He just
Yeah.
kind of gets him in a room to talk with him. During this entire scene, he's not even doing anything to slow down Miles. He's trying to catch up to him. That, to me, that's all he needed to do. Because that shows so much trust in him. It's like, hey kid, I think you're about to go do something that could doom your whole universe, but I'm not going to fight you. I'm not going to try to stop you because
Sure,
I
but
trust you will make the right decision. So the
couldn't-
baby's not going to make that much of a difference in that scenario.
Well, I guess couldn't Miles perceive that as like him trying to, you know, create some kind of trap for him? He's trying to throw him off here, and that's why he's
No.
doing that. I think you would have less lenience toward or credence towards that idea if he is basically willing to have him hold the baby. I don't think that would be like someone who's trying to trap him would do that.
Well, he knows that Peter isn't trying to trap him because, like, Peter could. I mean, in that scene, it's very apparent, as well as, like, in the last Spider-Verse movie, Peter easily could. Peter is well beyond Miles' skill level, and he's in an incredibly enclosed space. If he were to just pick a fight with Miles right now and be like, I'm not going to let you leave, he would win, and Miles should know this. So the fact that Peter's, like, not using his superior skills and strength at all, and is instead just having a chat with him, shows like an extreme amount of trust in him. And yes, the baby shows more trust, but the whole him not trying to stop him shows a lot more. And that's something you can do without endangering the life of your child, and that's what's mainly going to make the difference. So yeah, the only way I believe he would do that is if the baby was like quintessential to his plans to stop Miles, which I don't think he would think that. Wow, that's an overcomplicated sentence. I don't think that he would think that that would be the case. There.
You know, in that case, I think that's a fair point. I think that's a fairly convincing argument against his decision here, as far as his character.
Oh, cool.
Yep.
We won!
Oh my god.
I mean, I don't.
Wizard, you're still alive.
I don't.
I'm sorry. I'm just.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. If you want to say something.
Yeah, I was just not the most like this particular point of Mayday's endangerment was not my biggest area of expertise, so that's why I'm mostly quiet.
Oh, okay.
I am a bit more weirded out by something else that involves Mayday, but before I do that, and yes, I've been listening to the entire conversation, but SK, I found it.
Oh, you found it.
the Revolver Snake YouTube video I was talking about.
I think I did see
With
the
the
one
com-
where he said commentary YouTubers are, I forget what he said. Was it cancer or something? I don't know. I didn't care about.
So
I didn't care
true.
about the video, so I just didn't watch it.
Well, I know the video is called commentary YouTubers need to go away,
Oh,
and
okay.
his response to my comment was even better than I remembered. So
Oh, really?
he says commentary YouTubers need to go away. I respond with, and what exactly would you label your content as, if I may ask? And then he just replies, random stuff.
Okay, that's a peak comedy right there. I
Wow.
thought if you can just screenshot that, I feel like random stuff could just be like a new screenshot meme. Random stuff, like you know all the Twitter berry memes, like things change or whatever, like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that would fit right in that genre.
I can't
Random
screenshot it
stuff.
right now because of the device I'm using, but I'll keep the tab up.
You could use that
Nice.
as a defense in case anyone else criticizes your channel for like, oh, SK, you're just a commentary YouTuber. You're like, no, I don't do that. I do
Yeah,
random
just
stuff.
Random
dude.
stuff.
Random
Random stuff.
Just like
stuff.
Revolver Snake.
It's funny with Revolver Snake because he says that like because I made the joke video of like me putting on the Riddler voice, which I wasn't even gonna make unless I could like put on a convincing Riddler impression. That's the only reason I made that video. He took that and it's like, oh well, I just live rent free in this guy's head. Meanwhile, he's making like 50 videos about me when I'm not even addressing him. Like it's so it's so good. But yeah, setting aside Revolver Snake, if we're to move on to the rest of Peter B. Parker's character,
Yeah.
I certainly agree with the train thing as we talked about earlier. I think that leads us to, because I know there's some criticism in terms of how he stands up for Gwen, like the extent he goes for that. My reading of the scene is that I think he's willing to restrain himself just because he knows that there's consequences to if he pushes Miguel too hard, especially with his emotional state. Being that if he loses his watch and can't return to Spider Society, then physically speaking, he literally can't do anything to interfere and possibly put a stop to what Miguel is doing, because at this point he's questioning how much he actually wants to follow him and his agenda. So that's my general summarization of my stance. If you want to add anything or add any pushback, you can go ahead.
I never really had a problem with that moment in particular, just the fight scene.
I didn't have a problem with that moment either, though I wasn't a fan of the as a son of a mother and a father of the daughter line, only because I thought it was cringe, which is technically subjective. I'm not as much a fan as the comedy of this movie as much as was with the first one, but we could save that for later, probably.
Yeah, I like the comedy in both for the most part, so yeah.
Yeah.
Then I guess the last thing about Peter B. Parker would be what he does at the end of the movie. I can certainly see why there's like a concern for that. My whole thing is I want to see how it's handled. If it's literally just a case where they already know where Miles is, they already know what the environment's like, and they're just there to talk with him, I guess that's fine. But if there's very obviously elements where they should know that this is a problem if he brings the baby there, then yeah. But like I want to wait for the Beyond the Spider-Verse to be absolutely sure. I just don't know where the portal is leading. That's why I hesitate to really say anything.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair enough.
I mean, hey, even if it does lead to somewhere dangerous, it wouldn't be the first dangerous situation he's brought his baby into.
Yeah,
Seems
we'll
to
have
be
to see
just
in
the thing he
Beyond.
does.
If they do it in Beyond the Spider-Verse, then yeah, the criticism would extend there.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll have to see.
What do you
Yeah, go on.
What do you think about the moment of like showing his family photos to Miguel, a guy who has recently
yeah.
lost family? Is that
Forgot about that.
Let me see. You're talking about. Let me find it.
Peter B. Parker. He's like, look at these cute family photos to the guy who like just saw his family die in front of him not too long ago.
Let me see this.
It seems a bit in poor taste, in my opinion.
That
Miguel clearly
yeah,
doesn't like it.
maybe poor taste. Like, I that one's debatable of whether that's a legit flaw or not. It's just I don't know how to feel about it.
I don't think Peter B.
my
Parker would do
my
that.
reading of it is that I feel like if Miguel ever had a problem with seeing photos of Mayday or having Mayday around, he's not the type of person who doesn't say anything. I think he would be willing, very much willing to say it. And with how long he's known Peter B. Parker and with how long he would have had the baby, I don't think he would have ever been against like Peter showing his family around, especially since like nobody's entering Spider Society that he doesn't want there. And I think he would have been fine with having her around or him showing photos to people. I think at points he probably would have already seen photos of Mayday and been fine with seeing them.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not as much like about like what Miguel would put up with, more so just like I guess it just seems a bit cold on Peter's part. Even if like, oh well, Miguel doesn't really care that much. It's like, yeah, how much do you know that? And also, even if you know that he's not going to make a fuss out of it, it still seems a bit. If it weren't so like recent for him, I suppose, and so like dramatic, him losing his family, I guess I would maybe have less of a problem with it. But like, this is something that's clearly like the death of his family is affecting every single thing he's doing, so much so that he doesn't even have a life outside of just devoting himself to protecting the multiverse. And then Peter B. Parker's like, oh my god, you're always on about protecting the multiverse. I don't even care about protecting the multiverse because I've got this cool family. Look at it, isn't it so cool? Like, just that attitude he has towards it, it seems a bit cold.
And a bit off-putting.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they
yeah,
could have even spun it into just real quick, they could have maybe even spun it into a joke where like Peter starts to show him pictures of the family and like Miguel just looks at him kind of like angrily and he's like, or I can show you them later or something. Like you could have like worked within those parameters to make a joke out of it.
No, that would be a neat way to go about it. I think that'd be nice to see. Yeah, I mean, I don't really think Peter B. Parker's being out of character in this scene, even though I do like the idea that you put forth. Simply because, like, with the photos, I think it's fair to assume that Miguel has never had a problem with the photos, and I don't think he would be, what's the word, non-communicate, I can't even speak right now. He wouldn't communicate about that to Peter. I just don't really see him as the character to not say anything about it. If he has a problem, he'll say it. Now, as for him like saying, you're the only Spider-Man that isn't funny, I think that's just him trying to get Miguel to lighten up in the moment, because at this moment, he was kind of just going off on Miles, even to an unreasonable extent. So his whole, I guess, intention here is to just calm him down, calm down the tensions, and, just so, like, the conversation isn't as heated. I think that's what he's going for here. Now, whether you agree with him or not, that's up to you. I think it makes enough sense for his character. I don't think he's really, he's willfully touching on any boundaries with Miguel. And he also just, like, he seems to knock it off pretty quickly as well.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not like a big issue I have. It just was a weird, off-putting moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
I really don't have any more big issues with the film. We kind of went over all of mine. Everything else I have in these notes is like nitpicks. I don't particularly care that much to go over.
Well, I do have one major issue with the film myself, but it's like I don't know how subjective it actually is. But
I'm down to hear it. It's fun.
Well, I do know, and this itself isn't the problem, but I do know that this film has a ton of more conversations in it than the first one. It has more talking moments that kind of take up the time quite a bit in comparison to the first movie, which admittedly I don't like, but that itself is not an issue. But I also noticed there were some cases where they were talking during scenes where they probably shouldn't talk. Like, first there was this one incident with the Spot and Puppeteer Prabar, how do I pronounce his name?
Paviter? Paviter.
I'll just say Puppeteer, where Puppeteer had an opening to knock out the Spot, and he just lectures him about self-improvement stereotypes instead. There was a case or two like that, and I don't know if that's like a criticism itself, because I do wonder if Puppeteer was meant to be portrayed as an idiot, because I do think he is an idiot. I just wonder if that was intentional or not.
The only
And
benefit I can get, or sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I'll let you finish, and then I might have a response to that.
Well, go on, actually, because after Puppeteer is just back to dialogue in general, so...
I guess just with that scene, you know, he's very new at being Spider-Man, and, like, that's what the captain of his girlfriend, his death is, I think, supposed to do for his characters, that he starts taking things a lot more seriously, and that's why it needed to happen and was a canon event for him. But it's just theorizing. That would just be my guess.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah. The one thing I do take issue with the dialogue in this film that I don't think is subjective is that there were quite a lot of instances where, like, people were just talking to each other from a very long distance without shouting. They were just talking to each other from long distances during action sequences. Like, there's the helicopter police somehow hearing Miguel when he had the vulture. There's
I
there's
thought
the
they were
exchange.
screaming when that happened, or he was screaming as well.
They were able to hear screaming voice over helicopter propellers.
I mean, it
He was
depends.
talking a little bit, like, above. He wasn't quite screaming. He was just, like, above room volume.
Excuse me. I think let me find it.
And also, sorry, real quick, helicopters are really loud. That's why they have to wear headphones, so that they can pretty much only hear each other talk. So they wouldn't be able to hear him.
Let me see.
Yeah.
That's why they got headsets on. They can't hear this guy.
Okay. I mean, I think, like, movies kind of, like, exaggerate this as well as, like, how do I describe it? Like, with their sound design, where sometimes, like, even if technically speaking the sound isn't realistic, they're still willing to kind of, like, play around with the sound, so, like, the characters can still understand each other. Whether or not this, like, breaks immersion for you, I guess that's up to you. But, like, if he is just at least screaming it out to them and not just, like, talking softly, I'm fine with kind of just hand-waving that. But that's just me.
And I take it, would you say the same about the... Because another scene that made me feel this way was the scene where they were still about to... Where the spider people were chasing Miles and they were about to enter the rocket zone. They were just exiting the highway zone where the... God, I do not know the best way to describe them to differentiate them. But
how about just tell me the line and I'll know which scene you're talking about.
it was basically Peter and what was the name of the pregnant lady? Jess.
Oh,
I got it right.
Yeah. So, where he says you're both equally terrible or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Exactly.
which line do you think was like shouldn't have been heard?
The whole exchange. That's what I was thinking.
I mean, to be fair to this instance as well, couldn't you also infer that they have headsets so that they can hear each other?
Oh. I mean, that could be a good counter, but I don't see any even ear sets or earpieces.
Well, a lot of them are masked, right? So it's kind of like hard to tell. And even
Well,
then,
yeah,
like,
but the...
well, this is also 2099 technology, so like,
maybe.
It could be like just
Whatever.
built into their watch, where it's like, you know, it's so accurate, it's able to pick up on what they're saying. Like I can easily imagine the technology working that way, especially with how advanced cameras are in 2099, with how we saw it was able to watch the spot.
All right. And yeah, I did make it sound like it was such a big deal, the hearing people over things, but no, I do consider it a nitpick. The first movie did have this issue too,
Mhm.
or albeit not as much, but still. Yeah, I guess yapping from a distance.
I mean, from here, I think if we've gotten through the major stuff, I'm kind of interested in just like scrolling through the film and commenting on what the main issues I had were with the movie, because I have a few that haven't been addressed here, so I think it'd be interesting
Okay.
to kind of reverse
Okay.
things here. Yeah, so I talked about the spider sense, how it just doesn't go off for Gwen. I think that's just a problem. It's just inconsistent with her powers. Just to show the scene, she gets like knocked like that. I don't think that makes sense.
Oh yeah.
What did we I mean, like, what happened since I remember the last time. I don't remember which Spider-Man thing it was we talked about, SK, but we were on a stream and you mentioned like Spectacular Spider-Man, I think, and I told you that that's where I told you my theory about how like maybe the spider sense is inconsistent in the same way that because it's a sixth sense, it's not like enhanced hearing or reflex or anything. It's like a new type of sense that senses danger, and similar to how our senses, like our sight, we can miss something right in front of our eyes or not hear someone talking right next to us if we're distracted, that kind of thing, not feel someone bump into us sometimes.
Yeah.
That spider sense is somewhat like that, where due to the nature of it, it just has some moments to where the way spider sense works is just that it'll protect you against danger most of the time. Most things you'll be able to detect, but it's not perfect.
I mean, I would agree
remember
that
you said
spider
you might
sense
think about it.
isn't necessarily perfect, but I think my whole thing is I think you would need to like kind of explore how that works a bit more for me to just accept that, because I do think there's a level to which like I don't even know how to explain that in regards to why, I don't know, Gwen doesn't sense like a basic attack. 'Cause
Well, there wouldn't
typically
have to
that
be
does get
necessarily
sensed.
a reason, because of the fact that this is what I'm inferring from how Spider Sense is kind of written the same way in every Spider-Man property, to where like they don't really explain what it is or how it works, just that Peter or whoever the Spider-Man is knows when danger is about to happen, but in no Spider-Man media is it like entirely foolproof. There's examples in everything where someone manages to catch him off guard for whatever reason. I think it's one of those things where we don't know why, but similar to what you were saying about like the canon events thing, where it's like, why is it that not all these canon events have to happen? Why do some of these universes have it? It's just, it is what it is. Spider Sense just doesn't work all the time. It works most of the time, and we don't know why that is, but that seems to be just the nature of the thing, you know?
I mean, I guess if we're like comparing it to different senses, typically like when we miss things that our senses would feed us, it's typically because we're like focused on something else. It has to do with, I guess, what our brains are latching onto. I guess with the whole
Yeah,
piece
and
of yeah, go on.
well, I just think I like that you brought that up, because to build on that, I think in pretty much every scenario in which like Spider-Man loses his spider sense for a second for whatever reason, it's pretty easy to argue that they must have had their mind focused on something else at this particular time. Like even in that Gwen instance, she's like talking to somebody. That's your mind being focused on something. Now most of the time that doesn't seem to really stop spider sense, but sometimes it does.
Well, the thing
I-
is,
I- I could
that
s-
I feel like the reason that doesn't really I guess satisfy me as an answer is because with spider sense, the whole idea is that it's precognitive, and that's why it works as like the way that it does. So I don't think like her talking to someone, for example, should really be the reason as to why it's not working. I think it's just thin writing that they don't get into why spider sense sometimes works or doesn't work. I think Spider-Man 2, the movie, did a good job of explaining that by implying that his body is physically like going through his powers are going through fluctuations because of his mental state, and it's causing him to perform not as well. I think that's a fine explanation. I think it's a fine explanation into the Spider-Verse that Miles' powers are also fluctuating as he's developing into Spider-Man, and the reason for that is because of his state of mind. And I think the same would be applicable to some of the other characters in Spider-Man media, because I know in the comics at one point he had like a mental block where his powers just like stopped working because he resented them so much. But when he was motivated to be Spider-Man again, they came back. Like, I understand like this is a thing that happens in Spider-Man media at times, but I think when it's done well, they at least try to develop it.
Well, I don't think that like with that kind of stuff, it's not just about the spider sense. It's like all the powers. Like in all of these cases, it's like all of Spider-Man's powers are fluctuating. I think with the spider sense, because it's like precognition, and it's also like it's an extra sense, and it's about danger. It has like almost kind of a mystical feel to it. We don't understand how it works. I would like it if a piece of Spider-Man media actually went into the science and mechanics about how it works, what exactly it sends to their brains, and how it picks up signals. How is it precognitive? Like, does a subconscious part of their brain see the future? How does that work? I would like to know these things. I just don't think it's like a problem that we don't, as long as I think it's a very easy like assumption to make that this is a sense that is sometimes faulty, like our other senses, but because our other senses we very much understand, we can point to the exact reason why they're faulty sometimes, because we understand our eyes, we understand our ears and all that. We don't understand spider sense. And it seems that for most iterations of Peter Parker, they don't either. They just kind of accept that, oh, well, this is just how it works. When I get the brain tingle, I know danger's coming, but they don't really understand it very well. I think that's fine. I would just like an explanation.
I'm
Yeah,
not
that's
quite
my stance on
sure
it.
about that, because at least in the case of Spectacular Spider-Man, it seems like he understands his senses as like for example, so when he's dealing with Venom, right? He says, Venom will my spider sense will alert me if Venom tries any surprise attacks, and when that doesn't actually work, he gets surprised by that, and then he comments, Venom doesn't register to my spider sense. That's not just like a normal thing that happens where his spider sense gets circumvented. Like, that's a whole different thing. And I do think that show provides like decent reasoning for why it doesn't work at times. A good reason given is that he doesn't get the tingles when the bad guy's in front of him. So in that case, like, if he actually has reason to perceive the threat already, then that would be a reason he wouldn't get like alerted. Because at that point, you already know what's going on, so you should be able to react. I think that gives better reasoning for why like it may not work in certain instances, versus this. We just don't really have anything. And I don't think there's anything. I don't think there's any like, I guess, intuitive information that helps you like arrive at a conclusion.
I think there's a theory I have that might tie that up, but it's only one theory. If completely disregarding what I'm about to say, I would say then that the issue with Spectacular Spider-Man is, now I assume you said before that there are instances outside of Venom throughout the show where his spider sense fails him.
Yeah.
So my issue with that point being that like, this Peter Parker should know that, hey, my spider sense is really useful, but it's not perfect. Sometimes it has flaws. So then his immediate assumption, if he gets surprise attacked by Venom, shouldn't then be, oh, my spider sense failed me, he must be immune to it. He should have assumed that, oh, that was just a faulty moment of my spider sense. That would be my problem with that. However, one thing that could maybe explain this is that, like, it's not just about actually sensing the danger. You also have to sense it in time to react. So it could be that, like, for a lot of these instances where spider sense fails the spider person, it would be that they sense something, but not in time to react. My go-to example would be, if you remember, in Spider-Man 3, one of the, from what I've seen, one of the first noticeable, where people started to notice, like, hey, the spider sense thing doesn't seem to work too well, is when Harry flies up behind Peter Parker right after he visited Aunt May
that's
when
a
he's
good
on his
example.
motorcycle. You can see in Toby's facial expression right before he gets picked up, he has like a oh crap moment where he seems to be aware that something's about to come up behind him, but Harry is so fast and it happens too late that he gets picked up anyways. That right there reads to me as like a, oh, his spider sense worked, but not quite soon enough. Because it's like, maybe that's just, again, the nature of how it works. And then maybe what Spectacular Spider-Man was saying when he was like, Venom must be immune, is that in other instances where his spider sense fails him, maybe he does feel something just a little bit too late, but with Venom, he felt nothing.
Okay.
It's just an idea.
Yeah, that's.
But I do think there is some evidence to support throughout the films that what I was saying earlier could be how spider sense works.
That's an
I will say, though,
That's an interesting way to think about it. I am looking at the scene, and it does like seem like Gwen noticeably like increases like her lenses right before it's about to happen. So what you're saying actually could be communicated here, where she sent something, doesn't know what it is, but just didn't react in time because Vulture was too fast. In that case, yeah, I guess that's fair.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's see. There might be a problem here. Hold on.
Wait a minute, I just realized the roles reversed.
Yeah, I said that earlier.
That's what he said. Pay attention.
Pay attention. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
So, yeah, there's a
Miguel should
scene
have had
where.
that cape the whole time. Sorry. Go on.
Yeah.
No, you shouldn't hit.
There's a scene where Miguel is talking with Gwen for a bit. This isn't like too impactful because the same events would likely transpire. But I think Miguel should just be able to like deal with the Vulture while he's under that rubble. Like he can talk and do that.
Yeah, more so. Would you say that like Miguel should be able to deal with the Vulture just period, because this Vulture, unlike some of the other ones that we've seen, seems to be extremely low tech. And most Spider-Men seem to be able to deal with the higher tech Vulture with armored wings and more advanced weapons on a daily basis just by themselves. Yet we're seeing like a more advanced Spider-Man deal with an archaic Vulture, and he's like, oh, I can't do this by myself, I need help. More help, by the way, than he's already got. There's already 2 Spider people here, and he still feels the need to call for backup. I don't see why 3 Spider people need to take down very low-tech Vulture.
Well, the thing is that the Vulture has hyperspace, which I'd argue that's probably a bigger issue than the technology, because like he's just able to regrow his wings when he's in a fight. Like if you take out his wings, he'll just grow it back.
I mean, sure, but there are several moments throughout this fight where I think Miguel could have taken him out. Like, not just the one you said, where he's like, he could have just started going after him while he's under the rubble here, but also in that moment where he's about to bite him, he's about to inject him with his venom, which is going to, like, paralyze him, he stops because a police helicopter shines a flashlight on him and says, stop what you're doing. If he had just, instead of turning and started talking to the police officers, just bit him, then he would have taken out the Vulture right then and there.
I mean, he could do that, but I think the risk is there of like, well, what if they shoot him?
Well, they don't have their guns out right now.
Well, he doesn't know that. He's just like looking at Vulture looking at Vulture, then turning around. And as far as the cops, I don't think we actually see if they have guns out. Maybe we'll have to look. Okay, no, they don't. But I don't think he can know that. And I do think.
Well, Miguel's got mega enhanced senses, so he should be able to know that.
Well, what senses would tell him that he knows if they're armed or not?
Enhanced sight, I think. Because even though it's a bright light, like, he should still be able to, like, his senses are way above
Well,
what
if
we
it's
have.
if it's a bright light, wouldn't that actually be kind of like harder to focus in on because he's being forced to like, you know, communicate with them while there's like a light right in front of his eyes.
Maybe, but even in like that moment, like when you replay the scene, it's like if he had just bitten the vulture right then and there, like the helicopter wasn't even up to them yet, and Vulture would have immediately fell down, which would have already made them a very hard target to shoot anyways, but also Spider-Man can dodge bullets as well. So it's like I
Well,
just I
Well, I'd say
sorry,
what
go
does a lot of the heavy lifting for Spider-Man being able to dodge bullets, besides just you know, his spider sense, which Miguel doesn't have, but it's also the fact that like there's space you have to maneuver. I don't think Miguel has a whole lot of options in order to maneuver himself. And the thing
true,
is,
and I didn't
like,
think of the spider sense thing. Shit.
well, the thing is, like, even if he could, like, he could hypothetically move around the vulture to dodge the bullets, but the thing is that that could kill the vulture, and if he kills the vulture, then that could result in some canon breakage because you know he needs to be back in the universe. So yeah, I would say I don't think there's really a way he could avoid the issue of them shooting without like cooperating with them. That's why I imagine he does what he does.
I just think I think also I forgot to mention earlier he could have just bitten him right at that moment where they first shined the light at him, in which case they would have instantly fell, and I think it would have been very unlikely that they would have been shot. But also he seems to like slowly raise his fangs to Vulture's neck like he's showing off. It's like just bite him. Like,
Well,
why are you? He's slowly going up to him and like hissing almost. Like, just bite him real quick. He should have bitten him before the helicopter even really showed up.
Well, I think when he's doing the whole bite, I could just pull up the scene real quick. I think that's like not meant to be like what's the word, like in real time. I think they're just
It's
showing.
slowed down for dramatic effect.
Well, not necessarily slowed down. It's more so he's releasing it. They show it from Vulture's perspective as well because we already saw his mouth open, right? You see here goes from closed to open. Here it's back to being closed, but now it's being opened. I think what they're showing here is like a reaction shot, and immediately after this he goes in for the bite, but then they like interrupt him. And the reason he stops after that is because he thinks, you know, he could get shot at any moment, so that would be a problem. He'd especially want to mask himself because though I imagine that would provide him with some protection if he were to get shot at.
Yeah, I suppose. Okay.
All right. Yeah. If I'm gonna scroll around and find any other issues,
Oh, but wait, sorry. Did we get past the thing about like why is it that it takes 3 spider people again to take out the vulture?
Yeah,
What was
I
it,
don't
the thing
think
you said?
I think I mentioned that there's hammer space that he has, so even if they take out one of his wings, he's just gonna like bring it back immediately. And that led to us talking about the bite with the fangs.
Yeah, I guess. I still think it's strange. This is a extremely powerful vulture, I suppose.
Yeah, well, he is a bit,
I think he's meant
honestly.
to be one of like the better versions of Vulture in terms of combat.
Okay.
And the only reason it doesn't feel like that is because he plays such a small role in the film.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm gonna scroll around and I'll just like shout if I remember an issue I have.
It takes more effort to take out that vulture than it did Kingpin in the previous movie. Even though Kingpin killed Spider-Man, that's interesting.
I mean, the Vulture, he's pretty dangerous as well. So.
Suppose.
Yeah. So this one I've gone back and forth on. I don't even know if I have like a full position on it, but I am like open to hearing what people have to say about it. So they have this whole mural for Uncle Aaron when he was like the Prowler and shit, right? So
Mhm.
it's been
Yeah.
talked about, like, if that even makes sense, or if like the community would find that to be tasteful, because he is a guy that worked for the Kingpin. He has, well, I don't know if he's killed people. I don't know what his like his kill count is, but he certainly like was a supervillain who was willing to kill children for Kingpin's goals.
I
So like what I would ask is like, would the community really be okay with this? Is this not like a divisive thing? It just seems a bit weird that this is there without any pushback. I don't know what your thoughts are. Maybe you'll push me
I'm
one
fine.
direction or the other.
I'm fine with the mural being there because I don't think the community would even know that.
They would
How
at this
they,
point.
Well, how would they not know that if the Prowler's identity would be revealed? Especially since
Yeah.
like what's his name? Aaron would be known to be involved with Kingpin, who killed Spider-Man. Like he's part of the reason they killed a beloved hero.
Yeah.
Well, but aren't they? I mean, people would know that Kingpin killed Spider-Man, and Mr. Morales would know that the Uncle Aaron was probably the
Yeah,
Prowler,
they would
or
know
he would just
that
assume.
he's Prowler. Yeah.
Everyone
Well-
would know because when the Prowler died, he assumedly got taken into like intensive care in the Prowler uniform. So like,
Yeah.
and obviously Aaron Morales would tell other people as well.
Would he? Well, that's the thing. That's
He'd
why I was
have
going
to.
off.
Yeah, I think
Like,
they
is
would
that
have
how
to
it-
know because like there's no way they're covering that up. In fact, one of the
Like when he's giving his report. Yeah.
Yeah, one of the reasons Spider-Man is like they have an APB on him is because they think he murdered Uncle Aaron. But I think like
Well, I don't-
the issue is that like I think there would be a lot more community blowback for making a mural like this.
Well, but there's also. Because did they even know who the Prowler was?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
it's a pretty reasonable assumption, especially since like he worked with the Kingpin, he was killed by the Kingpin, and yeah,
Well,
I
he
mean,
was killed by the Kingpin, but would they know he worked for him?
yeah, I don't see why not. That would be one of the things that whole team was exposed for, especially since Prowler is a known supervillain to Spider-Man.
Yeah, and the thing you said earlier about like whether or not he killed people, I think the fact that when Kingpin goes like kill that guy, and then Prowler just goes for it immediately, is pretty clear to me that like he's killed someone. He's killed
Yeah.
people for Kingpin before. Not to mention when he later gets a phone call where Fisk is asking him, "Have you found the new Spider-Man yet?" And he's like, "You know me,
yes.
sir. I never miss." It's like okay.
Never quit, but yeah.
Or never quit, yeah. That's implying that it's like, yeah, every time he's been assigned to hunt down someone, which seems to be his specialty, I think, he always gets the job done. The job in question being killing whoever Kingpin wants him to kill. So he's definitely killed people.
Well, I know that. My assumption with the scene has been because this was before SK brought up of how he would need to be taken to intensive care or something like that. I don't 100% know how law stuff works. I don't even know exactly what a constitution is. But my assumption was that Jefferson found Aaron's dead body and assumed that he was a villain of some sort. Like, he probably didn't know who the Prowler was, because I didn't know, because I assumed that the Prowler wasn't even a known villain at all. Like, he was a super sneaky guy that only Spider-Man knew about.
Yeah, no, he
And,
operated fairly openly. He did like at least 2 chases with Spider-Man.
Out in the open, yeah,
Yeah,
for
with
the public to
Miles
see.
specifically. And I imagine there would have been more with Peter's version.
Yeah. I mean, if he's so willing to go out in the open, like it doesn't matter, and he's been operating for so long, he's been out in the open before for sure. And not to mention, Spider-Man, like in this universe, has a very friendly relationship with the police. Well, he has a friendly relationship with the police in most universes, but this one especially. and that would mean we'd have to assume that at no point did he ever tell anyone about the Prowler. Which I don't
Well-
think.
Well, yeah,
is
it seems like nobody would know who he was until the ending of it. So, yeah,
Okay.
I think it's just a bit strange as far as world building. It just seems like an oversight.
All right.
But like, I
Okay.
definitely don't think it's out of character for Miles and his dad to make it, because they still loved him and they still think there was a good man in there. They
Yeah.
would inherently be biased for their own family.
Yeah.
Well, okay,
I could see
yeah,
them
if the
doing something
community-
smaller and more personal. Yeah.
Yeah, if the community does know that Aaron is the Prowler, then yeah, I do think it would be strange for them to be like that. I just didn't realize that they would.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, this is one Blebo and I had.
That's a nice
the portal.
pause when you said "oh."
Yeah.
Detective Inspector Singh.
Well, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna say it to that officer's face. I'm gonna say it. Blebo and I think it was strange for Gwen Stacy's portal to remain open as long as it did, to allow Miles to enter it.
Yeah. Bit of a
Yeah,
security risk there.
I think that's fair. I mean, the thing is, like, I was kind of back and forth when I was watching it, because on one hand, it seemed like she wasn't like, how do I describe it? She was like kind of entering it pretty slowly because she was hesitant to leave in the first place. But at the same time, we literally see the portal just close like pretty quickly. So I would say, yeah, this is a contrivance for sure.
Yeah. Plus, it stayed open for quite a bit after she already entered it.
Yeah. There's a moment where, so Pav shows up, right? Oh, I should go beforehand. Come on, there we go. All right. So he shows up, hits the spot in the face. Now, I don't know why, but they basically just stop and talk with Pav while he's going over his whole backstory. And it's pretty clearly implied because we see them too there as well. And I don't see why they're doing this, especially Gwen, because she's very much like her job is on the line. She should be trying to take down the spot immediately. So I think this whole scene is a problem.
Yep. And I think this was you technically skipped past it, but I think, and it was the earlier reference scene where a Vitir had an opening to punch the spot, and he just didn't.
Wait, I'm sorry. Who had the opening to punch the spot?
Vitir, if I said it correctly.
Which part?
It's one where, like, the spot was tied up by the legs, and the middle of the web.
Okay, hold on. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Also, is it okay to say Indian Spider-Man? I don't know why. It's okay to say
It's called
Indian
Spider-Man
Spider-Man.
India.
Yeah,
yeah.
this part. Like,
Spider-Man from India.
yeah. Like the
Alright, let's
first
see.
swing, like he tries to punch the spot the second swing, and the spot manages to counter that punch. But that's not the point. So, see, he's just talking about. Yeah, see, he just
Let me see.
lets them pass by because they're talking about Indian stereotypes of self-improvement.
Yeah, he could have socked him in the face or something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that bothered me a little bit. Like,
let's
obviously,
see.
it's a nitpick because the spot could have just done that if he did try, like
No,
he did.
I
But
think that's fair. Let's see. Is there anything else?
do you
I
think the
found?
same criticism goes for the Hobie Brown intro?
Let me see it again real quick. Whoops. So which part are you talking about?
When Hobie Brown was introduced and he goes through his introduction montage.
I think it is a bit different because at least like we'll see in a moment, right? They're kind of waiting for the Spot to make his move, and the Spot is doing so right here, but they also need like a couple people left behind because they have to they said like the collider sequence can't be turned off until it's shut down or something like that. So they have to wait for it to play out. So I imagine there needs to be a couple of people buying the console so they can control it later. And on top of that, if you have like too many people against the spot at once, they've shown that they can easily bump into each other, which would be a problem. So I think this is at least different. There's at least people doing stuff right now.
Okay.
Let's see. If there's anything else.
I heard there are different cuts of this movie because they just
this part, yeah. There's more like panic in the theatrical version, whereas this version for release for digital release, there's like less panicking. There's less lines of that, which I feel like you can argue one or the other because I do think there's arguments for both. For the theatrical one, you could say it feels more human that she's more panicky about it. But in this one, you can also say it's more subtle and less in your face.
That's true, but thankfully, I will say that you can watch. I'm pretty sure the Blu-ray version is also the theatrical version, because I watched the Blu-ray version, and it had the one shot of when Miles and Mr. Morales first get sucked into a spot portal. It has that 1 millisecond shot of Mr. Jefferson's face.
Gotcha. Okay.
You know, yeah. You know what shot I'm talking about?
I think so. Yeah. Yeah. So there's this one moment in the chase that Dom keeps making fun of because it's funny. So nope, that's too far. So there's this moment where they're chasing him. Someone's trying to do a Spider-Man pose, whatever. But they, for some reason, just like, so the cat jumps on him for some reason. I don't know why. And then they all just run on the webbing, even the car, when they know that it's like that should just make it fall over. I don't know why they did that.
Because it's funny.
Yeah, because it's funny.
Well, what did you want them to do? Like, just climb up the wall around him or swing around him? Like, come on.
Maybe travel back in time and correct it.
I was thinking about that when you said that. I was about to say that.
Okay, what do you want, okay? Travel back in time and correct it?
What do you want me to do? Travel back in time? Well, excuse me for not responding the exact proper way.
Well, I'm sorry I didn't do it the tailor-made way you would have wanted.
Oh, God.
Yeah, okay, I think that covers, like, just about everything that I'd poke at with the movie. I still think it's pretty good. I'm very much excited for Beyond the Spider-Verse.
Same.
It's been raised from a 5 out of 10 to a 7 out of 10 for me because of that one shot of the Miles spider bite.
Yeah, I'll
Thank you,
take it.
SK.
I'll take it.
I guess, or sorry, you go.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
I guess for now, I might rate it around like a 7 or 8, somewhere around there. Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I always liked the movie. I just had like this feeling because I didn't like it as much as Into the Spider-Verse. That like there were certain things like the canon events, like Miles being an anomaly, that I felt like there was a criticism there that I hadn't quite been able to word. And some of it I still stand by, obviously, but you know, some of it, some of the points I brought in here, I wanted to see if they held water, and they didn't. So, yeah, it's a good movie. I like it. I'm excited for the next one.
Awesome.
I will say I do like Into the Spider-Verse more, and there are still plenty of things I subjectively do not like about the movie, like that's connecting with the MCU shit. I'm not happy about that.
Same.
I do not like the dialogue. of this film as much. I don't like. I feel. I do wish. It doesn't mean it should, but I do wish the the conversations were trimmed a bit short. I feel like it would have. This movie could have easily been the same length of the first one if some of the conversations didn't just drag on.
It's a
But
movie. I think. Would you say like it's kind of lacking quiet moments? Like it seems like there's talking throughout the entire thing nonstop, and there were certain moments like in the first Into the Spider-Verse, where like there were some dialogueless sections that I really liked. Just because like the feeling they evoked. Is it like
well, it's not even the lack of quiet moments, because honestly, I don't think Into the Spider-Verse has that many quiet moments. And I think the amount of quiet moments the first movie does, this movie also has. No, I think it's just like the same exact type of. It doesn't have the same exact vibe of the first movie, and I heard that's because this movie was like directed by the different dude,
oh.
and I sort of get that vibe, you know. It's a vibe thing. The vibes are off. I don't trust the vibes.
Well,
Yeah, okay. I think
It's
that
still a good movie.
neat. Okay. Yeah, I think that covers just about the meat of the discussion. I thought it was a very good discussion. Glad to have both of you on for it. Real quick, I know because you mentioned wanting to promote some of your stuff. Could you link it real quick so I could just put it in the description? Because I forgot
Link
to provide links. Yeah.
Sure. I'll need a second. I just basically. Hang on.
yeah, but thanks for having us on. This has been a great discussion.
Absolutely. Very much enjoyed it. Yeah, you could just DM me any links you want me to put in the description, and I'll do it.
Cool.
Yeah. As for an update, that's I think it is fairly related to this. There's a video that's I think an hour and some, or maybe that's too long. I don't know. It's around an hour long on why Into the Spider-Verse is bad. And I looked at it. Didn't agree with the argument, so. Tangentially related, that's gonna be something that I respond to within the next week or so.
Oh boy.
I think the arguments are mostly bad, so yeah, that'll be room for more Spider-Verse talk. All right, let me grab that. Yeah, if you want to check out Spizzard, his channel is in the description below.
Hey, if you think my take on Across the Spider-Verse was previously a hot take, boy, wait until you guys hear about my take against Pixar's WALL-E.
Oh yeah, about that. We might need to have a discussion about that movie. To be fair, it's been a bit since I've seen WALL-E. I'd have to rewatch it. But I'd be interested in discussing that movie. At some point, I think it'd be cool.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah. As far as what was I saying? Oh yeah, the Into the Spider-Verse response. Yeah, expect that within the next week. I think that's going to be quite a bit of fun. Granted, he does bring up points where it's like it's not just him throwing dumb stuff like, oh, it's woke. It's nothing like stupid like that. It seems like he put in like actual effort in trying to like break down the story, which, you know, I can respect that even if I don't agree with his points. So I think like that's gonna be a more interesting video for that reason. Because it's actual story discussion, not, oh well, this black person's in this scene or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
Alright. Yeah, give me a moment, I'll put that in as well.
Thank you.
Yep. I'll just say Spizzard's second channel. There we go. Neat. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, check him out. Forgive me if I forget. Blebo, do you have anything you're posting or are you
I
just a
do
guy
not
on
have
Discord?
a channel. I'm just a guy on Discord. I'm a leaf in the wind. I drift.
Oh, okay. So
Place to
you're
place.
a Lord of the Rings spin-off.
Exactly.
Oh, nice. Okay.
I'm featured quite a bit on Spizzard's channel, so I guess that's where I'd be.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah, we've been trying our own podcast thing called 3.5 Brain Cells. You can check that out.
3.5 brain cells. Crazy.
Yeah, it's on my first channel.
Nice. Okay. Yeah. Hope you all enjoyed. This is where I'm gonna hop off. I was considering taking more disagreements afterwards, but seeing how long this lasted, it's like, yeah, I think that's enough for the night. But yeah, 5 hours of pretty damn good discussion on the movie. Hopefully, you take some new things away from it as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, this was a very great discussion. Quite enjoyed it.
Me too.
Yeah. Same here.
All right, that'll be the end of it. Have a good night, everybody. Time to get back to some other stuff. Yeah.